You're watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only twin solar system podcast featuring Samuel Hofman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome to the show.
Okay, it's great. It's a beautiful day here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. It is show number 62. Look at us. We are getting up there, and I'm, of course, happy you all are here. I am your host, Rebecca Benningfield, and you know the routine. Let's go ahead and get our one and only Sam Hofman in here with us. Hey there. Hi, Sam. How are you today?
I'm fine. Hello. How are you? You're
Good.
sitting outside.
I'm well.
Outside.
Well, you know me. I love it out here. We got our, open porch.
Probably pretty warm too.
I just love it. It's 80 something degrees, but you know what? It's on the east side of the house. It's covered. Well, I don't know. It never is as hot on the porch as it is like, other parts of the yard. Anyway, I'm not here a lot. So, but.
Yeah, and hello, Nibiru family and Nibiruaholics that are out there.
Oh, look at that.
Hi, everybody.
Karen.
I see that there's people already here in the call. Thank you, Karen.
Really appreciate that.
I'm already stalling, so hopefully that's not you.
I know. I
hopefully
was
it's
going to
just
say
me.
that too. That's why I was running a small. I don't know, not much late. Just a little late because of lagging. So I feel like it's not just me either. So,
okay.
But let's go ahead but thank you, Karen. Definitely appreciate that. I was telling Sam all the things I have in store for us. So we'll talk about that more in a moment. But let's go ahead and let's change this song. That's getting out of hand for me. Sorry, guys. I'm working on our music selection too, but it's getting better. Now that I have,
no, I was tapping the toe, waiting, in the back room, waiting for the show, and I was enjoying it. So
I like this one too. Yeah. So, but stuff like that costs money. I can't help it. Like that service is like $18 a month. Everything is about $10 to $15 a month. For each thing you're using. That's how it goes nowadays. So
it's spooky how bad we have to pay for everything.
Talk about our changes, but it's going to be exciting, guys. It really is. I don't know. I've been getting all these great ideas. So
at least we don't live in the UK like Gillian, and they have to pay taxes for watching TV. Speaking of
Gillian, she asked me if I heard of that before, and I'm like, for every TV plugged in, they have to pay a tax. So
yeah, that's insane.
I've never heard of that before.
Hell, I'd be poor. I would be poor.
Yeah, I told her that. I was like, not that we have too many, but we have a TV plugged in.
I have a TV in the kitchen. I have a TV in my bedroom. I have a TV in the living room. The girls have two TVs.
Hey, Gillian.
Hi.
Hi. So, how many TVs do you have?
Do you really want to know?
Tell me. Yeah.
Well, when I moved in here, somebody had a TV that's got the DVD built in, but it's as big as a standard computer's monitor. So I have that one.
That's easy. That's old.
Yeah, and then a couple of weeks ago, a friend came and gave me this ginormous one that's as big as a table, as a dining room table. And I haven't been able to put that anywhere, but then the aerial has to work and the aerial doesn't work. It's a dish thing that's on the side of the house. You can buy
a mini one that you...
Well,
those are long. I still have an old dish on my house, and it's long expired. I don't know why I still have it up there. Probably just to keep the holes that they drilled filled. I have to go back up on my roof again this summer and fix it some more.
Yeah.
I still have leakage from the last major storm.
I see he is in the waiting room. I think.
Right.
Yes, I think he is. Okay. here is our good friend Christoper Kuchuris.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to
the
Citizen Science Podcast.
Hi.
How's everybody doing
Yes,
today?
I know.
Hi, Rebecca.
I know.
Hi,
It's good to
Sam. Hi,
see
Gillian.
Hiya.
You have a healthy glow. I can tell you've been out in the sun.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
pretty bright here. I know. It's like, should I wear my glasses
Same here.
during the show? Because, yeah, it's just bright.
Yes.
Always so bright here.
It's like, you know how it is when there's like no clouds in sight and the sunlight is pinching and it's got like a blue ring around it. It's like white, and blue. I got a video. We'll show it in a second. But that's what I'm getting today, at least.
Yep.
So,
A lot of great.
Yeah, there's a hazy light pinch going on.
Right.
Awesome.
That's what I'm getting too. Let's go ahead and take a minute and look at our.
Yeah, it's like the asteroids just went straight across it like that.
Wow. Where'd they all come from, Sam? A minute ago, there's like 2 people. So
Great.
they're reporting.
Well, they're some unusual. You and I were. We remember we were doing a recorded video the other day that folks are going to get a chance to see here as soon as it goes through the production department. And we actually identified asteroid in the southern region that we've never seen before. So, I mean, Rebecca and I were both looking at material and we're going, what the hell is that? We know they're asteroids by the behavior, but they're in an area that we've never seen them before. And now that could be, and it was crossing my mind after the fact, that we know that there is a group of asteroids between Saru and Uri. Because the whole asteroid field has to do with Saru, Uri, and Attu, etc. in that base group area of this, the 2-armed octopus of what the orbit model of the Nibiru planet group is. And only until later did it cross my mind that we might actually start seeing side illumination of some of the asteroids between Uri and Saru.
Wow.
In the south. And for the life of me, I was sitting there going, okay, we know this, we were talking about it for about 20 minutes because it was like, we know that we're looking south. And what the hell is that? I've never seen that. And yet we've seen the patterns and the rainbowing and the shapes and everything somewhat similar, but not in the southern sky. So there's more going on, new things happening. We're going to start seeing a whole lot more asteroids. Yeah.
Like this.
And I should have drawn. I should have done more on the right-hand side of Saru and Uri in this drawing, because I think that we're probably going to start seeing some new, larger objects in the asteroid belt between Saru, Uri, and Attu, as I've drawn, and you can see all the little dots in the angles. But I should have actually done some more on the Saru and the Uri right-hand side, which is blank and empty. But I did lay out in the out view on this drawing for Jesus the transition, and I do need to explain this now. You see, Earth is dead center middle of this drawing. Okay, we used to be last year, year before, 2 years ago, we were on the left-hand side of Uri and Attu, right where it says May 2024. That's where we used to be. And now we are here, and that transition of Nibiru and Asatum coming in a right bank turn, and then Attu, Uri, and Saru are sort of going up and to the left. So it's twisted. We've moved in from the left-hand side of Uri and Attu, and now we are on the right-hand side. And that's why Attu is going past Earth. Okay. And why we're seeing the facial illumination. And if you'll go back for just a second.
Oh, sure.
Nepenthe is visible directly in front of us, but it also is going over the top of us now again. And I had to draw it in somewhere, and I couldn't draw it over the top of Earth to obscure the drawing of Earth. But Nepenthe is closer to over the top of us than in this drawing, including the green asteroid, the lead object. If anybody knows the monthly drawing, red asteroid, the spiral asteroid, the tan asteroid, the skull asteroid, all the other Lawrence, Poppy, and all the other, and Casper, and all the other documented little asteroids. I tried to draw all of that out for you so you could sort of get placement. Normally, I wouldn't have drawn all that in, but I did.
How long did
This was
that
a
take?
bonus. I mean, yeah, how long did it take?
I sat there for probably about 45 minutes trying to envision it in my head, only because I was trying to figure out what the hell I was going to use for a circle. And you may notice my circles are terrible because most of these are freehand because I couldn't find anything. I couldn't find the right
Okay, so
size.
I better not
I
ask
could
you
not
when
find
the
the right
physically
size
touched.
circle.
Right.
Yeah,
The right
well,
size.
I drew them freehand, more freehand than not, and
right.
yeah, and so
saying.
you're seeing warbles and you
Yeah.
know, the
That's what makes
Nibiru
this
size
character.
one was the bottom of a peanut butter jar, and then I used a salt shaker for Saru, and then everything else was hand drawn smaller than that.
Okay.
And that's why it looks as ugly as it does. And I apologize. I'll get better. Actually, and I keep looking for, like I'll go to Michael's and see if they have one of those plastic templates where you can draw shapes through. It's a drafting tool, drafting circles.
Yeah, my dad
And
had
they
one.
give you
I
the
would
drafting
send it to
square.
you if I could find it.
Yeah. Oh well, I
What
used to
about-
have bunches of those, but I do need to go look in my drawing box and see if there's stuff I don't know I still have. I have it. I actually did take architectural drafting in school. So that actually taught me a huge part of understanding light. And then if you're a painter and an artist and you have to do light effect and then you understand light as well. But architectural drafting did teach me light.
Yeah, I took
Yeah.
commercial
Yeah. Oh,
art.
hey, I got to chuckle over this as I'm looking.
Okay. Cool.
Not that-
I want
that's where
everybody to
found out
notice that they're.
Sorry.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead, finish.
No,
where you
it was
found
not
out.
that. I was just found out that I was not a
Okay.
legitimate artist when I took commercial art. I thought I was more artsy.
According to-
I'm artsy, like arts and
They don't
crafts
know what they're
artsy.
talking about, Rebecca.
But,
Come on. Now.
Never
my
listening to
grade was not very good because I really wasn't that perfect, that artistic. when it comes to-
Your grade probably directly reflected your teacher, not you.
Right.
Okay, I did. The only A I had was I did a collage, and it was a big cat head, and I cut out pictures of cats and Mod Podge the whole.
Well, that
See the
sounds
arts
cool.
and crafts again. But I covered the cat head and little cat faces.
There
He
you go.
actually liked it.
I would. Okay, going back to topic, I would
know.
like to mention on this month's drawing.
Yes.
I was not trying to change the subject, but I was changing the
So
subject.
I need right.
Um,
We got to keep each other.
On the drawing,
path.
while we've got it on the screen here,
Right.
I did draw in a whole bunch of the smaller asteroids that we do know are there. For example, in front of the red, there are 3 little tiny asteroids that we regularly see. The spiral asteroid has a smaller asteroid next to it, and that's what creates the concentric spiral in the clouds. It's because there's 2 of them there, and they interposingly spiral off of each other. The salamander group I wanted to, of course, include. Now, I did draw the orange in this month around the tan asteroid, and Lorraine and Poppy and Big Sister in that area, because it is going to be illuminating, and we've already got captures of it. Gillian has already showed me, if you look, Gillian, at the big 3 just above to the left of the sun, there's that orange and yellow that's drawn in next to the blue in the big 3. You have that picture that we were talking about pre-show. Now, I want to point out there is a drawn line and a little bit of a blue. You can't see much of the blue. I should have used a deeper blue on the colored pencil. But there is a line over the top of the sun. And that is because Source told me that there is going to be a solar event occurring with a star-crossed flare. And what happened the next day, Rebecca?
I have it ready to show you. Let's go to that picture.
Wow.
I was blown away. Okay. Yeah. Sam, we talked that day and here on StreamYard, and I had just done a comparison with it. Where is it?
Incredible.
Yeah, there. I put this over it, right? And he pointed out about his drawing having that blue line up and down, and I'd never seen him do that before.
Yeah.
I didn't really notice it, but he drew that on the 15th. Okay, we all know he released it on the 15th, and
I was sitting there literally finished with the drawing, and Sork was talking to me and telling me I got to draw that cross because I knew there was going to be a refraction flare. That's all I knew.
Wow.
And literally the next day, ta-da! There it is. And that is that one. I got goosebumps telling you about it right now. This literally looks like an early Crusade cross from the Crusade period. I'm not going to say Cross of Lorraine, which is France and etc. But this looks like a Crusaders cross. And also, Celtic cross. Duh.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
It looks like the saltire.
Wow.
Looks like almost like the Scottish
and
flag
that is
as well.
Because I believe it's one of two possibilities. It's either the blue asteroid crossing in front of the sun, or this is a separation of the two suns reaction.
Wow.
I'm up in the air. I am leaning more towards the blue asteroid crossing the sun, but I can't account for that blue effect in the background as heavily. I would assume with the blue asteroid, it would be centralized blue flare, and we would see it in a flaring in the lens flare, and we don't. We don't see that. In the upper left lens flare, it looks like an object in front of another object. So this could be a solar separation reaction refraction. I don't know yet. We don't have that fully, but I wanted to share that, and but the point with it is what's really truly amazing is I do these drawings, and then they come true, and every time I do it, I'm like just as goosebump and in awe as everybody else is, because it is amazing to me still to this day that I know that I should put that in, and then
I honestly thought it was. I thought you were marking when I first saw your drawing. I thought you were marking the middle of the page. I had no idea that it was something that you had put in like that. That's incredible, Sam.
Cool.
I've done shaft lighting on the sun, but never over the front of the sun before, because the shaft lighting has to do with a very rare topic. We don't very often talk about the tool star, and that will be in the future. We'll talk about the tool star once we get a little bit more known, and then the rest of the people, because there's a lot of people out there still to this day talking about the trinary system. Yes, no, don't jump there. Don't bail into the bullshit on the internet. And we also have to talk about the Nibiru holics, whatever you want to call them. People who know what we're talking about, they know how accurate all of this information is. Now, the Nibiru family, the people that are here with us that are, sometimes, okay, I kind of understand what you're doing. That's the Nibiru family. But the aholics, the people who are obsessed with this, are the ones that actually do see the planets. Once you see the planet, man, there's no coming back. There isn't.
I love it. Yep.
It's worse than it's a horrible joke, and I apologize to anyone.
I'll get that in a second. I totally forgot to get that. I add that to my folder. But let's go ahead and look at the comment section. Sorry, and take a peek at who all's here. I know I'm far behind, but we'll just do a quick little scan through here and just see.
Have you noticed that Gillian has the cleaning bug today?
Well, she's busy. It's okay though.
Her energy level is absolutely palpable. I can feel it in my hands. Ever since the eclipse, she's been bouncing off the walls. We got to cut her tea level, man. Watch that tea time, lady.
But the dentist said that the other day. He said, "Sweet her for the rest of your life. Cut the sugar."
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I only have 2 sugars in my cup, man.
There you go. Yeah, the lumps or spoons.
Teaspoons. Little
Okay, I like
teaspoons.
my tea. I like my tea sweet. I am an Earl Grey fan.
Right.
I drink tea many times a week. Just usually evenings, rather than having coffee because it's a little less. If I drink coffee at night, I'm going to be up till 5 o'clock in the morning. And guess what time I got up today? 3:42. 3:42. It's like,
That's when I went to bed.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey. When I'm driving home. I'm driving home from Walmart today. Now I have a very old car, but it still tells me. I got the console computer thing because it's a German car. It's a Daimler Chrysler. Anyway, so my computer's telling me I'm driving south to Lolo from Missoula, and I am looking up. I look up, and it is telling me I am driving west. So something, and it's been getting weird because my computer is telling me I'm driving west when I know I'm driving south. So, and I watched the sunrise at 4 o'clock this morning, but pre-sunrise, and guess what part of the sky was illuminated?
South?
North.
Northeast.
No, north.
North. Okay.
North.
The
Hey, I seen
northern
it
part of
red
the
in the
sky
south.
is illuminated.
Why is it
not
red in the
northeast.
south?
It's supposed to be illuminated in the east.
Right.
Yeah.
We have moved. Remember we talked about
Alan.
last week where the summer placement, we're already at summer solstice solar placement for the summer, and we haven't even touched June 21st yet. That's when the summer solstice is. And we're not even close to that date, and we're already in that solar pattern. And if you don't believe anything I tell you about the second star or the extra planets, pay attention to that, because everything is wrong. That should be your first examination, is like everything we know. The sun comes up due east in Montana all my life. And now I'm watching it come up in the north by northeast. Totally wrong. The planet is tipped. The planet is tipped. The planet is tipped. And there's an extra star, and it's holding placement because we know that the second star came up into the northern hemisphere visible 2011, 2012 in the northeast sky. So all of this is happening, and the transition and the separation between the two stars are pretty evident that it is happening.
Wow.
It's all leading to some really weird transition of where our celestial equatorial crossing of the sun during the day is completely way off. This is completely different than even was back in 2011. So there's more transition going on as we speak.
Maybe it is when the suns are going to separate now.
Well, we are right in the middle of all these planets. So it's entirely possible that we're even pushed over by one of the magnetospheres of one of the larger planets around us. Because they are more powerful electrically. And if you're a weaker magnet, then you push. You'll repel. And that repulsion could be tipping us even farther off our generic axis. And these people always talk, well, the magnetosphere is Earth is dying. No, it's not. The core's not dying. The core moved. Well, that's because we're tipped. We're pushed. We're affected electrically. Not gravitationally, electrically. Anyway, I'm going to go get a Coke. Move on.
Okay, Sam. All right. I was just going to add, Alan, he monitors the sunlight coming in the bedroom window every morning. He sees it reflecting off of the wall. Anyway, over his observations from the last week, twice now in the mornings, he's mentioned that the sunlight is in a whole different location. He's like, very, very noticeable. It was the first thing he mentioned when I woke up. He was like, the sun is shining on the opposite side of the room, or along those lines. So it's obvious, if you're looking for it. But I just wanted to point out, in the first entry for our comments today, it's our very own Christoper Kuchuris. And yeah,
Like, that doesn't count.
Congratulations. It does.
Okay.
Congratulations. Yes, and reminding people we're on show 62. So
Yep.
we're getting up there. I mean,
Can you
know.
see anybody on the chat rooms? Is there anybody there?
I do.
Because I was
I see
trying to
Marcus.
see.
I see Marcus is here.
Yeah, there's lots of comments.
Hi, Marcus.
Lots of people are here.
Good to see you. Audrey is here.
Why
and
don't I see them?
I don't know.
Are you clicked onto private chat or are you clicked onto comments?
Yeah.
On.
Hi, Audrey.
By the way, everybody
Here.
listen.
Hi, Dennis. Oh, yes.
know if
You
you
can do a
heard it.
commercial. Yes.
Yes, brought to you by
Charge them some
Coca-Cola. That
Hi,
refreshing
Dennis.
taste
Good to
of
see
Coca-Cola.
you.
Cheers,
Very good. And here is
Cheers, right.
Michelle. Michelle Fox is here. Hi, Michelle.
Or in your area, wouldn't it be Slancha?
Yard
Oh,
work.
fine.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I love those days though when you like get your yard work done and then you look so crisp and clean and you just feel good about yourself, but you're like, debilitated from it, but still it looks great.
Yeah, I just got my left butt cheek back. Yes.
Yeah.
I was laughing for days how bad I got affected by trying to drive the riding lawnmower and how obviously I had some sort of saddle sore muscles from riding a lawnmower. It's like, oh my God, I am getting old when that happens. My one butt cheek was so sore I could barely walk. It was hilarious. It's like, okay, walk across to the kitchen. Isn't this funny, kids? Your dad's old.
It's true though. I mean, you don't use it, you lose it. It's kind of like that.
Yeah, I think I have to do a few more Greeno Park walks or something like that. Or I need to go for more walks. If I'm getting sore from riding the riding lawnmower, then I need to do a little more walking.
I should too. Me too. Okay. Just a side note, very quickly. I don't have like too many like very vivid dreams. I don't know.
I had a whopper last night.
But years
and
ago,
Gillian and you were in it.
Okay, that could be interesting. I know.
Did you ever? I apologize. Do continue your story, but did you ever own an older station wagon?
I mean, we had station wagons growing up.
In your dream, you loaned me your car.
The station
and
wagon.
See, I'm always having these. I apologize for stepping over the top of your story,
okay.
but I'll make it fast. In the dream last night, you loaned me this old 70s station wagon, and I parked it because there was no parking spaces nearby to pick Gillian up. And so I parked the car, and then I went in, picked Gillian up, and she was standing on the curb, and she was tired. So I said, I'll tell you what, I'll go get the car. And then I couldn't find it. And I spent the whole entire part of that dream looking for your car, holding your key. And I mean, holding your key. You handed me this one key, and I had it in my hand the whole time through the dream. I even dropped it once. And I woke up after the dream. I went to the bathroom, and then I was looking for that key.
Oh my God!
Like, I'm not holding the key. And it was the weirdest damn ass dream. Anyway, that's the whole story. Go ahead.
Right. I wonder if you ever found it. Like, I don't know.
Hey, at least
I did. When I woke up, I went, cool. I woke up and went, cool. I don't have to find Rebecca's station wagon because it's not real. But I was still in my hand, in my brain. I was still holding that key, which is, I'm sure it's a metaphor for some other reality, but because I don't often remember my dreams like that. But and I was concerned because here I'm leaving poor Gillian standing on the curb, a stranger in a foreign land, and she's waiting to be picked up, and I can't find that damn car to come pick her up.
Oh, great. It means I'm coming.
Yeah, well, yeah. I have many, many dreams all the time. I can never find where I parked. I don't know why. It's weird.
Yeah.
I have it all the time. I can't find where I parked my car.
Subconscious fear you have.
Right.
Well, I had a few cars in my lifetime that I regret letting ever go.
Right.
I had a 65 GTO. I had a 67 Pontiac Tempest. I had a 66 one in between, and I'm trying to remember the name of that car. And then I had a Ferrari / Fiat that was American special. Yeah, it was number 91,000 even. Yeah, No, well, it was it was way. They Fiero copied them. No, this is Ferrari. This was this is when Ferrari bought Fiat, so they made this special edition American car, and with the mid-engine, but then they switched the driver's side over to American. And mine was the first of this series, and I should never have sold it, except for the fact, well, it went to scrap because some kids decided one winter that it was a snowplow, and they were jumping and sledding off of it. And when the spring thaw happened, the hood was completely damaged. The windshield was broken. The steering wheel was bent. The T-top was broken. The flip tail was broken. The trunk was dented. The trunk cover, the bonnet, the trunk bonnet, the engine bonnet, not the front because it was in the engine. Yeah, it was worth a small fortune. And I mean, how do you go sue people from little kids in the neighborhood that you can't even find? And so they trashed my. I mean, the auto clubs locally were wanting me to race it. It had a dual overhead cam V6 with 2 carbs on it. It was insane, and it went over 230 miles an hour. And I was never ever brave enough to push it, because if you took your hand off the steering wheel, you changed lanes. It was that scary. Yeah, it went too fast. The car went too fast. But anyway, so I guess maybe I'm completely off topic here from the Sky thing, but I guess I still have I'm always looking for where I parked my car issue.
Yeah, right.
It's a separation anxiety for my children.
What a dream! I know. I mean, just real fast. Mine was about a little girl telling me I should be walking. You talked about you should be walking, right?
Right.
That's what mine was about. I was in bed, and this little girl with dark brown hair, wavy, parted down the middle, was maybe like 5 or 6, was leaned up against the side of my bed, and she was whispering in my ear, and she was like, it was mumbling. And 3 times I asked her to repeat that. I said, "What's that?" And I hear a little, whisper. And then finally, the 3rd time, she said, "You should be walking." So she said.
That is a spirit talking to you.
She said, and I'm like, I should. I said, I told her I agreed. I was like, "You're right."
You better listen. This one listen to.
I know.
Did you take your colloidal silver today?
I haven't yet. You said take it at nighttime.
And how is Alan?
Routine. Not very good.
Is he throwing up again, or did that cure that?
No, well, he's not throwing up, but he does feel nauseous and feels bad.
Yeah. I know. I'm seasick all the time too.
So,
maybe talk him into doing Om chant. Play that 528.
I know.
Have him try to even hum along with it. Play that 528 Om chant for him, and 528 Om chant, and have him in his throat hum along the same note quality, and see if that fixes his nausea.
Yeah.
It's spiritual, but it really works.
Right.
There's so much to that. The only way that I'll teach even more about that is if I have a student before me, because it's the coolest thing to watch when people really actually find source, and source opens up inside of them. And I've watched grown men cry, and it does. It affects you because it's so unbelievably powerful and beautiful when you realize it. And then all of a sudden, all of that answered lifetime question of why do I get goosebumps? Why does the hair on my arm stand up? Why does the hair on the back of my neck stand up? Why do the hair on my legs stand up? When you connect to that and you understand what that really is, it's the most beautiful thing you've ever experienced in your life, and you open up, and that's when the volumes of the information start transcending to you, and you become enlightened. It's called bodhisattva. You achieve bodhisattva. Anyway,
I hear you. Yeah, I will do that. I mean, I will talk to him about it.
Try it, because it's going to balance his inner self, because he's nauseous from what's going on outside of him. And if you do the Om chant and you go out and put your feet on the ground, and if you have a phone and you have 528 Om chant, and you pick there's a standard little Buddhist guy sitting there, and that's the best one. And if you turn that on and you put your feet on the ground and you go Om, and you match that tone in your sinuses, in the back of your throat, in your chest, and then your whole head starts to vibrate. And then you send it through your body, and you reach to Earth, and then you pull from Earth, and then back to the top, and then in a big circle. I swear it is part of self-healing. And we need that, man, to get a little bit of self-healing going here.
Right.
I even believe in laying on of the hands. I've done a little of that, but really I'm not going to go into the crazy Christian laying on of the hands crap.
No, I know.
Because there's too many groups out there to go, anyway. But there's a lot to that. I'm sorry, we went there right away in the early part of the show, and we should be actually talking about the sky.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Right, we're talking. I'm saying hi to people as we go. I'm trying to. But I see, Tara and Sabrina is here. Hi, Tara.
Okay, this time we have to completely blame me. I'm completely off topic, and I do apologize.
T-Racy, and Esther is here. Hi, Esther. I'm just going to keep going.
I'm going to blame Gillian. It's her fault. It's her energy level. She affected me.
Oh, good.
She got me.
My friend
I infected everybody.
Yeah.
Hey,
Shelly is here. Hi, Shelly.
Hi, Shelly.
And I'll just point out that she's also our moderator on TikTok. So.
Oh, by the way, everybody today that is listening to this show gets one free Cosmic Zonk or cookie from Sam because Gillian gave it to me, and Christopher's wearing that big smile, and he's affected. He's even turning even redder. So everybody out there is now about to connect to this energy level. And careful, Gillian spent a whole bunch of today cleaning, so you may end up cleaning your house and enjoying yourself. So have a good day.
That's I started the day washing the floors in room 6.
I know.
6.
I know you got. Well, I knew that because anyway, I read things. I know you got the cleaning bug. That's why I said it at the beginning of the show. And so you guys are all going to get. You're going to get a free cookie. Everybody listening to this program right now and in the future, you're going to get an electrical cosmic cookie buzz, and you're going to enjoy yourself.
You're going to end up hoovering your floor at 3:00 in the morning.
Hi, Laura. Laura, good to see you.
A metaphysical visit from Nibiru Followers Anonymous, Montana Skywatcher.
Oh, but now we're Nibiru-holics. What are we? Did that thing say?
Oh, yeah, I got to get that. I'll get that.
We need a support group.
Greetings, Alfonso. Nice to have you here. Thank you for coming. I hope we earn your subscription. I hope that you get to be a member of the Nibiru family, or even perhaps the Nibiru-holics. The reason I'm mentioning that is because we've gotten some outside influence that was kind of like downing us, and yet not downing us. They were promoting us as well. But we have a tendency for every time we get any downing or any trolls or any peanut gallery that go after us. And Gillian, I'm going to ask you to show off your shirt right now.
T-shirt.
Yeah, so that people can read it. And it says, "I neither have the time nor the crayons to explain this to you."
Oh, no. That's awesome.
And that has been, over the years, there have been a lot of trolls that have gone after me and said, well, my 5-year-old can do better drawings than you, Mr. Hofman, you lying con man, Jim Jones, Antichrist, whatever, all the crap that they've thrown at me over the years. And including I eat crayons. They put up a picture of me saying I eat crayons. And so, and I've never, the only time I've ever really used a crayon is when I had to steal a red from my children to do a Saturn's color, because the red pencils go quick. I don't know why, but they do. Maybe it's my daughter's using them as well. But the point with it is I don't use crayons, and the monthly site drawing is done with colored pencils from Gillian, and they're about 3 inches long now, and I'm using them. And I got some more from Mark, and hopefully those will be good. And those are like 7 inches long, but I haven't touched those yet because I want to use yours up first. And she sent us 2 books, and we love them, and thank you. You're seriously part of the Montana Skywatcher site drawing. So.
Right. Okay, I have that loaded.
Skywatcher Carlos, hello. We are glad to earn your subscription today.
Let's see. I think I've mostly caught up on everybody. I think so, but if
Everybody.
not, I'll get to you. I think so. But just for those that didn't hear this last week, we hi Carlos. That's it. Hi, good to see you.
Yeah. Karen
Yes,
is one of
and
these
everybody's
pictures.
joined his channel too, because he has a really awesome channel. Carlos does. So, yes, thank you for being here.
I see Tara talking as well, and thank you for Tara for being here last week on the show. I enjoyed your company. I was a little worried about your weather that went on in Houston. We're going to talk about that.
I'll be back in 2 seconds. I'm going to let.
Okay. So you're talking about Nibiru Followers Anonymous in general, just to say it bluntly. There's articles when you type in or Google Nibiru Followers Anonymous, it's coming up. Now they're trying to say that we're conspiracy theorists, and how we're claiming that there's two suns, but we know we're
not claiming. We've proven it for a fact.
Right.
We have 14 years. Actually, we have 45 years. I wrote a paper in 1978 describing our binary solar system. And the United States government does not come out of their hollowed halls all the way on the East Coast to harass and abduct or offer a job in silence or incorporate, because I was recruited for the Farsoon project, which has to do with remote viewing and my science skills. And that was how they described it. But they don't come across the country and bother people for being wrong. We have two suns. We always will, always have. A binary system is 83.3% of all solar systems have two or more stars. Look it up. Go ahead.
It's out there. I mean, you can find that information. It's not something they try to hide even.
And this
but
is,
when
of
you
course,
propose that
the
idea,
Sumerians,
then you're a conspiracy theorist. You know what I mean?
This is where the Sumerians were talking about the Anunnaki, the other people on the larger solar system. We are the smaller backwater. We are the factory planet Earth, and there's tons of information behind that. And I recommend, if you want to hear some of that background information, go to YouTube, Radio Wasteland, Samuel Hofman, and they show different shows, and go down to the category Pick Me, and there's 87 shows that you all need to catch up, because every one of them is a really good show. Unfortunately, they are dated, and because we talk about the current events, and so you have to take that into account, that what you're being described in those videos is not currently happening. We are now in a completely new, more wondrous state of being, including much, much larger planets. And they are here. They're absolutely, factually, really, really real. Go ahead.
There they are. Right. We have dozens and dozens of pictures. So, we know
dozens.
Clouds don't curve. Like, thousands?
How about tens of thousands? Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Right. I don't want to jump to a million, but in 14 years, we're probably at a million pictures.
It's probably possible.
Excuse me for coughing in the microphone. I got a dry throat.
Alexander. Hi, Alexander in Germany. He hasn't been able to comment.
Yeah, it's already coughed
for some reason, so it's working now. So it's good to see you. Good to see you too. Nice.
Thank you, Alexander, for all of your work. You are an excellent Skywatcher. And yes, we always benefit from everything you are a very treasured, welcome member of the family, and hopefully you're a Nibiru-holic. I'm going to joke about that for a few weeks, I think.
He is. I know. No, it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, the only 12. Hey, it's the only 12-step program. It's the only 12-step program where you don't want to get better.
Okay, let's get it to where everybody can see and know what we're talking about. So the other day, on Facebook, there's this new Meta AI, and I just typed in, "What is Nibiru Followers Anonymous?" So here's their answer. Let me 1 second.
Oh no.
It's priceless, Chris. You should read this.
Nope, that's not it. That's Tracy's response.
I went back after that post later on, and you wouldn't believe how some people reacted to that post alone. There were actually people that got mad about it. I didn't see it that way. Rebecca didn't see it that way. What's that?
You want to read it? You want to read it out loud?
Yeah, sure. I'll blow it up here. Nibiru Followers Anonymous, NFA, is a support group for individuals who were formerly devoted to formerly? Weird. Formerly, we are currently devoted to the idea of Nibiru, a hypothetical, factual planet believed to be on a collision course. No, we don't collide. We repel. We're stable, not paradoxical. The concept of Nibiru originated. Wait a minute. I'm going to take the cough drop out of my mouth. 2 seconds. Never try to read aloud with cough drops because you'll choke, Sam. We did it before. Okay. The concept of Nibiru originated from the writings of Nancy Leader. I don't think so. And was popularized by various sources, including books, websites, and online forums. Boy, is this thing uninformed. I wrote about this in 1978, and prior to me was Emanuel Velikovsky, and I believe he started his paperwork in the early to mid 70s, and perhaps prior. I don't have that fact, but I have watched this material. Go look up Emanuel Velikovsky. The idea of Nibiru has been widely debunked by scientists. I don't know who. And experts. Excuse me, you are talking to the experts right now. And NFA aims to provide a safe place for individuals who have realized the error. What are you talking about? Of their beliefs. And we are not in error. We are correct, and you are full of it, Mr. AI, and are seeking support and guidance to move on from the experience. No, to move forward with the experience. The group's purpose is to help individuals rebuild their critical thinking skills. No, we're actually showing you the larger truth and reality in your critical thinking skills. Overcome the emotional, psychological impact. Excuse me, we are telling you facts, not fear. We do not discuss the emotional, psychological impact. We try to give you the facts so you can understand it and come to reality, not the shit they're trying to cover us up with. And reintegrate into mainstream. God, no, I would never join mainstream society because I don't fit. They should join me. NFA is likely modeled after the 12-step program Alcoholics Anonymous, thus my joke, you Nibiru-aholics, with a focus on self-reflection, peer support, which we do. We self-reflect, we learn, we're cosmic, we meditate, peer support, we love our peers because, we are the Nibiru family, and personal growth, and we are all growing. That's why we are all here, because this is the new era, the new enlightenment, the truth, the fact that we've been hidden from all of our lives. The group's name and approach are intended to be humorous and ironic, and boy, they are. Acknowledging the former obsession, current obsession with Nibiru, while encouraging individuals to move forward and adopt a more, and I have no way to scroll down on that.
To adopt a more rational and evidence-based worldview, period.
Which is why we do the show that we do, because we are giving you 14 years of evidence since arrival.
Right. I agree, Rodney. They what they give us is like cartoon drawings of a red planet on fire heading towards Earth. That's what they give you, and that's the evidence. Or no,
right? And it's going to crash into us and destroy us, and we're all going to die.
Yep. So that's that.
Okay.
Asteroids are going to bash us.
But regardless, they are talking about us. I mean, I think
we need
they're
to concerned. Ask Meta AI if it wants to learn the truth.
Yeah, how do you
maybe we should sway Meta AI?
I
think we should talk to it. Send it a letter. Say, dear Meta AI.
Yeah.
I think you're direly misinformed about the realities of Nibiru.
Okay, I can teach it.
And we ask that you study our materials that we have posted
later.
Let's do it. Let's do it. We'll fix it. So let's see. What else was here? So
and I encourage all the members out there with Meta AI. Tell them they're drastically
we're all
misinformed.
traumatized because we've tried to explain it to people, and they're all like.
The Nibiru holics.
I know. This is a joke. I'm joking.
It's awesome.
we need to sue them to force them to stop insulting us with libel and slander by their claims that there is something medically or emotionally or logically inaccurate or incorrect in us. Because that is, believe it or not, that is a slanderous statement. Yeah. It is. That is slander because we know for a fact that Nibiru is real. Anyway, not that that's why I'm saying it's a joke. I'm not suggesting because I don't have the money. You know, if I was a multimillionaire, well then I would call Meta, AI tomorrow. Excuse me. But but then if I was a millionaire, then we would be in a whole different world ball game as well, and half of you guys would be up here in Montana with me, building a futuristic world.
Yep.
Right. I mean, between that
off grid, and you name it,
what they're saying on the major publications, I mean, they're definitely.
We'd be off grid, running up, Starlink. We'd be all hooked up to Starlink, and Christoper be pedaling the battery bicycle.
That's good. It's our new logo. I don't know if everybody has seen it yet or not, but
the thrills of youth. Yeah, you're younger than me. Pedal that damn bike. My battery's running low. Let's go. Come on.
And I haven't released the website yet, so you can't see. You can see it's blank or not. Well, there's a cover page. But Nibiru Followers Anonymous.io will be our website, and it looks good. I'll do a sneak peek. I have a short clip. We can take a peek. It's still going to change quite a bit between now and when it's done. Hopefully in the next week or so. It's coming along. Let's see. Here it is.
Christoper just popped out.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
But you can see, it's going to be colorful. I'm going to put lots of pictures in it. I can do pictures and videos, and I'm going to link it to our Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok. So it'll just branch out, go directly there. So the cool part is we can do whatever I want to do. It's pretty flexible. So, and we'll have, see my email address. That is Rebecca@NibiruFollowersAnonymous.io.
You should put the Radio Wasteland link below my picture.
I'm going to,
Thank you. Thank you.
And Montana Skywatcher Anonymous.
I apologize to everybody who's out there trying to be joining Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2. I'm only adding a handful of people per week. We've had to increase our vetting. It takes a whole lot way more time now than we used to. We're getting bombed. I'm getting bombed by bots from India and hackers and schemers. And so I have to go literally through one person at a time now. Before I would add a lot more people a little more comfortably and think, okay, well, I can go up because, if they act up, then we can boot them. But there's been so much activity in the wrong direction that I've actually had to, knuckle down and change how we do things. And so it's really hard to get into Montana Skywatcher 1 or 2, especially 1. And you'd be better off or easier to join Nibiru Followers Anonymous if you want to start with the general room. And then over time, if we get to notice you and your work, then we'll invite you into the other groups. But I believe, are you still adding people a lot more at Followers 1? Rebecca?
Yeah, it's busy.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
It's busy.
Yeah, and then that's the if you want to get in faster, because I don't have time, and I apologize, I don't have time to do homework and research and argue with people and throw them out all day long. Yeah. And we were adding 10 people, and I would throw 7 of them out within the first month. And I never enjoyed blocking. I rarely block anyone, and the trolls say I block them, but that's not the case. I just watch them and don't say anything.
I'm having less trouble with that than I used to.
So
I mean, most of the people that get added are genuine. They're, but I wouldn't say it's
well, I've kind of gotten a little out of the habit of adding new members regularly, so I need to go back in. I mean, I'm spending more time, removing spam too. Oh my God! Hello, Nibiru, Watch Africa.
Yeah.
Got some good work. He's got some good side work that I do enjoy.
He's doing a good job.
He's going to be on
research.
The show. I like his side research very much. It's been entertaining and informative.
Maybe in a week or two.
Trying to get this to move. Is it just like this just now?
That's all you can see. Sorry. It's not open to the public yet. Sorry. Sorry. I want to, but I want it to look right. Time. So, but yes, all the Wally.
At least we know it's there.
But it really exists, guys. And you saw video. Yeah, it's going to be nice. Although Wally is going to be with us. He's going to
do we have any idea where he lives?
Lagos.
No.
Where does he live?
I thought it was Lagos.
I do not know.
Yeah, he has never told us exactly. Well, he doesn't have to tell us exactly where he lives, but is it in Algiers? Is it in Zambia? Is it in South Africa? Is it in Zimbabwe, Tanzania? Ethiopia, Sudan?
We'll find out.
Where?
Lagos.
I like this map. It's helpful that I learned, because years ago when I grew up studying geography, a lot of these countries weren't named this, so they've changed the names many times on me over the years. So I haven't memorized the current country map in Africa.
I like them smaller. The names are better smaller.
Yeah. Oh, and then I have Audrey on here as honorable mention, because what she is doing, I mean, she's coming along and she's taking screenshots of the show as it goes along, and then she turns around and posts.
And she's in South Africa.
Of screenshots to Facebook into the different groups, and so it makes it convenient for people to, they can look at it and scroll through the pictures and see what they missed, and also see that they want to watch the show by seeing what we're talking about, I think. Good. So thank you, Audrey, for doing that. We appreciate that's a great idea. It was her idea completely. She just started doing it one day, and I'm all for it. And she called it Audrey's Podcast Picture Show. So I thought that was cute. So, all right. So we got all the basics out of the way, mostly, except I'll just throw this out here, and then we'll get started. But just, so you can know in the back of your mind that we got some changes coming soon. I'm not going to go into all of it, but it's exciting stuff.
There is a way that you folks out there listening can get on the show, and you can do a cameo, a few minutes. We'll give you a couple of minutes on live if you want, and you can express what you see or what you don't see, or any questions that might enable you to actually see the passing planets better. The number one thing we try to teach everybody is to look at the dark areas first in captures, as well as when you are outside in your home. I'm starting to patch out here. Look at the dark, look straight up, look for the dark stuff behind the normal clouds. And then once you see a big rounded edge, great example, this white line here is not just something going through the sky. That is the edge of the planet. The dark area to the upper right is the planet. The light area to the lower left is the normal sky. And that wispy cloud thing has to do with the light shining on the face of that planet. That's why those wispy clouds are forming. Those clouds are not around Earth, not in Earth's atmosphere. This is the cloud pattern off the side face of Isatim and Nibiru.
Yeah, there's no reason other than what we're talking about that would, make the sky do that. Consistently.
And a Saturn's yellow moon at this time, the capture at this time was apparently like a year ago, because the Saturn's yellow moon is just above the trees on the right at the horizon. See the little rounded blip, and then you can see the little wispy ion tails going up towards the upper right corner. That's the ion tail of a Saturn's yellow moon sitting in front of his Saturn, and then that goes all the way up to his Saturn goes straight to the dead center, above the first street light in the middle. You go draw a line all the way to the top of the page. That's the edge of a Saturn, and then the rest of that going to the upper left corner is the side face of Nibiru. And green asteroid is dead center. And
here's another.
What else is in Mitch?
I was just gonna say, here's another example of a shadow to the right of the sun. We have, like, I'm not gonna say dozens. I know better, but lots and lots of examples to show. It's just always
thousands.
Right
we have thousands of everything. Now, everybody remember that the planets are between us and the sun. So generically, we see the dark sides of them. That's why they appear so dark blue, because we're seeing the shadowed side of them. And only when they become side illuminated, like we just saw, where the cloud reaction as the sun starts shining on that side edge. Oh, this is Uri. And red asteroid and spiral asteroid, dead center middle with a sea trail going in front of it, trying to break up our eye. And what do we got at the bottom here? Oh, that's kind of cool. I take it back. Spiral asteroid is at the tree level at the horizon. So you have red asteroid. You have, those are those three in the front of the red asteroid that are showing. They're higher up in this one, so that makes this about 8 months ago or longer. Okay, middle of the page, all the way toward the right. You see that line goes from the top of the page all the way down to the trees. See the little wispy white clouds going over towards the right. That is the warm-up clouds off the side face of Uri. Uri has stripes, and they are light gray. If you look in the dark blue area on the left-hand side of that line, those are the stripes of Uri. Time after time after time, hundreds of thousands, if not, the M word. We have so many pictures that match over and over and over. And this is why we call it documented. This is why we call it fact. F-A-C-T. Fact. We proved it for over 14 years as these planets got larger and larger and larger. And you will not find anyone else out there giving you this information. And if they're out there, I want to know about it, please. Go ahead.
I just going to let people, especially on TikTok, know I'm having some trouble because my screen is lagging. I got the little circle spinning, and
it happened to me a second ago too. I
have 3 minutes to get the notification clicked on TikTok, or they're going to drop me, and I can't. If I get dropped, I'll connect back. That's just so you know. But it's just spinning.
Yeah, and
I
Gillian
can't even get back
out for a second there too.
Okay, wow.
There are solar flares going off right now. We are being affected by the back waves. I haven't checked it this morning, but my computer just did something. Okay, we did avoid a Carrington event last week with that big X-class flare. Of course, it was an 8.5. It wasn't an X10, but the wave actually went. The CME, coronal mass ejection, was just after Earth facing. It went in front of us, went beyond us, reached, and I bet anything that was directed toward the second star, and that thread connection between the two stars. And then that burst and that burp went around, and it might be hitting us again, because that wave, it's like a spinning octopus, and the arms will smack you a couple of times. It's in a bow rotation. And space is not what Einstein told you.
I think it's looking like I'm going to have to reboot. I can't even get back. I can't close TikTok down, but I can't. I don't know. So if I go away for a second, I'll have to just
Okay. I'm going to continue.
Sorry.
I'll talk for a minute. I do that.
You do you. You're doing great. Yeah, you're doing good. And then I'll get back and we'll get some videos.
Gillian,
Okay.
Gillian, why don't you tell everybody about your first finding, the first time you saw the big, huge, dark planets and the circles and the side faces and realized you were actually staring at the planets?
Wow. I remember back in 2017, before I even seen or knew that your site existed, because I was in South Africa, I didn't go on the internet, and so I didn't really see Nibiru stuff. And I thought when I went to the internet cafe and typed in Nibiru that, I'd only see maybe 2 or 3 little paragraphs somewhere. And there were all these sites all dedicated to Nibiru. So when one day I was going to karate and I went outside to go to the car and seen it looked like another planet sat next to the sun. And it was a fat it was bulging in the middle like I don't even know. It was, how the equators of planets bulge from their water?
Right.
It was bulging and it had stripes and it was mustard colored. And it was there. And the next night it was there again. So that was it. I went to the internet cafe and this time I really typed the stuff in. And
that was
out popped something called
Yuri.
Presenting.
That was probably Yuri because Yuri was rather small, about the size of a grapefruit in 2000. Yes, and as it rose up, and when the larger star took over and they came together, because originally the smaller soul was in the east, like it's supposed to be. And then when it came into the northern hemisphere, after you saw it, you were looking down at them at a different angle than we are up here in the northern hemisphere. And you saw them before we did at a different angle, which we're getting sightings of now from people like Audrey and Michelle Mountain and other people in Australia, New Zealand, etc. Robert, thank you. And then, people in Europe as well, and Hugo and all sorts of people. I mean, I want to thank everybody. But back in that time, you saw Yuri before everybody else did, and Yuri was on the left-hand side of the sun, but smaller, a smaller ball compared to the size of Saru and Nibiru. And we didn't really even recognize Saru and Nibiru per se in even the earlier shots, 2009, 10, 11, because all we were seeing was the illuminated object cluster group, lead asteroid, and all of her illuminations and the rainbow shit, and then that big blue Anno Domini shaft star that for years showed up on the left-hand side of the picture. Oh, what's that little bright flash over in the left-hand side? What is that? And when I first started with Montana Skywatchers, we didn't even really pay attention to it at first. And then all of a sudden, because we were spending a lot of time looking at Antarctica, live webcams and all that. And then the captures started coming where that thing kept showing up. And then so we started paying attention to that, and I blew it up, and I went, oh my God, there's a bunch of dots and black things there. And look at that, it's a cutoff of that star. That's why it's flaring the way it is. And then when I realized it was a cutoff on the left, all of a sudden I realized that there was a cutoff dark object on the right. And then Yuri was a smaller illuminated, kind of brownish, mooky thing. And then it went from the left to the right, and then got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And only at that point did we realize that we were staring at the dark sides of them, because of the star illumination of the second star, and B, our star. And then they rose up in our northern hemisphere, where they sort of came up from underneath us and yet behind us, which is why we saw it in the northeast sky, where now we're seeing the planets go beyond Earth into the west, northwest, and south.
It's different to watch them in the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere, because when I seen them at first, they were small. And then the two blue ones that came together looked like two together. And I kept calling them the twins, and you kept getting upset with me and saying, no, they're not twins. And I said, I don't mean them to be twins like they're the same. It's just like there's these two.
Yeah, there are two Titan size.
Two blue planets.
Yeah, and that is Nibiru and Saru. And they were very blue because they are covered in oceans. Saru is a green blue, and Nibiru is a deep ocean blue, or almost. Well, we'll just say navy blue. And when I started seeing them up here, the sun came up in the northeast sky, and then after that, I would look due south from here in Montana. I saw them, like the size of beach balls. If you were to hold a beach ball at the end of your hand reach, in the southern sky, and all the smaller planets beyond that, including Nana and Amelsaru, and we saw Matim, and Matim. Oh my God, we barely have ever seen planet Matim, and we should soon, maybe this summer. That'd be cool. I didn't take that into account. Oh God, I didn't. Hey, because Rebecca and I were talking about that asteroid. We were talking about. We didn't know what the hell it was in the south.
Blue going over the sun.
It was illuminating. No, well, it was rainbow, and it was rather round. It was a rather obvious round asteroid-like rainbow, almost dragon effect, like Tan asteroid does. But it was A, small, or B, it was in the south sky. And I didn't until just this very moment go, whoa, that actually could be Matim illuminating. Okay, but that's back into the pile of possibilities. So we'll have to work on that. That's the science we have to take into account and look for. We might be seeing Matim.
Yeah, because
that's the only really unaccounted for.
Yesterday, I seen something going over the sun that was blue, and it came down.
Well, that's the blue asteroid. Because currently the blue asteroid is very. Yeah, depending on where you are on the planet, blue asteroid is either crossing the sun above the left-hand side, just right above the sun, or on the right-hand low, just below the sun, depending on where you live. If you're in Italy, you'll probably see it in below right-hand side, just a micro measurement to the right-hand below the sun. And it's red, and it has a dot in the center of it. Now, if you're up here in the northern hemisphere, etc., you're probably going to see it on the left-hand, just above the sun, to on the right hand, just above, depending on where you are. Maybe the East Coast, maybe if you're in Europe, whatever. But out view and angle is minute where you are compared to the monthly site drawing. And I do encourage everybody to copy of it, pump it out, and screen capture, whatever you got to do, or join Nibiru followers, or try to get Montana Skywatcher. I am letting people in, but it's very slow right now. I'm busy. I'm studying. I don't have a lot. I apologize, but I don't have a lot of time, that much time vetting every person nowadays. Although I do a few a week. It's kind of, I believe it's kind of cool. And I have that again. I have to apologize. Yeah, okay, we got
Hector.
Chris. Yeah, Rebecca.
Hector's back, and Freezy is here. Hey, Freezy.
Okay, now I see you, Christopher. Now it's you, Rebecca.
We're back.
Was that my fault?
I had to. What?
They're back.
You didn't have to.
And Karina's here. Hi, Karina.
Hi,
Karina.
No, Christopher. We're all having problems right now.
Yeah, the reboot helped me.
Cool.
It's moving way smoother now, so it was well worth it. So let's talk about the tornado in Houston, Texas. It was pretty significant for downtown tornadoes.
Oh my God!
So I have a video.
It wasn't necessarily the tornado was the small effect of what happened.
Yeah.
The tornado was the small effect of what happened. What happened was there was a bow. We've talked about this before. It was a bow-like rolling storm at a 45-degree angle, coming literally at the angle as if it came from Alaska. And it was moving at 60 miles an hour. That was the speed of the storm. But the wind speeds were rated up to 128 miles an hour on the impact from the northwest Houston area into downtown Houston. And it blew out millions of dollars worth of windows and did massive damage. The last casualty count that I saw this morning was 7 people have died in that storm.
Oh.
And it was catastrophic.
Wow.
And it's going to literally, for a lot of people, it'll be a month, maybe 2 before they have to replace some major, the big tall tower, or the big electrical towers, those big monstrosities that run across the state. 10 of those were wiped out. And then not including the regular infrastructure throughout the entire area. So a lot of damage there, and there's more on the way. We have not seen the last of that kind of event, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse. And there's going to be a new event literally from Sunday through Wednesday is what I can tell you about. Sunday's going to be the start of it. It's forming now, but there's the jet stream going straight across the United States, and then in Seattle, Oregon, straight across all the way to the East Coast, and it's not straight anymore. It's doing this noodle dip thing, which is more like a radio wave than a straight line. And that is mixing with the undertow from the jet stream that's coming in off the Pacific Ocean over the top. We talked about this before, over the top of Mexico, into the Gulf of Mexico, taking that warm temperature, very, very moist air, and it's jamming and it's meeting that cold front that is coming in now from Alaska, running down along the sea, in Quebec, Idaho, and Montana, and that angled thrust, which is an aberrant low pressure system that is not directly related to that cross jet stream, but this repetitive pattern that is occurring is going to cause catastrophic winds, massive hailstorms, especially high winds, some tornadoes, but there's many states. Kansas is in trouble this week. Tips parts of Oklahoma. Texas is going to continue to flood because of these things and possible tornadoes and high winds, depending on the ground wind levels. And you have to watch your millibars in different areas of height and altitude. And then it's going to also reach all the way up into Wisconsin again as well. Probably for the latter half of the week, might be some effect on Wednesday and Thursday in Pennsylvania, Kentucky, Tennessee, Georgia, or Florida's in trouble. So, and that's all part of that across the Mexican Rockies event, that there's never been a jet stream blowing in over the top of the Mexican Rockies from the Pacific Ocean. This is new. It's happened within the last 2 years, and now it's getting a predominant moisture temperature increase, and then that matches that cross normal jet stream across the United States. And when those two collide and impact together, they're causing a catastrophic behavior we've never seen the likes of. Now, if you take into account the passing planets over the top of all of that, that is probably, I believe, in my estimation, that is being manipulated and pulling weather up multiple higher status levels, twice normal weather. The passing planets, Nepacity, the asteroids under Uri, etc., are causing up-level wind occurrences we've never seen the like of. And these storms, you watch meteorologists tell you, we've never seen storms this ever before. So what we're watching is a catastrophic event. This is the 180 days. The jet streams are all wrong. Earth is tipped. And if this isn't enough evidence for you guys that we're in deep shit, Sally, then go ahead and ignore me. But literally everybody in the from North Dakota to Texas this week, including parts of Colorado and Kansas. The eastern half of Colorado is in trouble too, because you're going to get high winds and snowstorms, and snow up here maybe in Montana as well. We're having some events as well. So everybody pay attention to your weather, because it's going to be a nightmare.
Speaking of nightmares, I had that video.
Sorry, I kind of took over your Houston story.
No, it's good information, and
yeah, I was in homework this morning, and I was looking all of this up for everybody.
Right.
Because
we'll each get our turn here and there over time, I mean, I know last year we had a big storm. I talk about, but so let's talk about Houston though. So this was on the 16th.
Yeah, I got to go up on my roof and fix it again. This will be the third time.
2 days ago for Houston. Okay, here we go.
Yep.
There's 1 million people without power right now.
Wow.
Earlier today, people were suggested to reach the ground as soon as possible because the winds were so strong that it was not safe to be in a high-rise building. The winds were up to 70 miles per hour. Absolutely.
Millions of dollars worth of window damage.
This is probably the worst kind of weather they have experienced. The winds were so bad that it literally almost tore this building to shreds. Look at the windows, guys. Absolutely.
That's the Wells Fargo building.
Well,
wow. Now, question is this a close pass?
The bricks have come down. I've talked to people here in the area. That's the entire...
Whoa, look at that building.
Oh my gosh. Electrical damage. I was got. It came on in 10 minutes. Wow. The storm was moving 55, 65 miles an hour, and it came in from the northwest. And weathercasters barely had time to warn people.
Whole clique full of singers. Recognize the real, recognize the strangers. You ain't from
Now, these storms are also happening in Europe this week. I checked the European weather, and they're going to experience this as well.
I'll be right back. Okay.
No frowns, and it's Saturday night, so you know it's going down. We get told up.
That looks like a rain bomb. Really. I've been in 3 of them. Yeah, I mean it. Like it's rain coming from all directions, slamming.
I tell them hold up, no duck, straight top, straight drop. Was on that motherfucking block like a stray car. I let her ride it like she wanted, she don't say stop. We on the same blocks, scrape up the same roads. Came up from rags to riches, all in the same clothes. Pussy, money, weed.
Driving down the street and everything went pitch black.
oh my God.
It's a tornado warning. We had to pull over and take shelter in this restaurant. The power is
Can't hear it, but
in the restaurant.
Wow.
There's a bunch of people in here who also had to just pull over and run inside. Lady just came in. I thought she was taking shelter. She did to pick up an Uber Eats order. It's a tornado. She did to pick up an Uber Eats order. This other man is picking up an Uber Eats order too. Oh my.
Be sure to explain to people what you call a rain bomb, Rebecca.
I'll show you one of mine, and after this, I'll show you one. Well, yeah. I've been in 3, and there's 2 that was terrible.
I don't know how the people explain this one away. This is weather we have never seen in our lifetime. And then they're going to throw climate change. Oh my gosh. Wow.
It doesn't even like come up as dark as it is. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
That's
no.
scary.
Oh,
That's
no.
scary.
So what is causing that shadow? How fast that onsets that fast? Yeah, you know, and this, you know, we were talking rain bomb, and I believe this is close past the necessity.
Ain't no way. No way. Nah.
All that glass. Oh my gosh.
People really need to get on board with what's really happening.
Yeah.
And this is why, you know, I've spent the last few years doing an update warning for people about the 180-day cycle.
1 million people without power after storms absolutely tore through the city yesterday. Storms like this were taking out trees, buildings, and anything in its path. Even skyscrapers in downtown Houston were having glass blown out of the buildings. As you can see right here, entire buildings were being just swept away from this entire storm, and it's not even
That was a nightclub. And in Spanish, the meaning of that sign is busy rabbit, or no, naughty rabbit.
2 of those people did lose their lives from falling trees, and 1 person lost their life by a falling crane. There was one story that has gone viral right now.
Actually, 7 people died.
Woman who had just
the death toll so far is 7.
She just lost her life when a tree fell across her car in her driveway. She actually went out. It was in the car because she said she was worried about the tree in her front yard, and so she went to move her car out of the way, and that's when the tree came down. So again, if you or anyone you know lives in the Houston area, please check up on them because millions of them are still recovering from the tragedy of yesterday.
This is coming soon to a theater near you, everybody. If you live from North Dakota to Texas, east, this is next week. They're going to have immense high winds, immense weird weather they can't even predict and forecast, and it's going to continue. As long as that moisture that's coming over the Rocky Mountains in a southern jet stream from the Pacific, very warm Pacific Ocean, goes over the Rockies in Mexico. This is high altitude, and then drops into the Gulf of Mexico, and then adds even more moisture. And then it's going to ram into our North American jet stream over the top and interact and react. And we will see this most of the summer. You know what those things are engineered to take? Those things are engineered to take 200-mile-an-hour winds. Why are they down? There are reports of 128-mile-an-hour wind. And that's not rotational tornado. That's just gust wind.
Wow. I did not know that.
We have to rethink how we live. We have to our trees around us. We have to rethink our yards. Oh, and let's talk about the fires in Canada right now.
I haven't heard much about the fires, to be honest.
Look at that.
Well, we haven't even gotten any. We don't even get Canadian weather anymore. It's like everything that we use, you know, all the stuff we used to run on every week is no longer even available. and you have to go out and search for it. I mean, hell, France is flooding, China is flooding, Asia is flooding, Pakistan is flooding, Kazakhstan is flooding, Russia is flooding. There's going to be, there's going to be a serious. On one hand, it's good for the drought zones in Europe, but there's going to be a serious European event this week as well, and sources talking. And I'm warning you guys. I mean, people, we're not in Kansas anymore, and this is what's happening everywhere. And we're trying to warn you about the 180-day close past planetary asteroidal cycle that's going on right before our very eyes. It's just not just climate change. There's bodies outside of our planet that are helping, not only causing it, but they're helping to cause these events. And this is what's been going on. What I've been warning people since 2011. We have to wake up.
Oh, yes.
Lorraine, be ready for inside storms. Yeah.
Possible storms.
Like millions of dollars in damage.
Oh my
God.
God.
I just went through a tornado, and I have this, and then I have
She's asking what you should expect in California.
How many times?
Did not hit me.
Be ready for anything.
And floods.
Oh, glass companies are rich beyond their wildest dreams of avarice right now. Glass companies and fence companies and tree removal services and roofers and we're talking economy boom. But I mean, how many times? And there's people now that went through a storm.
Oh, Germany?
There's people that went through a storm in April and they're getting hit again. By the way, it's Kansas's turn this week and beyond, and Illinois and Iowa and the scary thing is heavily popular for a lot of FEMA, by the way. There's a problem with FEMA right now and how they're going to pay or help pay for things. And that is, of course, created by a previous president, and we'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
And how is our economy going to work off that? Because these people now have to, all of that building. Wells Fargo, for instance, now has to shell out probably about $20 million to fix their building or more. I mean, maybe I'm underestimating, maybe I'm overestimating. I don't know. But they lost a few hundred windows, and I can't imagine how much each one of those massive pieces of glass cost.
So
Not to mention the structural damage in the building.
Right.
I hope they recycle all that, turn it into. They got a really cool system now where you take glass and you can use it like sandblasting.
Probably.
Sure.
And you can actually make a whole bunch of things out of the gold. We should actually go back to the old ways, glass, and get away from plastic. But I could talk about an hour for that. Sorry, I have a Coca-Cola hiccup going here.
Hector's asking about Brazil, Sam. Like, what specifically do you know about? They had all the flooding recently.
I can look at Brazil real fast in a heartbeat. Let me go to null school. Yeah, I'll pull out Sam's meteorological opinion for today is dun dun da da dun da da da. The jet stream is very hard and very wide and very strong. It is flowing from east-west. There's a rotation flow over the eastern coast of South America that is backflowing all the way up into Peru, which is good. We did notice that there was. I'll go there now. It's an amazing. God, look! Oh, excuse me. I'm dropping down to the. Oh Christ! You wouldn't believe the jet stream rotation around Antarctica has now enveloped at least 1,000 miles farther north. The rotational jet stream going on at the South Pole has drastically changed in the last 5 years. And it is way bigger than it ever was before. And I've been talking about this for, about a year now.
Yep.
The jet streams are panning out, and they're wider, and they're fatter, and they're more chaotic. Meanwhile, the equatorial region is literally empty of normal weather all the way around the planet in a very unusual way. And this has to do with the rotational noodle-like jet streams, which used to be straight wind, and now they're moving like lasagna noodles up and down with these cutoff lows everywhere. And there's currently one going from Hawaii all the way into Arizona. Is this null low thread things? They're not low pressure eddy circles anymore. They're now threads, low pressure threads everywhere that I've never seen before. So anyway, back to Brazil. I'm going to go into the chemicals first. That same area of the Amazon is helpfully being affected and nullified by the effect of that low pressure system off of the east coast of South America, reaching all the way over into the northern latitudes of South America. There is a strong cross jet stream eddy coming in off the eastern Pacific over the top of southern South America, which is strongly embedding outward into the Atlantic Ocean, causing rather unusual trade winds in that area, reaching all the way to Africa and then dropping back down into Antarctica in a rather unusual pattern. Okay, I'm going to go to the particulates and have a look over at South America. And standard, basically the same thing that I was speaking of earlier. No, here's something interesting. That flow that is coming off the Pacific of Hawaii, going over the Yucatan Peninsula into the Gulf of Mexico, is actually now headed southward, oddly, over Cuba and into northern South America, and then adding to the back rotation of that low pressure system that is covering the Amazon. There seems to be something going on in the Amazon, and this will help put those out. I hope that answers your question, and if not, then please say so. Back to StreamYard. Okay.
Yeah,
AW, thank you for your work. Here, are you still here? Say
Alexander.
Hi. Right.
Wow. Yes, in Germany, Alexander is one of his videos. So
kind of looks like my guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
looks like my guy.
Like, I don't know, Nepicity.
Oh, look, that's the bottom of Nepicity right there.
Wow.
Yes. Yep. You read my mind, Sam.
I saw that this morning in the north sky at sunrise. I saw this exact same thing in my north sky at sunrise. Little fingers, everything, all of it, the base cloud, the big core, the same old core cloud pattern that we've seen, God, all
I just showed you that, didn't I, Rebecca?
Incredible.
Oh, that I do not know.
That is Nepicity right there. And the real color of the sky is at the horizon in green.
Yeah.
Because Nepicity is actually putting up a refractive green to everything, including our atmosphere. And you have to watch for that. When they talk about these new big, huge supercells coming in, if you see a green illuminated sky above you during superstorms, you're looking at a close past Nepicity. Rebecca and I were talking about that. The supercells are under. They don't have a core illumination underneath them. But if you see a green illumination in the middle of a supercell and tornadoes and an open core and all of that, you're looking at a close pass of planet Nepicity. Now, planet Nepicity is smaller of all of Tim. Now, we don't know for sure if Nepicity is smaller than Earth, but it is Earth-sized in approximate, bigger or smaller, somewhere in there. Compared to Saturn is bigger. Okay. So when you see the core illumination, the illumination underneath, you know that it's real because it's way above our planet, and it doesn't. Even the eyes aren't telling you that, but that illumination comes from the sun shining underneath it. which shows you it's in proximity, and yet it is far enough and high enough away that we see the illuminated inner core of the drop cloud. If the cloud is below the atmosphere, it's the pole clouds, just like I was talking about with Antarctica on our planet right now. It has unbelievable jet stream activity we've never seen before. And so that is a show to tell that there's electrical behavior going on, and the storm patterns have increased, and the harmonics and the electronics, and bad word electronics, but the electric how do I explain this? The electric capacity of what our planet is doing and being affected by the magnetospheres of all these other planets, these other big electrical bodies that we are in the middle of. Earth is being enhanced and affected. Some of those clouds are ours. A lot of those are not. The ones in the secondary behind, that's probably a normal cloud. Maybe not. They could be asteroids. You can't take it for granted. You have to really weigh with your eyes look at. And we have seen a very, very large, close passive spiral asteroid recently again, and where it's just massive. And currently, we are seeing all the sightings that are coming in the last couple of days, like the day yesterday, etc., including today. We're getting a light pinch again because everything's murky and weird and odd looking again.
Does everybody
and all you
in
have to do is resort to the monthly Montana Skywatcher. Go ahead, please read that.
I was just saying, does everybody in the chat see what Sam is talking about with the green illumination? If you see it, say yes or no, so we can, he can help you understand it better.
Right. Right.
And Nepenthe has a particular green. It is once you see it, you go, okay, and it's always the same green. That is the side of Attu's moon. That's Attu's moon in front of Attu.
Guys, that's so obvious.
And behind it is the Titan asteroid and Uri.
Okay.
Yeah.
Karen sees it. Lorraine sees it. Experimental sees it. So they are Nibiruholics.
And the thing with it is, we've been watching it for years, and it is real, you guys. Yeah, there's the illumination of the side of Attu's moon. You can see the freaking craters on it.
Wow, look at that! Oh my God.
There are the.
Yes.
And that is the Saturn's yellow moon. So it's that. And lead asteroid is in front, right there to the left.
Yeah, that.
See that in the upper left corner is lead asteroid, and the Saturn's yellow moon is just center above the house. And then be over to the far left are other asteroids coming in. Same pattern over and over and over and over and over every day, people. And if they were clouds, normal, it wouldn't happen over and over and over again. By the way, this looks like oh boy, this is a red asteroid and little sister and big sister. And that flaring in the sun, where it's all that fingering and that almost sort of like religious halo, is because something is cutting in the upper left corner. And I would bet you dollars to donuts that's where the big three are. Big three asteroids. There's 1, 2, 3 of them there. Yes, there are.
That's perfect. That capture. I love this.
Which also matches Gillian's picture.
It always comes in from that angle too, like every time.
That's the red asteroid right there.
Yes.
And little sister in front of the red asteroid, and the little three. Hey, we can call them the little three in front of the red asteroid, because we've got the big three. We can go little three because there are 3 of them in front of the red asteroid. And they're leaving the little ion trail, the little straight paths. Yeah, that is the red asteroid and the little 3 and little sister and big sister. And over to the farther left, we will see above higher, we'll see the skull asteroid and the 10 asteroid to the left. This is the big 3 cutting into the top of the sun. And we should watch for it for the rest of the week or the month. Because we know they're there. Gillian's pictures are matching. The rainbow effect in her picture, and it matches the site drawing. Because we've seen sightings of it, which is how I do this. And if you look, there's a whole bunch of little stuff with it, which is why I drew or had drawn it in this month. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are completely on top of this story, and you will not find this information anywhere else. And it is brought to you by Source and Coca-Cola.
And cough drops.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ricola.
Yeah. And the cough drops. Yes.
I hope that I hope the Northern Europeans hear us bucking their product regularly, because I swear by them. I eat my Ricola 3 or 4 times per show. And they soothe my throat in ways that I can't find in American cough drops. Thank you. And then there's Fisherman's Friends that comes from Scotland. Oh my God. Ricola. Gillian's Fisherman's Friends. And I've got them right here. And the one is the purple package is Fisherman's Friends from Gillian in Scotland. Thank you. And those are something else. Wow, you eat one of those things. Wow.
And they're so tiny.
Not for the faint-hearted. Yeah, not for the faint-hearted. Oh, God, we are looking at asteroids and more. Yeah, I think cubes in this.
Whoa, look at that.
Oh, wait a minute. I see a face. Up to the upper left corner. There's the mouth. Yeah. It's got the skull asteroid and other asteroids in front of it. Right.
Yeah, I'm sure Scully's been around, man, because everybody's been seeing Scully.
See the skull?
Yep.
Yeah, there's the skull right there with 2 asteroids in front of it and many behind it, which I did draw in this month also. Usually I had the skull asteroid alone and then with some nearby, but this month I drew in the little ones, and ta-da, there they are. Because the source leads the drawing. I'm just the guy that does the drawing. And when you know it, there they are.
Don't you love it though? Like when you draw it, but it starts like making sense for you. Like even you see the comparisons, and even you are, pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, it's a mixture of it's a mixture of the stuff I've watched all week, and then the fact that I relax and just draw what I know is there.
Yeah.
And that to me is far seeing and remote viewing, because that's what we did, with the far seeing project. You just wrote down what you see in your mind. And A, I was recruited, and B, you guys have watched me do it for over a decade to the accuracy level that I am. And yeah, there's the skull,
Yes.
and
in Ireland.
we see it, we know it's coming. Yeah, this is an excellent capture.
Fisherman's
And
Friends.
this, of course, is the side of Uri. And oh, really? I don't know how you can love them.
Yeah, she's a fan. She loves them.
Okay, they're.
I gotta try them.
I got hooked on Altoids. I have to admit, and when I first put an Altoid in my mouth, I would sneeze. So, but I don't anymore. But I keep Altoids in the car.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Alexander.
they're tiny things, and they just about take your breath away. But my dad swore by them because he smoked and stuff, and then when he would get the cold and be all boxed up with the flu. Mm-hmm.
In the 80s and 90s, I was a chronic Trident sugarless gum chewer, and I always had a box of Trident gum in my pocket. And I got that from one of my roommates because he was a diabetic, and he used to chew Trident gum all the time, and I picked up the habit. And then I moved. Then in my later years, I I went to higher stuff and I switched to Altoid. No, it was the gateway drug to Altoids.
Perfect, Christoper.
Thank you, Alexander.
Right.
Awesome.
Wonderful work.
Video.
Yes,
Always.
Alexander, you're doing
Always.
wonderful work. Thank you.
Yes.
We do look for your material regularly, and when we find it, we go, "Oh, good, thank you."
Yeah. No, I search it out like every show. I really do. So I always. And
check out his.
I wonder if
I don't
his
know.
ears ring, and
right. I bet.
we're
Probably
talking
knows.
about him all the time in backstage and in PM, going, "Did you see Alexander's material today?" And yeah, I did. It's really great, isn't it? And we talk about it. And maybe maybe your ears are ringing. That would be a good thing. No, thank you. You folks are the ones that make this all work.
It's true. I mean, it couldn't happen if it was just one of us. Can
Yeah,
you
if I was,
imagine?
some guy
You
up
know?
here in Montana.
No.
Yeah, if I didn't have everybody else's pictures, I wouldn't be able to do what I do.
Right.
And that's how I started doing it, was just by watching everybody else's pictures. And that's why I formed Montana Sky Watcher, was because everything on YouTube was weeks old or months old or years old, and you could never get current daily information. And I wanted everybody to post their stuff, and then I would see what they saw yesterday, and then I could, and you got the date, then I can, start taking notes and go, God, did you see this in the sky on that date? And then I started backlogging it. And then over time, it became just a daily norm. And then we could see what we were seeing, going all the way back from, the South or Antarctica live sky cams, all the way to Mexico sky cams, and all the stuff that all these people would do. They take screen captures and their own personal captures, and we documented and dated all of this information, which has led to where we are today. The science has been handed to us by people around the world. And it works. I mean, NASA, quit lying to me. We know better.
Bear with me a second. That's not the updated version. So that's last
No
week.
worries. No worries.
We'll get there. Uh-huh.
I
Also,
think
I
we're there,
saw-
but we just don't know yet.
I was going to say, I saw a video, Christoper, online talking, and I don't know what he was talking about even.
Oh, I
I've
was
not
just
heard
saying,
it
come to the podcast. We had 15
You
minutes
were?
for the
Okay, well, I
podcast.
have it saved. I got to hear it. I want to hear it.
Gosh.
So let me see if I got it ready to roll. But I just, I'm curious. Wait,
I
it's not
got
saved.
some
Christopher, I still watch my older videos, and I'm always embarrassed
know,
over every video
too.
I've
Running out
ever
of ink.
done when I watch it again. So
I have a hard time just in general watching, whatever video. It doesn't any video of me.
yeah,
All of them. Oh well. So I usually don't. Anyway. Here
thank
goes.
you,
Okay,
Lorraine.
here we go. He's our PR.
For Nibiru Followers Anonymous, we're going to be starting the Citizen Science Podcast here in about 15 minutes. The Citizen Science Podcast featuring Samuel Hofman at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. You can tune in to the Nibiru Followers Anonymous YouTube channel and find us there. You can ask Samuel Hofman any questions you like, and we're going to be talking about the binary twin solar system, of course, freak weather events, and members post to Nibiru Followers Anonymous and Montana Sky Watchers 1 and 2 and all the other sister sites. So bring your questions, and we'll see you guys then.
That's awesome.
There he
Chris.
is.
Really.
Excellent job.
This commercial. I'm going to keep that.
Very cool.
Yes. I love
Yeah,
that.
yeah, very professional, very well done. I don't see any flaws in it
Yeah.
whatsoever.
Carry
I had
on,
my
he's
wife
very
hold the
careful.
camera, and of course,
I know.
I'm telling you,
I was,
I told
I
you
want more.
months ago that you'd be good at this. You are good at this, sir. And
Okay.
He's a natural.
don't feel embarrassed for a second. I couldn't do it that well.
Yeah.
You're you. You did it perfectly.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was like
Angle of
take
the
15.
camera, everything, sunglasses, you name it.
I wouldn't change anything.
Okay, well, just be sure to go. Hey, this is Christoper live in Las Vegas. Promote
Okay.
where you are, and then give us. Like you're the flash news
Right.
reporter on the scene live in Las Vegas. And other than that, you did fantastic. Promote you. Don't forget you.
I know.
No, seriously.
I know that
You were
feeling.
good at this,
I do.
sir. Run with it. Promote you. Say hi. I'm Christopher. I'm in Las Vegas from my, from the Nibiru live web channel or the Nibiru, Nibiruaholics group or whatever you want to claim. And then
I know. I wish I would have started doing it like a month or two ago, because now it's going to be 115 degrees outside.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Well, you can include that you're melting first. Hi, I'm standing on the street melting just for you. Note the sweat on my face, you people. I'm talking to you, so you'll hear our strong, important message from Montana Skywatcher Nibiru Followers Anonymous about the binary system. Go for it.
If we
run it, man. You earned this.
We got to get him up to 1,000 subscribers, and then he can go live.
Yep.
And you can do that from the comfort of your air-conditioned home, and just do a live and talk and whatever. You know what I'm saying? So, and there's ways on TikTok that you can show pictures. You can have pictures lined up, and you can talk and show pictures and talk about your pictures.
I have been talking to I don't drive, so I use Uber sometimes. So I've been trying to tell these Uber drivers about what's been happening, and just random people that I meet out in public. And,
perfect.
It doesn't really matter what they say back to me. It's just trying to come up with the first sentence to have you noticed
I looked
in the skies? No, that doesn't really work.
No, I know. No. I looked at some business cards. I'm going to get some business cards, and I'll send you some. And that way, you can just hand it and then say, "Here's all of our sites," which Experimental was asking. I mean, so it's not all Facebook.
I'm about to do that too. I'm almost at the end of my last cards. I've probably got 40 left of the gold cards. Should I keep the gold? Because it's a little more expensive. Do you like the gold cards?
Yeah,
I like the gold cards.
Because it's all about. This is all about gold. That's why I had the gold cards. I mean, they are expensive to make these gold cards.
The gold ingot. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm going to reprint that, and I'm going to have Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and I'm going to have your name on it in that as well, Rebecca.
Right. Cool.
And
I was going to do that too.
And then I'm going to list our sister sites and depending on how wording it. But I'm due to print new cards as well again.
Because there are times when
we'll definitely get used to cards.
And they're never going to remember all the sites names, So there's so many times opportunities.
Right, and when you talk to people and
the card.
Right, I'm
and you guys are official YouTubers. You guys are.
I can barely read my own handwriting anymore.
Right. We're social media influencers.
And if you have a request, and we are official. You guys are officially expert YouTubers now, and you're on your what are we 61, 62 shows? And 62. Okay, and I've done hundreds of these, and you guys are YouTubers now. Hey, you're that, and people, it's like I went to the post office like a month ago, and the guy goes, "Oh, hey, you're that YouTuber," and I kind of chuckled, and here's my mailman. I was like, "Oh, okay." So we just have to keep going here. And hi, Hector Lopez, and
yes. He has a question about
how are you? And glad you're here.
He wants to know what
Mexicali.
to expect.
It's getting we're going to have a very, very hot year. We're going to we got the tail end of the El Nino off the northern coast of South America, which also affects the that area and region of Hawaii. Believe it or not, Hawaii is flooding as well. Everything we know in our weather is completely different now because we're tipped. Earth has drastically changed places. The sun is rising in a weird place. My car compass is telling me wrong compared to what it used to say. I know I'm driving south and it's telling me I'm driving west, which is weird. Yeah. And then we know that the sun is coming up in an odd place. We believe that the second star and our star are separating. We can't fully prove it yet. We've had 5 or 6 submissions from the southern hemisphere that are correlating in that we're close to going, okay, yeah, it's really happening. I can't fully go there. It is expected. It is direly expected that this would be occurring right now, especially with the transition that we realize that the planets are now rising above us. They're not coming in like they used to. They used to approach us and then veer off and go away, and approach us and veer off and go away. And then they started approaching us and going partially overhead and going away. And then over 2021, 22, Nibiru and his Saturn started coming back in on our right-hand side of the sun, basically facing the sun. And then now they're all going above us because they've risen up and actually gotten smaller. Uri has become smaller. Atu's moon has become smaller. Even our views of Nepenthe, and Rebecca and I were talking about the other day, how we get to go back to some of the old drawings and stuff and some of the old picture comparatives, because they're matching what we saw a few years ago instead of the close overhead cut off of the sun entirely, which we watched for a couple of years, behavior from Nepenthe. She's risen up just high enough. Now she's causing a new level of devastation in close passes as well. Yeah, we looked at this. Rebecca and I looked at this in off-camera conversation in StreamYard. We didn't do a show on it. We did actually record something about this. This is some sort of intergalactic craft. I believe that this is the Empire orb with about 4 different ships around it, if not 5. The dead center between the eyes is where the Empire orb is, and the nose dot is the iris dot of the Empire orb. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4 Star Destroyers below it. And then the green hairline is an object or craft that is much closer than what is behind in what appears to be the lion face. And now remember, a great deal of lore and hieroglyphics and everything all deal with the lion, including where where the planetary group actually came from was out of Leo at the time. And and this almost looks like a lion with its white mane and everything. And this too falls into the lore and why people would carve it on a tablet, because they saw the lion. And this could actually just be the Empire orb with many different craft around it.
Incredible.
I mean, it looks like
we blew it up. We looked at it. We talked about it.
Where'd it go? Sorry.
Right,
but
and that's
I don't know. I see
that's
TV.
That's a crap.
Isn't that crazy? What's the white parts?
The white parts are the craft. They're Star Destroyers. Let's talk about the left eye. Look at that triangle. That's a Star Destroyer.
Definitely.
The nose is a Star Destroyer going the other way. The mouth is a closer, more square-like ship. The hairline is that little greenish blob is a ship way closer than all the rest, and it's headed towards us.
That is wild.
The white mane illumination comes from the Empire orb glowing in front of a larger object, like the lead asteroid in the upper left, just above the head, is the lead asteroid, and you can see the little white stripes on it. It's purple.
Okay, and
except I have it blown up, and you can't see that.
It's creating like this halo effect. What is the halo?
Right, that is the illumination. That's the ionized illumination of any object that is close to a planet and has power, and they connect electrically. And anytime you have accelerated electrical connection, it's like a 4-foot office tube lighting in the gases of space. All of those accelerated particles illuminate. They give off light.
So that's not.
So the connection between the lead asteroid. No, correct. It's way up in space.
Wow.
Okay, I'm out of pop. I'll be right back.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Look at that.
Wow.
That is
okay.
wild.
Oh, it
Absolutely
is
wild.
very. It's like he has a green mohawk, even. You know, like
Yeah, I was looking at it. Do you know what popped into my head? Cruella de Vil. Cruella de Vil.
Yes, I see it.
Do you see it? I mean, it's so weird. It just like dunk in my head. Like, sorry.
Yeah.
All those nasty Disney movies when I was a kid, you know.
Oh no.
I'm just looking at it. I'm one of
Who
those
sent this
people
one
that
in?
I don't recall. It was one I found on
Okay.
being
Oh, cool. Okay.
being shared. But
Yeah. Now,
okay,
when we
so
talked about this off show, what? Excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's
when we
okay.
talked about
It's
this,
okay.
I blew this picture up on my computer. I have a 43-inch screen, and we blew it up. We talked for about this one picture for an easy, probably well over a half hour. And I looked at it, and I looked at it, and I looked at it. And to me, it's the Empire Orb with many different craft around it, and it's being illuminated because of its placement. It is beyond Earth. It is somewhere near Atu's moon, which we know is past Earth and now being illuminated. And I looked at the pixelation in this photograph, and I blew it way up. And because I got to scroll, in fact, after I save a picture, I can scroll in and look at all the pixels. And I looked, and this is not Photoshop. This is natural pixelization. It's normal. So this, I am very sure, because I looked at the green blob. Look at the top green blob, and that squiggly illumination. That is the front end of a craft that is, and it's also, there's a green glob around it that is nowhere, there's no other green in this whole picture that matches that green. And that shows me, and it's more intense, it's more bright, that shows me that it's an object that is much closer than the rest of what we're looking at. Because the other green is more of an army green, and then an army dark green, and then a gray black to the side of the face, if you want to call it pareidolia or whatever. These to me, the white separations of the eyes and the nose and the mouth of what we're looking at, they're completely separate. Then they're not illuminating the facial of the dark military green. So that tells me that there are objects in front of it, not next to it. So, and then in the central area, you can see a big circle, and it is the Empire Orb in my estimation, with ships around it.
Right.
And they might be parked there on purpose to scare the crap out of it. I don't know. You know, I'm not going to put it beyond them. I mean, Christ, we've got the Skull asteroid, for God's sakes.
The top wavy green,
Excuse
you know,
me?
that looks like it's mohawk.
That's a ship that's closer to us. Yeah, that's the front edge of a slightly tipped ship that's headed towards us. We talked about this.
I agree.
I don't think you got what I was saying back then, but yeah, it's a completely different green. It's more of a salsa verde than the rest of the green in the entire picture. It's like ground, you know, you get ground herbs, and it turns a plant green. And the rest of the picture is a military green followed by a dark military green. And they're completely different greens. And I think that's a closer object, that green blob immediately around that squiggly white line is the object that's coming towards us and way closer to us than the rest of everything we're seeing in the picture. I truly believe this is the Empire Orb.
We don't need this.
What'd she say?
What'd she say?
Can you scroll it? Where?
She says creepy looking. And I'm like, yes, I don't feel like we need it here. But it's here. So
we also had that conversation as well. You know, you want to talk about creepy? Oh my God.
Oh.
Remember what we talked about, you know, when I got face planted into the screen?
Okay.
Oh
right.
my God. Yeah.
Like by an
That was
invisible
creepy. This is
entity.
entities. Yeah, that's freaking creepy. You can worry about it and don't let fear drive you. But when you get face planted into the keyboard, then you end up bleeding all over the house. Then worry about it. We'll leave that story for another. Until people beg. I've talked about it in past shows. Go look them up, please. Anyway, this is 180-day cycle.
Is this more from like Uri?
Bingo.
Uri.
Yep.
That's the look of
This is the salamander asteroid group coming in for a close pass. The illuminated object just left of middle, above the corner of that building, is the tan asteroid.
Wow.
See how it's illuminating?
Yeah.
All of that red is what I drew in this month as orange. Check it out. Look it up.
Wow.
I'm going to get your slides back. Your drawing it back. Pull back up.
The 180-day cycle is happening right before our eyes. Do I have to scream? Do I have to warn people? When the hell are people going to start listening? I'm warning you. This is happening.
Look at that.
I'm calm. I'm trying to entice your imagination and scientific reality. But we're in deep shit, Alice.
Yeah.
We are. We're in trouble. Watch what happens next week. Tomorrow. The day after. We're in trouble. We're in the 180-day close pass planetary cycle. Whether it's the planets or whether it's the asteroids, they're damn close and they affect us. Mentally, physically, weather-wise, gravitationally, electrically. Yeah, it messes with your head. It'll dump you into being the most melancholy, hopelessness that you've ever experienced in your life. And then you're going through your life like, oh God, I don't want to live like this. This is scaring the hell out of me. If you feel that coming on, walk away from it. Tell yourself it's exterior. Because we have 3 planet moons. We have 3 negative charged lunar passes every day now. First, we had Atu's moon, right? Then we had the Uri effect, and then we had now we're having Saturn's yellow moon effect, and then it's all electrical. It's all connected. Everything, all of us in here, out there, we're all connected. And when they do the thing, including the crossing of the 2 stars, all of this it's this huge cycle going up. We're passing from the bottom of our galaxy. Our solar system is moving from the bottom of our galaxy through the middle electrical strong wave properties of the galaxy right now, and we're going to soon rise up to the upper part for the next 300,000 years, and we're going to be doing our little spiral sideways swimming, almost like a sperm, pardon the expression, or a radio wave. This is an illuminated asteroid. This is the red asteroid, illuminating in the front of Atu and Atu's moon. And we're seeing a doubling.
Flaring a lot. These colors like double.
That's the bottom part of this picture. So just so you all know,
that
is
showing us 2 similar. Oh, look what we're looking at. Look what we are looking at. We're seeing okay. Well, let's start with the smaller illuminated top object. Okay, it's cut off by Saturn's yellow moon.
Wow.
And yet the refraction sun in the center is actually overdubbing the edge of its Saturn's yellow moon. And if we look at the lens flaring, they're different. They're not the same. The one on the left has a nidge out of the left. The one on the right is smaller and does not have that. Are we staring at the 2 stars separating? Rebecca, save this photograph. This is number 6 because they are not the same size. Therefore, this is not a glass double. There is no cut-off cookie bite on the object on the lower left, is there?
No.
There is the halo illumination. There, okay. Yeah, there is the halo illumination. Go back to the other one. It'd be better to describe. Please. I apologize. That was rude.
This one or the first
See that
one?
orange?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Just keep it right there. See the orange?
Yep.
See the halo?
Yeah.
What happened? What do we know? What when we see orange and brown in a pic? What does it mean, Christoper?
I Saturn Jello Moon. Right.
Planet
No,
cut it.
it means serpent.
Oh, it's planet
Planet
cut
cut it. It is. Yeah, that's why you see the brown and the orange, and that is happening. Is that okay? See the ion tail on the right hand side.
Right.
Okay, you see the blue nib above the 2 lights in the upper right to upper left. See that blue? That's the blue asteroid. Okay, you see to the left, and that flaring that splits into 3 on the right hand or left hand side of the larger sun, the normal sun or our assumed normal sun. See that 3-way split?
Yeah.
That is the big 3 cutting in.
Wow.
But I think we are seeing our soul is the upper right, and the standard red is the middle left.
Wow.
Because the flares don't match.
No, not at all.
Intensity does. The light intensity matches. And if it's an asteroid, an illuminated asteroid does not match the brightness of the sun. And in this capture, they do. Remember, we got to work through it. You got to work through the science.
Yeah.
Look at the dark areas. Now break your brain and look at the dark areas, not the suns.
Right.
What's it telling you?
At the 5 o'clock position where there's that round rainbow, what is in that? Is that the lead object? Or
No. Well, yeah, that's where the lead object would be in front of his Saturn's yellow moon. Correct.
Okay, so the whole dark edge at the top right is a Saturn's yellow moon.
Correct.
Okay.
See the ion tail going straight across? Yeah.
Yeah. I see it now.
And then to the left, you've got the big 3 coming in at a 45 or 40 or 37 degree angle from the upper left coming into, which is causing the flaring.
Right.
Even though you can't really see it, it is occurring. There's also a cutoff on the right-hand side, which is Saturn's yellow moon, which is why there's that rounded oval rainbow, because it's cutting into land, and when it cuts into a planet, we see an orange to brown. Okay, and then on the left behind it, of course, would be Uri and Saru and Atu above in the upper left. But we know Saturn's yellow moon is in the right. We know Nibiru's behind that. I mean, it's all there. But the thing is, the central sun is not fully round. It's a world.
Yeah, it's
and that
like,
blurb on the lower right is a cut-in blurb. And that cutoff on the upper right object that's slightly green tinged, it's the same intensity brightness as each other, so therefore it has to be 2 stars, literally.
That's amazing.
so I have a question. And I agree with Hector to ground yourself and hug a tree.
Yeah.
So nice, good advice.
And then Hector, Hector, do that with bare feet, and then try 528 ohm chant. And then kiss the tree and watch what happens.
Yeah.
Oh, I guarantee you're going to get an electrical jolt from hell in your lip.
Walk barefooted, yes.
Well, you'll turn your body power on, and then the earth and you and the tree and the ground will all become the same harmonic. And then you'll get an electrical discharge. You should see what you can do with magic.
30 minutes or?
It's a kind of magic. What's that?
Do you recommend like 30 minutes with
Christoper,
on the ground or?
No. I mean, within 5 seconds.
Okay. Cool.
Christoper, once you learn to touch source, once you learn to listen to Mother Earth, because you were born here, you already know this shit when you were inside your mom in the water. You already know this. You've forgotten it. Dude, all you have to do, and you don't even have to touch the ground. You have to think about it, and you're grounded. Om chant, and the goosebumps. When you get the body rush goosebumps, you are connecting to a cosmic source that goes galactic, and all the way through every connection of every human of your bloodline that ever lived is all connected to that, including the universe, because you are from the universe, and so was everyone who ever lived before you, connected to you. All of that is inside you now. All you have to do is open the door, shut the hell up, and listen. It's yours. You earned this. All of your, like 15,000 years ago, the people that frickin' struggled, and they were all out mining their wheat and all. What did they want? They wanted their children not to starve. They wanted their children to have a better life. You are connected to all of that.
Incredible.
And that power is already inside of every one of you, and every one of us, and every one of me. From now until future and the past is all connected. I met alien races. Their higher harmonic changed my higher harmonic. My higher harmonic is changing your higher harmonic. Your higher harmonic is changing everyone you meet. We are changing the world now. Period. All of this is proven. We can't go back. We know that this is happening. We know the planets are here. We know there's alien races parked right over our heads. Question is, who's going to listen?
Don't you think though, it's mostly meant for certain people, if not, it's like
no, it's meant for everybody.
It's for everybody.
It is for everybody. Only it is you. We are living in a free will state, but they get to choose not to listen.
Yes.
They get to choose not to listen, or you choose to listen.
So if they don't listen,
the message is real.
What happens to them?
Okay, well, the same thing. Tomorrow, Gillian, you're going to walk out your front door and you're going to say, "I'm never going to look up and see Nibiru ever again." That's the choice. How do you choose that? How can you say, well, this doesn't matter to me. What can I do about it anyway? And I've heard that 1,000 times. I've been doing this for 14 years. And the information is, ladies and gentlemen, we live in a binary system. Everything Einstein told you was wrong. You've been lied to. They've been collecting money from you at church every Sunday and in your taxes to keep you down and submissive. You aren't aware of that there is more to what we are. There's more to our government, more to our people, like me, for instance, that were shut down in 1980. I couldn't tell you guys this for 30 years. And they threatened the shit out of me. And I actually wish I would have just called their bluff and done it anyway and let them deport me and my family. I'd be living in Holland. I'd get a 3-month vacation every year and I'd be wealthy by now. No, look at this right here. This planet in front of you. That is the bottom of Atu's moon. It's purple as fuck. I dropped an F-bomb.
Uh-oh.
It's purple as hell. That's Atu's moon. Damn it, that's a moon right there, and it is affecting you. It makes people uncomfortable, makes people crash their cars, makes them yell at their children, makes them do stupid things or cut their finger off while making salad. That's a damn moon. We've been watching it for a freaking decade. Wake the fuck up. Look, that's two. All right, I'm done. I'm going for another Coke. Oops,
Okay.
I don't need one. I just need to drink. I'm mad. I am. Damn it, we've been working for this shit. If you've ever seen that in your sky above you in your freaking entire lifetime, I dare you to argue with me.
Right?
Right.
Yeah. If you see something like that and you don't wake the hell up.
Every day, too.
Every
day.
It's screaming my ass off, publicly taking shit from everybody that ever walked the bench. That is Atu's moon. If you ever saw that in your entire life, ever growing up, I'd argue with you.
It's a good question.
Sam, when you get back, Experimental has a question about the difference between Atu's moon and Uri, which they do
Okay,
both have.
I'm going to go out in the living room and I'm going to.
Yeah, Uri is a little bit more.
I'm
droopy.
taking 25 steps out in the living room. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
What I'll do is, okay, Tim, I'll make a post and we'll do comparison pictures side by side to show the difference, because Atu's moon is way more rounded and bubbly, and Uri is a little bit droopy and disfigured. That's my professional explanation. But I
trying to find the words, the adjectives that describe stuff when
I know. I do have some bubbly Atu's moon. We'll see what we have. But this again, Atu's moon, Atu Uri, and remember that angle on the left side of the sun for the salamander group I was talking about? It's always at that tilt. So, and light blue, dark blue. We see it all the time. But you can see it's up
Sam's card,
right
Audrey.
there, and then in front of something else. What's that?
Audrey's
you're
asking for Sam to
I know.
show his
You got his card.
I did.
Yes, Audrey wants to see it.
Well, the
That's
thing
so
is,
cool.
I've got
the card, yeah.
I've got
Chris.
easy 10,000 pictures of Atu's moon alone.
Yes.
Some clouded, some completely visible. Jesus has photographs from New Mexico where the damn Atu's moon is so directly above our heads, you could reach out and touch the damn thing and tie a string to it like a balloon. I've watched it for years. I've been warning people about it. This is a close pass with the asteroids, and this is actually lead asteroid, red asteroid, and spiral asteroid, very close. I would say that this picture probably comes from 21 or 22. That is the close pass 180-day cycle of the asteroids underneath Atu's moon and Uri. White area is Uri. The purple area up on top is Atu, and above that dead center is where Atu's moon is. We've watched this. We have thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures of Atu and Atu's moon in electrical discharge and planetary passes. Atu and Atu's moon are the most numbered captures by itself that outweighs all the other planets combined. We know what Atu and Atu's moons look like. That picture, that's why I went off, because it's there. That doesn't exist in our sky. We've never, ever in our lifetime ever seen weather like this. And
It doesn't look real.
Rebecca, myself, Gillian, Christoper, we've devoted all of our efforts trying to warn you people that we are in dire trouble. Planetary, politically, emotionally, metaphysically. All of these things, you people, it is dire. Look at that. That's a roll-in wave of underneath Uri. Those are asteroids. This is what Wormwood is all about. This is what that big legend about Wormwood or Apophis or 18 other things that I could attribute to the internet gossip and everything, and or legend lore throughout many different cultures and civilizations. This is they all match, and we are in such dire times right now. And I've been screaming about it since December. Like, oh shit, this year we're going to be in trouble. And am I wrong, Christoper? What's happened? What happened the moment we called 180-day cycle? What happened?
Everything started happening right away. And it's gotten gradually worse over the weeks have gone by. What, we called it at the end of March?
Yeah, 23rd.
The 23rd of March. So, yeah, it's been, this has been
China flooding, Europe flooding, Russia flooding, Kazakhstan flooding.
Awful.
Don't forget
India
the hail.
flooding.
Don't forget snow.
Oh, yeah. Millions and millions and millions of dollars of damage worldwide. Billions of dollars worldwide.
Billions.
I don't think I'm going to forget. And oh yeah, look at this.
That is a planet.
Yep.
Those are not our clouds. The small micro clouds belong around the other planets. There's 2 of them right there in the moon. That is Attu's moon, Attu, and Nepesity behind it.
Incredible.
It was taken probably almost a year ago, maybe sooner. That is the edge side of Nibiru and is Saturn. And you can actually see Amel Saru and Nana in this. And they are dead center, top middle.
I took this a couple of days ago.
Yep. You have Attu's moon, Attu, and Nibiru, or Nepesity, behind it. See the base core right at the horizon?
Yep.
And the fingering?
Yep.
Attu's moon, 1, 2, 3, stacked. Time after time after time after time. That there again is the blue area is the side illumination of the side of the planet. Everything in the upper right-hand corner is 2 separate planets, it's Saturn and Nibiru. And the little blobs in front of it are the smaller stuff, including in the middle, upper middle is Nana and Amel Saru. Over to, just move it. Yeah. Get some photos, T. Racy.
Okay.
Yes, ladies and
For some
gentlemen.
reason, I can't type in the chat, and I can't figure it out. So,
like in this picture, I noticed
you have to go out and then come back in.
That's
I
maybe
found that things don't work for me, and then I go out, come back in, and then they do.
Yes.
Okay.
But
What were you saying, Rebecca?
hey, you should try.
Try what?
Yeah, let's not do pareidolia.
Oh,
Yeah.
but I see it.
No, look at it.
Somewhere right about in there. Okay, those 3 lines, that's the long box cube.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a long box.
Rebecca, you know that. You know that the long.
The odds of these objects forming faces is really peculiar. I'll just say that it is. It's that the spacing and the
Well, we lay on our back and we stare at the clouds and we see the elephants and we see the giraffe, we see the clown, we see, hey, that looks like a car, that looks like a truck, that looks like a jet airplane. Pareidolia, and the reason that we have this gifted ability in our imagination to see these faces is why all of us are artists and right brain thinking. So we see other concepts. We look outside the box. It's a good trait, but let's not go there and break science. It looks like a face, but it's not a face.
It's right. It's obvious.
And, I've had a lot of folks talk to me about being more serious on the show. And Sam, you're always joking and laughing, and you guys spend a bunch of time off topic, and we'd rather watch the stuff. But guys, if you don't like our show, let us know. I mean, if you have some suggestion, we'd love to hear it. We're not going to take it personally. We're all quite secure in our status as experts of the Nibiru solar system, and every one of us has earned our accreditation and placement here today. Gillian has a great, vast log of research behind her. And she has given me plenty of examples over the years that she is a very well-learned intelligent young woman, and we appreciate her. And Christoper has grown very quickly through the ranks because he has shown his abilities. And Rebecca has spent quite a few years doing comparatives of my work and carrying on and understanding and seeing the planets as well, and making a major effort to get that information out to you people. And that's why I drastically suggest that if you're not a member of Rebecca's YouTube channel, subscribers, do so now. Like, subscribe, you hit the notice bell. We're being blocked in many ways. Earlier, prior to the show, I turned the computer on. Rebecca and I are kind of talking, and then bling, I get a notice, and there comes a message from Rebecca that she sent 5 days ago.
Yeah.
So that's an example of what we got going on.
You gotta love that.
And we talk regularly, and you'd think I would have gotten that 5 days ago, but no. So we're being messed with. We're being screwed with. If you guys want us to continue, Rebecca is paying a small portion every month out. I am as well. Other people as well. So please donate, even bucks, $10, 20, 100, 1,000, 10,000, a million, depending on if you're a philanthropist. I am being silly. I'm being joking. But ladies and gentlemen, we need your donations.
I don't think so.
There's ways to do that, etc. Look at this. Look what's going on. What else going on here? What are we looking at?
Donation. Thanks for reminding me. I'll show that after this video, so people will know where to send it.
Is that an illuminated object that is passing from east to west?
It was the auroras.
Against our weather?
Oh,
it
wow.
was the auroras.
Are you sure that's what that was?
That's what is being shared through.
That's what they're telling you. You know what those are?
Asteroids.
Bingo.
Yes, I wondered.
They're self-spatially illuminated in our upper ionosphere objects that are passing over and dragging our storm cells to 58,000 feet, because that's the only damn way our weather system can go up twice its normal height, is unless there is a passing body going over the top of us. And look at what the angle and exactly where it goes over. Argue with me. Necessity right there. Those white dots are not stars. They're debris.
Hi, Philly Pam. And there's Howie T. Hi, Howie.
Wow. Yeah, I don't see any stars.
No, it's weird, isn't it?
Mm.
Suddenly you just don't see stars. You just see all this color night after night after night.
Yeah. Well, that was the problem I had before I met you guys. Like, I couldn't see any damn stars in the sky, and it was freaking me out. And I didn't know what was going on, and it yeah. And then
anyone tell me when go back, look up the Aurora Borealis in 1997, 1987, 1977, 1967. There have never been this. The color scheme, yes, yellow, greens, whatever. We've never seen red. That's the side of a couple of planets right there, guys. Those illuminations, not only are they affecting our Earth, which is our north and our south pole, but they are affecting the planet sides as well. Their north pole, their south pole. That's why we're seeing it illuminate at night in the sky in a manner we've never seen before in our entire lifetimes. And you wonder why I get irritated. I've been trying to communicate to everybody for over 14 years. What is it going to take for you to get on board? There's a base cloud in the right lower corner, right there, right in front of your eyes. See that orange?
Mm-hmm.
The base rotating base cloud on the bottom of planet Nibiru. Argue with me. I spent 14 years trying to warn you guys. I spent 44 years knowing about this. I'm not making, you can't, Rebecca, You can't make this shit up.
No.
I tried. I tried to come up with ways that they were making this up. You can't make this up. I mean, maybe no, this isn't it. This is happening.
Welcome to the electrical universe, not Einstein's bullshit story they fed you at school. So you keep paying taxes and paying the church. Well, they did me.
Yeah.
I graduated in 1978.
Right.
And right after, I had early graduation, which they conned me over and lied to me, and I walked around and went around them. And then I took the county test because I paid for it out of my own checkbook, and I passed flying colors, third year junior in college. So early graduation. I worked for early graduation, and I have 4 college credits in religions, and I have minor degrees, not worth going into, marketing, etc. Media marketing, anyway, as well. It's a side thing. I did actually I went to school, to be part of what we're doing today. And that's where the radio voice comes from. I went to this class, and I'm paying. The teacher, the voice teacher, went to. He threw me out of class day 1.
Oh yeah.
And he was mad at me because I hit the top sounds of the top 60, playing for you in 3 in a row. We're gonna do another hit, that kind of radio voice. And he said, well, give me your best radio voice. And I did, and he threw me out of class. He said, damn it, I had to pay to go to school for it for, like 5 years. And you walk in here day 1, freshman in this class, and get the hell out. And he was mad at me at first, and later he came and talked to me. He says, but you don't need this class. And, I did that with my brother. We used to do when we were kids in the old cassette tapes, we did radio programs.
That's cool.
So that's where I learned it. But anyway. Yes, the top sounds of Nibiru Followers Anonymous, bringing you the binary solar system and the top hits of what's currently happening. Lead it away, Chris.
Yes, it's a natural. It's a natural. Oh boy.
And the point with it is, I'm trying to get everybody. Hi, Jennifer Lynn. Okay, I'm trying to get everybody on board with this shit because I'm not some crazy asshole up here in a Montana freaking hermit cave telling you a bunch of shit out of my ass. What is this going to take? I mean, we got 500 views. What the hell's going on?
I know. It's crazy.
Christ, you guys. Hey, everybody from frickin' North Dakota to Texas is deep shit. And we got 500 views? Huh?
No
what do you do? I mean, I don't know. I'm racking my brain all the time trying to figure out what is it that cracks the code.
And we're the nut job alcohol. I mean, excuse me.
Alcohol.
Yeah, we're the Nibiru-aholic Anonymous, trying to do our 12-step program to walk away from our delusional state of addiction.
I know. I had a big shot of Attu's Moon this morning. I'm just not doing good. Guys, help me.
Big jar of Attu's Moon.
Oh, I know. And you know what? I'm highly addicted to this Nepacity rain balm, and I inject it intravenously every morning at 9:45 a.m. And then, you know what? I see Jeff Goldblum and hamsters. Hamsters, I tell you.
Yeah, they probably unzip their skins again.
I mean, Christ, you know what? Yes, I'm sure, Christopher, you do know the effort, and tell these people, because you've experienced this from coming in out of the clear blue into what you now know as very close friends. But before, and Rebecca will attest to this, and probably Gillian as well, is like there's this, I talked to Samuel Hofman, and there's this persona celebrity fear thing. Did you have any of that, or
no? I mean, I was just intimidated at first, just coming on the show, because I didn't know what to say or what to. I mean, I was nervous, and I was still learning everything, and I couldn't. I was like saying 1 or 2 words. I think I was saying I was shocked. It's shocking. I've been shocked. It was this bad.
Well, do your ears ring a lot?
But no, I didn't feel like a celebrity or anything like that. Rebecca, she helped me through this entire. Without Rebecca and Sam and Gillian and Jesus, everybody.
Rebecca, indeed, it is. You know,
absolutely, Rebecca. She would help me anytime I had a question. She would, you know, if she didn't answer me within a couple minutes, she would answer me on the same day. Look.
Oh, she's quick. She's amazing how fast she does stuff.
You know, it's not like you know, she's helped. If you're wrong with what you're, you know, you think you're looking
sorry,
at,
but you're inaccurate.
She's going to correct you in a respectful way. This is a learning process, and you know, if you happen to be it, hopefully you do get to talk to Sam. If you know, you come on the show maybe, and you know, I guess you guys are talking about letting people on like for a few minutes at a time to ask questions. That might be something cool.
Call-ins.
Don't be like, it's not like
call-ins will be cool.
You know, I don't want to meet those kind of people anyway. So no. Yeah, I'm not. You
know, hey,
I'm still chuckling in my head about something's just struck me now. But I remember thinking, you know, when Rebecca first started putting like almost like voiceovers of her picture, your picture over our picture, and then we could see the planets. And I thought, this is woman, she just took my picture and she's done that. Like, what? I've seen the planets before her, and then I went, no, but not like this. Look at that, you know. And then
a lot of people get upset about that when
you about your pictures. Then
if you submit a picture to Montana Skywatcher 1, 2, Nibiru Followers, Anonymous, Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, or any of these sister sites, this becomes science site property. We don't sell your material. We use it for scientific comparison. That's why the disclaimers at the beginning of the show. We use your material, and if you do seek recognition for your pictures, please watermark or thumbnail them, the date, the time, the direction we're looking, and your name, and we would be more than happy to share and submit. And we never remove any of the watermarks from any of our photographs. We don't doctor them in any way. We share them directly for people around the world, from around the world, because all of this has to do with sharing literally for free. We do not make money off of this. This costs us way more than we ever bring in, and we are asking for your help, because only if you help us will we do better in the future. We need production teams. We need all kinds of stuff. And Rebecca and myself personally do not have any more time to do more than what we are already doing. We've had offers from other factions, money people, etc. People have asked what happened to Rocket Man, etc. There are people asking us to help, but they're not basing the knowledge of what it is that we do. We work hard at what we do just to do what we do, to get where we are. We know what we're talking about. We're not guessing. We are doing science. Christoper's noticed that. Gillian has long ago been very learned in the science, and we, the people talking to you today are experts that have earned their places. So, you know, if you have something and you don't want to talk publicly, write me a letter. You know, send it anonymous. You know, return mail address, and you don't have to give me a name, or call yourself Ralph for all I care. Write me a letter. Mail me a small donation. My children need it. I need it. Rebecca needs it. Here's the Cash App, the Venmo, the PayPal. I'll leave that up for a while so that I can write that down. Hi, Jennifer Lynn again. Aaliyah's here. Len Key is here. We are doing
in Europe, just when you get to that, Sam.
Some extremes are going to happen in Lenki.
I know.
I'm trying to pronounce it. I apologize. Okay, I apologize if I'm not pronouncing it. I'm American. Europe is going to be there's a bunch of low pressure systems that are going to work in from several different systems. You've got the North Sea, you've got the transatlantic, and then you've got the sub-transatlantic that's about to wherewithal itself into a big mass. And there's going to be some back-eddying rotational lows that are going to cause some extremes. So be prepared. If you have lawn furniture, if you have vulnerable plants, etc., plan for that. Put away things, park your cars in garages. There will be hail events. It's going to be nasty around the world.
Yeah,
we are in hell right now. This is not going to be cool or comfortable for anyone. I have to go up on my roof again, and we've had storms and winds, and I've got to go up on my roof and re-glue my roof down because it's leaking again. And this will be the third or fourth event for me. And I have trees, and I'm lucky until they hit me. But I'm blocked, but yet my roof keeps getting ripped up we've got major winds. These are not winds. It used to be years ago that high winds were 35 miles an hour. We're seeing winds of 75 to 95 to 130.
That's insane.
Gusting, bow shock. And they're going to try and chalk it up as a derecho. Now, for the record, a derecho is a sandstorm that runs from California, Utah, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico to Texas. A derecho is a straight line sandstorm. It is not in the Middle West. It is not over Illinois or Ohio. It is not what hit Texas, Houston this week. There are freak aligning, back rotational, underlying low pressure things coming in, which could only occur from something going over Earth and not in our normal weather to cause these back rotational eddies. And our weather, we're going to see extreme behavior. This is Jesus's video. That is his Saturn's yellow moon. That dark body right there is Saturn's yellow moon. Massive, huge. It's affecting our hearts. It's affecting our brains. It's affecting our weather, our geology, our volcanic occurrences. It's affecting lava. It's affecting tectonic plates. The earth will move. It's affecting our tides. It's affecting the mid-earth bulge of our oceans. That is a very massive Saturn's yellow moon. And this video comes from this week. Argue with me, I dare you.
And I have another clip from Jesus. He spoke up about what he was seeing earlier this week. So
hello, guys. I just thought I'd pop in and show you something.
Right, Billy Pam.
Sometimes
it was
guys,
not a derecho.
You know what to look for. You can, I'm not going to say predict because, you know, that implies remote viewing and that kind of stuff. But you could pretty much know ahead of time what to look for. Look for future things that are happening. You see this right here? See this line here,
bottom of the planet,
right? We have that one
up
here. So earlier this line actually went all the way down and connected to that one actually. So
that's the side edge of Nibiru.
And this one pretty much connected.
That's the side edge of
your. You can see over here. I don't know.
The wider fingers and the base cloud
I would
of Nibiru.
say maybe tomorrow morning.
Where it is,
sometime in the next day or
look at
so.
The shadow.
We're gonna have a close pass, really close pass here.
When you hit pause,
look for the V's.
She's not there.
Show you something.
And unmute.
I don't know.
That's Nibiru right there.
I would say maybe tomorrow. Maybe.
Can you hit pause?
Yep.
That's one of the fingers of the hand is above that white tower building, and the white edge going to the right That is the bottom of Nibiru. That's Nibiru. Look at the angle of light. The sun, it's in the morning. You can hear the birds. The light is to our deep left. And we are staring in the northwest to western sky. That is Nibiru.
I have another example of the finger clouds. I hope
and multiple fingers. Yeah, we have hundreds of pictures of the base clouds of Nibiru. That's Nibiru. It has moved over there.
Fingers, right? Yeah, because it can look like
it is now. It's now beyond Earth. It's above us and beyond us.
Okay. Wow.
On the right-hand side. Whereas if we were to look over immediately left, like up at a 30-degree angle, we would see the side of a Saturn and a Saturn yellow moon. But Nibiru has moved literally farther, and it's going up and away. And we're seeing this is the facial of Nibiru, and it's huge. It's massive. And that bottom right lower hand edge off the yellowish, greenish
sometime
building.
in the next day or so, we're gonna have a close pass. Really close pass.
That's Nibiru.
Look for the V's.
Yep, he just pointed out that's Nibiru.
This was a little bit more prominent, but I've been looking at it all day. Not all day, but the last couple of hours, and clearly something's incoming. Not close enough yet to see.
No, actually going by.
But it's coming.
He's looking at Nibiru.
It's definitely coming.
And there are people on that wave, everybody. Hi, Nibiruans.
Kind of
demigods
coming in. But as time goes,
the famous Jesus fingertip.
We're gonna have a pretty nice close pass. I will be paying attention to this and bring you some more. Hopefully,
where the light's coming from
up
is beyond Earth,
over us, and out of view, at least in my area. But hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully we get a nice, cool, close passing, and I can actually show you that I'm not wrong. I will.
That's one of the finger edges, and the light illuminating, and that light on the edge of the planet creates that misty hedge illumination on the base cloud.
Facing northeast, so that's east. So this is about northeast. That's north. So northeast and east over there.
Beyond us, beyond Earth during the day in illumination.
But in the meantime, every time you see these V's, especially.
Oh, look.
Again, it's not as prominent as it was earlier.
Wonder if that's Nana and a Melsaru.
But when you see these,
Hi, Don.
Things,
very likely Nana and a Melsaru right
maybe
there.
Not that same day, but
Rebecca, Nana and a Melsaru.
The next day, but you will see.
I see that. I see 3 dots. So Nana.
Yeah, I see that now too.
Uh-huh.
Asteroids we don't know, but I mean, we know that Nana and a Melsaru are on the facial of on that side face of Nibiru, and I watched it in 2011, 2012. Watched it for months. Nobody listened then. Are they listening now?
A few. All right. They're trickling in. They're finding us. Let's see. I have another video to share. Go over some other. We have options. That's why I'm trying to decide which one we're doing. But all right. I'll see which one comes up first or next. Bear with me a second. It's like what I think is saved is not ready to go. I have a short clip. This is short, okay. And I don't see Andy watching right now, but a lot of you know Andy. He's one of Sam's moderators from Skywatcher. So
many years back.
Yes, but
Andy in the UK, and I hope your move is successful.
I'm happy for him. He's going into being a professional photographer.
Me too. I hope he finds a fully a career out of this, because I hope he grows from his what would we call it? You know, the meta calls it an affliction. I'm gonna laugh about that for the next 6 months. I really am.
I need help.
Yeah, us Nibiru-aholics. I every time I think of Andy, I think of the lumberyard photographs over the years. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, our sky is at the horizon. Everything else blue that you're looking at and white that you're looking at now are close passing planets. Those clouds, most of them, are not in our atmosphere. They are in space above us. Our normal look at the horizontal normal clouds. There's next to nothing. And there sits the shapes of Attu. Attu's moon directly above us as he's looking up. See the illumination inside. Behind it is Nepesi and Saturn yellow moon to the far right, and then Uri to the left. Planets that are right next to us. It's not like in Hollywood. Look at the dark areas first, and you will see the pattern. Right there is the red asteroid and the spiral asteroid under Attu's moon, right there. Over and over and over and over again. And you can't have matching clouds around the world every day if they're not real. That simple. That simple.
Unfortunately, though,
it's basic Sherlock Holmes.
Some people are convinced that the reason we're seeing clouds is because of HAARP. I mean, I've had that conversation with somebody this week, and they're like, well, that can easily be explained. The reason it's in the same location is because it's HAARP. And that's the angle they're coming in at.
Harmonic atmospheric aeronautical projection.
Desperate
to push. It was developed prior to them really knowing what was, because everybody that looked up on the internet that, Planet X was going to come in here and it was going to crash. Nemesis was going to crash into us. And that was why HAARP was developed to push things away. Harmonic aeronautical astronomical repulsion. Push away. And the funny thing is the Alaska website, website. God, I can't even talk. Are we? We're at 3 hours. I'm brain dead. The Alaska facility was completely abandoned many, many years ago, and you're being led by controversial conspiracy theory shit that jumps into the equation that the government is out to get us and they're terraforming and they're trying to kill us. They don't have to. This shit above us is going to do it. Right. So stop pointing the finger at the wrong people and start getting some real science and come join the team of the time-proven fact, not the hypothetical crap that, and I apologize, I'm not trying to down you, but there's so much crap on the internet where people are talking that they know what the hell they're talking about. And how many of them have a 30-year non-disclosure agreement? Then let's talk about it after that, okay? Former insiders do not grow on trees.
I want to say hi to the guys and gals over on TikTok. There's not many on TikTok today. I don't know what's going on. I mean, we have like 47,000 people supposedly interested in this information, and 2 people are watching. And thank you for being here.
What?
But I might be one of the 2. I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. It doesn't add up.
We know there's something going on with the internet.
Gals 47,000 people claim to be interested in what we're talking about on this channel. But
viral asteroid and red asteroid.
What's happening on TikTok, Rebecca? Sorry, I missed that.
Oh, it's okay. No, it's just a low views, very, very low. Like, I don't know if it's being, publicized that we're doing, that I'm on live. I don't know. But I see people just sitting there doing nothing.
No,
just eating dinner,
Andrea,
and have hundreds of people watching.
Andrea, it is not high frequency active
boring.
Aurora research program. No, it's
Get it.
R for repulsion. You have to look up. They even in the technical documents, they're even talking about the receptor module, and that does not have anything to do with Aurora research.
Right. And you have to think too. Why would the
classified
government
document
want? They're telling people on the internet that this thing is operational. Why would the government tell you that one of their highly classified things is operational?
God, I think they shut the Alaska facility down in the 90s.
Right.
And well, people feed in. Okay, guys, listen. I'm a former insider. The information that you get publicly is at least 25 years old. And they're not even including the advanced technologies that the aliens have given them through the rogue factions that have joined the populace of the government in between also the 80s and 90s. And then we're not even talking about now and the conversations and the mediation and the ambassadors that are talking back and forth right now between the alien factions that are currently parked over our freaking heads as we speak. You don't run off of 30-year-old information. We are, excuse me, but my Farsi skills are current. What are you looking up? I mean, my God, come on. I am not talking human internet information. I am talking off-world, current, now. And I know when they go above us. And, look at my drawings. I'm giving you fresh information before it happens.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not joking here. When I tell you that there are entire fleets, plural, S, plural, fleets, plural, parked over the top of us right now. We sight them every day. Every day.
What is HARP?
Can you say one more time what HARP? Harmonic Atmospheric Aeronautical Repulsion Program, to push away. They found out that when they turned it on, the opposite end of the planet would have harmonic earthquake disruption, and it was they couldn't use it. They laid that out when they first discovered in the 80s that they were coming, even though it was talked about in the 70s and everybody knew that the planets were coming. Anyone who's in the current, from Isaac Asimov to you name it, Carl Sagan, everybody knew that Planet X and the other bodies were coming. They couldn't tell you that because it was classified. Now, I told them, I wrote a paper in 1978. They stepped into it. By 1980, after my first original refusal, they came and took me anyway. And then I told them stuff, and they screamed at me and laughed at me and accused me of shit. That if I went to Germany and did the Heisenberg Commission or the astrophysicists convention, they would still laugh me out. And we have people looking up what the doctorate and everything is now. We're talking about the doctorate and getting grants and all that crap. It's a joke. If I came public and told everything I knew and know, most of you would not want to hear this. There is so much more going on that I see and I know. I mean, I have, Rebecca, I've told you events about magic in the forest.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to give you the opportunity to share
Okay.
half of what you know. Half of, not, don't tell the whole story. Tell half of what you know.
Oh dear. Oh boy, which half? I don't know. I feel like the biggest one that always stands out
with
is
how my friends reacted to this. I've told you this story.
No, they didn't
I've
like
talked to
it.
Gillian about this. Tell half of what you know about what happened to my friends in the forest.
Which time? I mean,
Yeah,
okay,
which time?
Right. There's different stories. There really are. I mean, I think they're all different times. There's, the abduction. There's the night of Halley's Comet, which I love that story. And then
and seeing the
water
thousands and hundreds of thousands of
coming out
ghosts
of the
and
ground.
the ascension and
Yeah.
the point with it is, I'll save you here.
Okay.
I have connections that have been witnessed by many people over the years, and including my friends here today, our experts. I don't claim them personally. I revere them as friends and would never sell them for anything less. I have abilities and I can do shit, and I've had people around that I've done magic in the forest, and I've had interactions with higher races, even beyond the Pleiadians, even beyond the Greys, even beyond the Dracos, which are the three races that I've met face to face. And I'm publicly admitting this here right now. Oh boy. Anyway, sorry. I need another cough drop. Hold on one second.
Okay, Sam. Yep.
Dun dun dun.
I know, experimental.
All right.
It's like,
the point with it is,
I know pieces. Mm-hmm.
well, the reason I don't tell the stories myself is I want my friends to talk about it, because I'm not trying to brag. I'm trying to let them talk about their experience of knowing me. And I can do stuff. I can do a lot more than you can imagine. And I'm not average Joe Facebook, and I'm not allowed. There are rules. I'm not allowed to brag. And I am here. Okay, God, here I go. I'm here to change you people. I'm here to waken you up. I know these things because that is my job. I am here. Even the Pleiadian told me from the future that I'm recorded in their time, in their history books, that I change things. I have brought you the binary solar system. I have brought you the 7+ planets. I have brought you the names of the planets. I've brought you the asteroids. I've brought you the orbit model. I brought you the last 14 years of information as to the passing, which is what Nibiru means, is the planet of passing. I have brought you the information of the planet of passing. That is my job. And I also have other abilities that I have performed and found through my studies of religion and the occult and magic, Egyptian magic, Jewish magic, American Indian magic, shamanistic magic, practiced from the Himalayas to the Americas. And I've learned things, and I performed it with friends around me, with witnesses. And these are the events I share, which is part of what I do and how I do it, and how you're looking at these pictures right in front of you right now. Left-hand picture on example. Why I can draw the yellow moon, and then we get a picture of it coming from submissions around the world, South Africa, and they see the exact same thing that I've drawn ahead of time. Now, you can either choose to believe and listen to the magic that is real, that I have drastically, repetitively proven to people. And then we can look at the right side picture here, and you can look at the wispy edge of the blue and the ion tail and the green asteroid dead center in the front, which is that blip in the middle. And you can listen to me, or you can completely discount me. The point with it is it is up to you. You choose to listen to the fact that I have abilities, and I'm a farseer, I'm a remote viewer, I'm a mystic. I'm a Dutchman. I'm a government-rated insider pre-recruit because of my IQ and my science skills. And it has to do with my bloodline. So please, either you listen or right now, reach over and click the off switch and go away. Which I'm not here to try and prove this to you. I'm here to share this with you. And I will point out to anyone out there, ask my friends. They're here, my experts, our, not mine, our experts. And they know the balance of work that we've all produced together. Hi, Irene. Glad you're here.
Hi, Irene.
Philly Pam, you're a new name. That's a new one. Conjunction.
Yeah. Well, she was talking earlier about elite shuttles to Nibiru.
Oh, yeah, I did see that. I bet they do have little...
I did not.
Yeah, she said, who wants to talk about elite shuttles to Nibiru? I thought, well, that's interesting.
Yeah, buy me a ticket. I'll
I would definitely.
No, actually, you know what's going to happen? They're going to come to me anyway.
Round trip ticket. Round trip.
I don't think you'd really want to go there without a really good spacesuit because I'm sure that being the size of the planets and they're a water-type planet, I think the overall barometric pressure would probably crush you. I think you'd have to be in a spacesuit at all times.
Incredible.
Philly says they're not new to you at all, Sam. They've been around for a long time.
I have actually. I have met alien races face to face. I didn't channel them or anything crazy like that. I've had discussions. They've sought me out since I was a child. This is my one thing. This is my one thing. So this is why I'm here. That's why I'm doing this. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother doing the show. I'd have quit a long time ago. Oh my God, I'd have quit a long time ago.
But you can't quit.
Oh, you wouldn't believe the crowd. I mean, we talk about getting the face planted and blood all over the house, and we were talking. Rebecca and I were talking about this. If you had somebody appear that you couldn't see in your home, face plants you into the keyboard, somehow manages to cut the back of your head to either implant a tag, which I was talking during the process. I was talking about having had formerly removed one from myself, and then all of a sudden I'm getting face planted and somebody's there. And they grab my arm, and I can't see them even after they grab me. Yet I could smell them, and I could feel their body electricity. And boy, the smell is, once you know that smell, I'm not going to go into detail, but once you know that smell, you don't forget it. And then running across the house and bleeding everywhere. What I was totally amazed by was the fact that I had written it off. I had become comfortable with it, which was odd. The other night I'm laying in bed going, you shouldn't be so comfortable with that shit because it could happen again.
Yeah.
So I want to tell everybody there's a lot more going on. ET does not require doors.
Right.
So put aside everything you thought you ever knew and be prepared. We are not in Kansas anymore, Toto. And I don't know any other way to warn you about this. Yes, I'm a nut job. Yes, because it put me here. Whatever. I don't care anymore. The point is we are going to continue the science. And we're going to share with you what we know, what we've proven, what we've worked for, what we've documented for decade over. Wake up. Wake up, Alice. Come out of Alice in Wonderland. Come on. Come back. It's time.
Whose nice video is this one?
Look at the cutoff of the sun. The reason the sun is that big is because it's being half covered by a spinning, rotating planet in front of it. And in comes the Saturn's yellow moon on the right.
Wow.
Which is new. We've never seen, you have never seen the close pass of a Saturn's yellow moon before. This is what's happening. Look at the illumination
I'm
over
so
to the
glad
right. It's
you
switched
played this,
completely
'cause I've been
switched
having
places.
a hard time with it. But yeah, that's it. Look at that. Wow.
And we're moving in an odd way. And even 2 years ago, the spiral was hard to understand as they were approaching us, rising up, and then going away. And we were arguing with that, going, what was this doing? It's weird. It's different. And that's what's going on now as well. We're seeing new things that we it's hard to fathom. But that's why I like the still pictures better. Because then I have a chance to enlarge them, blow them up, and have a view over them, and I can look at it rather than shit moving all the time.
Yeah, we can do that too, Sam. I have pictures. Still pics.
Oh, no worries. I don't want you to change anything you're doing. I just meant for myself, how I do things.
I know. And and Jesus and I are kind of, I like them both, I guess. But I do know.
Yeah.
It's me studying all the time-lapse videos.
Oh, it's always enticing. It always leads me to think more on the movement. Look at the rainbow. Look at the rainbow we're looking at right here.
Was time-lapse videos, and when I saw them moving, I realized how big they are, how close, how big, and it wasn't.
Our sun is not that big.
Yeah, more so in video.
The reason we're looking at this large illumination is because there's a cut in from the left and from the right. Our sun is not that big, and it is two bodies on either side that's making it flare that large. Watch the size and shape of the sun. Be right back.
Okay. Yes. And the rotation on time-lapse videos, you can see the rotation so well. You can't see that in pictures.
You can see it going.
Yes, you can see them spinning by, which is just the heliocentric model shows us.
Right.
Okay, Irene, I'll check it. Send me a picture. Let's see.
Look at that. Just like Sam said. Green core.
Right.
Yeah, and these rotational storms are happening in places that shouldn't be doing these types of things. Like that's an important thing that needs to be said, I think, too.
Say that again, Chris. That they are happening.
I'm just saying that this rotation of these planets can be seen in all sorts of places that normal rotational storms don't occur at all. So, just like Sam is saying, what's going on? This is incredible.
It truly is, and that's why that's why I'm stumped, as to why it's not getting bigger, yet. I know it will. I mean, it has. I just keep thinking that,
the old saying goes, only at the brink of destruction will man change.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes.
Or until something serious happens.
Go watch the movie Knowing.
See it happen over and over again before people actually.
Oh, look, Tempesity. See how she's risen up now? She's no longer cutting off the sun. But yet there's something going on. That the little extra blob was the blue asteroid. And then over to the left-hand side, you see a different color than the right-hand side horizon, which is Saru, which is slightly greenish. Green-blue is Saru. And she puts off an orange color as well. There you see Atu moon leading away and spinning out. The rotation just blows me away that it's changed so drastically weird. And every time I think I figure it out, it changes. Half of this picture from the left-hand side in the dead center has a funky yellow, and that was a passing planet. And this is Nepacity rotating over the top of us. And then during the day, all of a sudden it starts to turn into a Saturn's yellow moon right there.
Right.
And I don't understand the changes because the orbit over the top of us is like, yeah, mind-boggling. And of course, this is Rebecca's favorite webcam. That's a Saturn right there.
Right.
Wow. Look at
on
that.
the right.
One of them, yes.
And then there goes the long box cube over the top of us and to the left. And then now we're going to see the bottom of the Saturn, followed by the onset of Nibiru in the right-hand area. See how dark that is in the blue line?
Wow.
That's Nibiru.
Wow.
As they orbit and spin over the top of us now, where before they were doing it in a different way. And it's just like, I'm putting my, the palm of my hand on my forehead trying to figure out what the hell I'm looking at.
Yeah.
It's mind-boggling. Every time I figure it out, it changes.
Hi, Panda. Good to see you.
Well, still never on the right hand. Okay, look at the shape of the sun. That is the side of Uri cutting into the sun on the left, and Nibiru on the right. Okay, so you see the white blip? That's the blue asteroid crossing the sun.
Okay.
The blip on the other side is part of the big three coming in right off, and that there blue line on the left is Saru. Saru.
Wow.
Saru. Look at the shadow line on the left. Saru is shadowing everything. It's that big. He's coming closer to us. And it all fits. It all fits.
Oh, yeah.
It's weird, but the rotation, it does, but it doesn't, but it does.
Okay.
And like I said, every time I figure it out, it changes.
Yeah,
it's like,
right?
You go mad and you go crazy. They're coming to take me away. They're coming to take me away. And I'll start quoting Monty Python.
Right. It's like, I sat in Jello and I can't figure it out right now.
Every time I think I know what the hell's going on, it slaps me across the face and I go, oh, even cooler. I didn't even expect that. It's always learning. It's so cool.
February,
that illumination is not the sun.
So
that illumination is the side of Atu's moon right there. It's not the sun.
Wow.
That's Atu's
because the sun is blocked. That's why it's illuminated. And there is the sun.
Right. You guys saw that, right?
It has to do with the light and the rounding of the smaller object. The light goes around. You can see the illumination of the planet above because it's way out in space and it's lit up. And you have to learn about the light in the sky. The only reason that sun is that damn big right there is because something's cutting into it and the light is working its way around it to flare out. That's what we in the early years we called it rosation flaring because it did this rosation reddish pattern with these dots around it. But now that they're even closer, we're seeing the hourglass flaring, and we're seeing the full bell flaring and the full rounded flaring because there's cutoff between the objects, between us and the star, or in this case, two stars.
I need to start leaving cameras just run.
Yeah, I was chuckling the other day. I'm watching this video on Uranus, and they're talking about how it started warming up again, and they don't know why. And I was like, duh. You get a second star in the solar system. Of course, it's warming up. Wow. All the planets are warming up. All the planets are tipped. That's why our sun's coming up in the northeast sky in the morning, up due east. All you got to do is get up and watch it. You want proof? Get up early. Go watch. Go outside. Look straight up. Look for the dark areas. Don't blind yourself with the sun. Look at the dark shit.
Yeah,
the real sky's at the horizon. Don't look out. Awesome. Look up. Those, what we're looking at, are planets. That blue is planets. The orange and the light area at the horizon is the real sky. Everything above, everything you know, is close passing planets. We've talked about this for a decade to get here, and you just didn't notice. Look at the light.
I'm being quiet because I'm lagging terribly. I can't get my screen to cooperate. I don't want to shut down again. I don't want to do it again. But it's similar. It's like I can't close anything out.
It's been a really frustrating couple of days, and it's like most people don't even see us at the moment. You try and talk to people, and you aren't. Nobody's talking at all on Messenger or anything. Usually, at lunchtime, there would actually be like a couple of messages you could actually read.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah, didn't know that was like that. But it's quiet. It is quiet. Strangely quiet.
I just wondered if everybody else was experiencing that as well.
Yeah, we notice it today.
Wow.
Oh my God, look at that. I love it.
Look at that thing. Ah!
Yes. That's normal.
Right.
Well, sure.
You know, the thing with it is, we've taken the time to document this for everybody out there. And, you know, it's not like we're talking about something we looked at 3 months ago. It's not something that we looked at a year ago or 5 years ago. We all, you know, these experts that are standing before you today, putting their names and their reputations on the line, they are here trying to warn you about what is going on, what is real. And if you guys don't pass this information on, we don't have any other way to get this out. It's incumbent upon everyone who is like the Nibiru-aholic or even the Nibiru family out there to share the science that we have taken the time to gather, document, coalesce, and summate, and gather for all of you that we are doing this show. This show should be important to you.
It should.
And if you want to just go ahead and bury your head in the sand like an ostrich, what are we going to do about it anyway? Well, then fine. Then this is not the channel for you. But if you are here and you do appreciate us, share the information with people, because this is revolutionary beyond your wildest expectations, and only through drastic, dire study of many years worth of work that we've achieved this. And we're not talking a theory. We are talking fact. You're talking about facts, not fear. Facts. Look at that sun. That is not normal. There are two objects making it that big between us and the sun. You have to learn to look at the dark areas. Reverse how your brain works. Kingdom L, Nibiru-aholic, yeah. Because once you see the side of the passing planets, any one of them, Atu, Uri, Saru, Nibiru, Nepes, whatever. Once you see one of these damn planets in the sky, you watch it for 25 minutes, an hour, 3 hours, whatever, and you realize what you're staring at, you can never come back, because the passing planets of the binary solar system are here. I wrote a paper in 1978. They would have never bothered with me.
Right.
They would have never come and harassed a 17-year-old kid who wrote a chemistry paper for his junior year in high school, 11th grade, term paper, third quarter term paper, claiming, you know, because I didn't want to do isotopes in in an isomizing dish. I wanted to talk about Einstein, and I proved something rather arrogantly in class, and I do apologize. But you know, under my understanding of what I knew had to be the universe, I knew we had to have two stars to be who we are, and that is what is the premise that happened 44, almost 45 years ago, and why I'm standing here today with all my very respected dear friends my experts, our experts, trying to share this message with you because we earned every second of this. We've spent 75,000 hours in research to bring this information to you. And I do not, I have no other way to express this to you. I have no way to scream it at you. I have no other way to try to inform you with this information. And yet we're getting 500 views. Okay.
All right.
Subscribe, notification bell, all, I mean, go tomorrow, go to Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube and watch it again. Even if you don't watch it, even if you're vacuuming the kitchen, whatever, go play the damn thing so she gets her views. We have to raise Rebecca. We have to raise her Nibiru Followers Anonymous YouTube channel because it's the #1. And TikTok and Instagram and everything. Share this shit to people, even if they don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
It's your job. I'm one person. Rebecca's one person. Christoper, Gillian. We can only scream as loud as you'll hear us. So it's your job to go out there. I mean, this is real. We're not joking. We're not imagining. You cannot make this shit up. We have pictures of the real planets without clouds around them. We have pictures of the asteroids going back decade. Hello? Who are you going to listen to? The people that worked for it or the asshole trying to get your $2 to buy a coffee cup? Or the money boys? Who are you going to listen to? Or are you going to bury your head in the sand, Alice? I'm getting tired here, We have to go forward. How long do you want me to keep doing this show and not moving forward? It's up to you. It really is. Gillian.
Mm-hmm.
Rebecca, talk. I'm done. I got to do cough drop.
I mean, I've been watching. I have been watching a, progressive growth over the past 3 years. I mean, the group on Facebook has grown from, 3 years ago we were at around 3,000 people.
Yeah, but what are they doing about it? Okay, they can sign up all they want, but what are they doing about it? Hey, I'm doing my freaking job. What are you doing? Not you per se, you, Rebecca, or Gillian, or Christoper, because you guys are working. I mean, you're here. You're laying your persona on the line. We have our nards on the chopping block here, people. We're putting our hand in the guillotine, our head in the guillotine. What? Yeah, what are you doing out there? I mean, are you part of this, or are you going to, are you going to be an armchair quarterback, or are you going to participate?
We definitely have, some diehard, people here that do everything they can, I believe.
But we have to move forward. And, we're doing our bit. We can't do more than we're doing. You and I are both, we talk about it regularly, weekly in our back meetings, and we have staff meetings. And we can't do more than we're doing. We're already killing ourselves on this. And the only way that this is ever going to get out any farther is if each one of you guys goes out there and learns all the information about this that we have provided in the past. Go back and learn this shit. Go back to Radio Wasteland, Understanding the Skies. Go back to Nibiru Followers Anonymous YouTube. Look at all of the information that Rebecca has spent years promoting information just for you. And if you don't go back and learn it, why did she work so hard? Why? For you. So get your ass up there, do the homework, get out there, share it with your friends, whether they want to listen or not. Give them a hypothetical. What if? Or what about? Or, hey, I heard this. What do you think? I mean, this is the future. This is the science. This is the reality. It's happening. We've watched it. It's not a joke. It's not a supposition. We're not guessing. This is real. It's happening.
I appreciate that, Irene.
Yeah, Irene, get somebody in Florida. We don't care how crazy they are. Get them on the show. Get them to talk to us. We got to bring them in here. We got to talk about it. We got to debate. We got to introduce. We got to hand them the information. We're not trying to prove it. We're trying to share it.
Right.
We've already proven this. This is not a joke. We have done a doctorate. We are in 14 years of fact, not supposition, but citizen science, people from around the world, and that is the one thing I can absolutely attest to. We have people around the world. We're not a joke. We're not people in North Dakota. We're not people in Idaho. We're not people going, well, me and my brothers here in Clintonville. No, we're people from around the world. We took the time. We documented all of this information. What are you going to do with it? We've handed it to you. It's in your hand. I mean, the baton. The big race where one guy hands the baton off to the other guy, hands it up to another guy. Come on, man. We can't do this. Rebecca and I are struggling our asses off. Talk to you every week. Oh, and by the way, Rebecca.
Yes.
2 shows a week.
Oh no. Is this?
Well, you don't have to. You don't have to yet. You don't.
No, I know.
You don't have to announce it yet.
Right. Well,
I understand your leeway. You don't want to do. You want to do 2 shows a week. I agree. I agree.
You know
Oh,
me
by the way,
well.
I have to cut pizza right now, so this is your.
Okay. Cool.
In the center ring, ladies and gentlemen, may I present Rebecca and her speech?
Okay. Yeah, great. The speech. Right. No. No. But we have been talking. Sam and I were talking about cutting back to 1 show a week, to dropping the Tuesday night show. And it's only because there's so many other things that I'm trying to work on, right. But the time is limited. I only get so much time per day. And if I spend, 2 days of time, working on a show, I could spend, but by removing a show, it gives us the opportunity for new and different things. Like, right. I have a whole list of ideas that I want to, I'm working on the website. I'm working on getting our show on Spotify. And then we also want to, Jesus and myself are planning on doing a weekly pre-recorded top 10 show to go over, the top 10 captures, videos, whatever of that week. I think that'd be fun. So we'll be reviewing videos and spotlighting members. So there are, new and kind of different shows that I would like to work on, and then cut back on the podcast to 1 show a week, and probably do a reunion Tuesday night show every few weeks.
Cool.
Have one like a reunion Tuesday night show every 8 to 10 weeks or whatever. You know what I mean? Where we can get together and do a Tuesday night show still. But what do you all think? Tell me what you all think, because 1 show a week. Irene agrees. It would open up time, and Sam is the same way. He's right. Struggling to keep up with everything going on, so he understands what to talk about. It's a lot. It's a lot of effort.
It's a lot.
So, and I feel like we've kind of been there.
You have to be.
What do you think, Chris?
I think you're putting in more than 40 hours a week on this easily. And when you guys have to realize when we're doing the podcast, it's like we do the Saturday show, and the next thing you know, it's like here's Tuesday, and it's time to do another show already, and there's just so little time. Everybody's got jobs or right. other things going on in their lives. We spent a lot of time on this. I certainly have. I've devoted right. a lot of hours to this, and that could be cool. I think that'd be.
I think so too. Like I said, we got ideas to more in place of And like I said earlier, there is a big change coming in a week or two. It depends on when I have the time to finish it. That's just it. By cutting back, it would give me more time to work on things that would progress
my opinion would be a Saturday show, and I barely heard what you guys were talking about ahead of time, where we try to include Europe, and we try to include us, and that way with the once a week program, we would be able to culminate our information to a 1 week showing where we would have more opportunity to gather a larger volume of evidence to show the planetary passings or asteroids or whatever, and then we could pick the best of, rather than to grab the little pieces that we get in that between that 3-day period or 4-day period between shows that we've been doing. And we would also be able to be a little more professional and gather things at a different leisurely setting. And then you would also be able to finish your editing and your connecting and your family life.
Right.
Including getting laundry done and taking care of Alan and me as well, with my kids.
Right.
Maybe they'll stop eating less frozen pizzas.
Yeah, I think it's unanimous. Everybody is in agreement that they see how it can benefit us, So
and we'll be sad to see it go too, but it's probably for the best.
But we'll have reunions. We'll do reunions.
Yeah, I think less is more. I think once a week on Saturdays, it's their day off. They can recover tomorrow, Sunday, and sleep in. And then, because I myself, like on Wednesdays, unfortunately, because of Tuesday's show, I've been less prevalent or less available on Montana Skywatcher 1, Montana Skywatcher 2, Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, Nibiru Followers Anonymous 2, Nibiru Followers Off Topic, et cetera, et cetera. So I've had less time in between. And then meanwhile, I'm trying to go to, Null School. I'm trying to look at the weather around the world and make sure that, I'm current on what's going on the other side of the planet as well. I'm watching the earthquake reports, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the sun reports, all of that. So every week, if we had a week's culmination, I think that we would do a better description of the weekly events rather than the last 3 days.
Right.
Yeah, and you kind of you talked yesterday, Sam, about how it gives people an opportunity to look forward to, build up.
Right.
And, Smart Co-founder, right?
I have many weekly shows, and I'm going to throw this out there. Martin Doulard, he's a Dutchman. That's why I like him, because he's Dutch and I'm Dutch, and he lives in the Italian, just somewhere in the central northern Milan area. I don't know for sure where he lives, but he's been rebuilding this little stone hut, and I look forward to his shows on Sundays. And I know that by 8 or 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, I can turn the YouTube or YouTube on my smart screen, and there his show is. And so, if you wanted to be part of the show, and when we were doing live, great. But if you wanted to wake up and get your show on Sunday morning, you know that we did a show Saturday night,
right?
And then you would be able to view it, and then it would be a more comfortable weekly event rather than Tuesday, Saturday, staff meetings come Thursday, and we're all jumping to all of these little schedules in between. And like I said earlier, we were offered other shows where we could do it daily, and we went, no, I'm not gonna get anything done if I'm talking on your program every day. I'm not going to get any of my research done.
Right. And how much could you talk about, really? I mean, every day it would just be a little blip here and there. You have so much to say.
You know what I'd say right now?
It's just, that's
today's message would be, run for your lives.
Yeah, basically.
I mean, shit, what's coming in right now in the 180-day cycle and what's going on around the world. I'm that guy, on the Art Bell show in the New Mexico phone booth while it's raining, screaming, "Oh my God, you've got to pay attention to this right now because they're probably going to kill me if I don't get this out to you right now." I mean, shit, that's exactly what's happening right now. We are in an extreme, catastrophic weather scenario around the world. And how many people talk to us about that? Does anybody type to you about that, Christopher? Rebecca? You watch what happens in Kansas tomorrow.
Yeah, this is gonna.
I'm telling you, it's effing. I'm not gonna get mad again. And when was the last time you saw me lose
Never.
lose my temper? Okay,
I don't think I've ever heard people like that.
I'm trying to warn you guys that since December, that this 180-day cycle that is right in front of us right now, happening right freaking now. If you ever believed in anything I'm telling you, run, Luke, run.
Yeah.
Because we're in the shitstorm. This is going to be a year. We're going to sweat our asses off. We're going to freeze our asses off. We're going to get the shit rained out of us. There's going to be hailstorms from hell, lightning storms from hell, floods from hell, drying out, desertification. We're going to see everything that we never wanted to see happen this year. Now, check my track record. I don't know what to tell you. I see this. I know this. I know this. I know this. I know this. We're screwed.
Say too.
Go ahead.
How Sam is talking about how basically once you see these planets for yourself, there's no going back. And I'm just here to say that I tried. Okay, I very, very much so tried to go back to normal, and I tried to debunk all this myself. I tried. I suggest that that's not something you want to do. If you hear, if you hear that voice inside of your head telling you this isn't real, or if you're new at this and you got that voice telling you this isn't real, this isn't right, this is totally normal, just stop.
I'm not going to listen to that crazy guy. Yeah, he's full of shit. He's Henny Penny. The sky is falling. He's a fear monger. He's fabricating. He's embellishing. He's trying to scare us. No, none of this is fear.
Yeah, no, none of that ever went through my head. Like, for me, it was fact. I came looking for this information, right? Somehow I found you guys, and then
because you're supposed to.
Once I started seeing the planets, then my subconscious started telling me, "Oh no, that's normal. You've seen that before." Hell no, I haven't seen this before. No, stop, go away, brain. It's like, stop, no, all right, not good. So yeah, this is a big deal, and I don't understand how, a lot of people are like, or another thing would be, Sam is talking about this is his job, and this is an important thing to think about too. We all have, the job that we do, for our living, and then we have that other job that we're supposed to be doing, and what is that job for you? You know what I'm saying? I think this is a big deal. Right.
The one thing.
What?
Okay, go to Nibiru Followers Anonymous. On Nibiru Followers Anonymous in YouTube, there is a message that I had. This was after the eclipse, because it's the opening of the sixth seal. Because I've done my research. I am a very religious person. I'm also a mystical. I'm a mystic, and I studied. I earned this. Damn it, I did. Go ahead, argue with me. But anyway, I'm not arguing with you, Christopher. The point with it is, this information is here for you for a reason. If you are here because you're supposed to be here, This is strong. It's important. You have to cover you, your wife, your husband, your children, your cousins, your nephews, your aunts, your uncles, your grandparents. Get with this program, because look what happened. Look what happened to Houston.
Yeah.
Look what happened to Omaha and Lincoln, Nebraska. Look what happened to Missouri. Look what happened to Oklahoma.
Oh God, that was
I mean,
bad.
and it's going to continue. It's not going to quit. Look what happened to China. Look what happened to Kazakhstan. Look what happened to Russia. Look what happened to Italy. Look what happened to France. Look what happened to Germany. Look what's happening in England. Let's look around the world. This is not, there is no, that storm that we watched in the early part of the program. That does not happen in our real world. And it is happening
Who lives
everywhere.
in a major city? Have you ever seen your buildings being blown down by wind like that? No. No, I certainly
Dubai,
haven't.
and then, they're trying to blame all because of they're salting the clouds. It's like weather manipulation. No, don't buy into that. The reality is we are going through a catastrophic 3,654 year event. Go back in history, look back to 1650 through 1750 BCE, and see the climate change, the loss of civilizations, the Mycenaeans, the Minoans. Look back at climate change, then go back another 3,654 years, and another 3,654 years, and you will see examples of reality that depict our entire history beyond your wildest dreams. And this was all the Neolithic carvings. It was all of the petroglyphs in Egypt, with all of the tablets of Thoth and the emerald tablets and the Chinese, and look at all of history, and the Hopi and the Mayan and all of this leads you in these cycles. It happens over and over and over again, and we are in the middle of it now. Mayan calendar started 2012. We stepped from the fifth age. Now, if you go back to the Mayan calendar, you look in the center, you're going to see a skull. You'll see a face.
Yep.
That is the skull. That is Nemesis. That is Wormwood. That is Apophis. That is the object cluster group. That is the salamander asteroid group. That is the planet's close passing. And we are here now. How are you going to record this in your history? Are you going to spend 6 months, a year, 2 years carving on a rock with a hammer and chisel? What are you going to do? How are you going to share this with your friends? You're witnessing it right now. It's happening. It's real. It happens. It is now. I have no other way to scream this to people. I don't have another way to tell people this.
I had it in the garden.
Awesome.
It's kind of dirty. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, and if you look on the four corners, look at the squares, Christoper. See the four squares around it?
There we go.
Do you see the four squares around it?
Yeah.
Those are the four previous harbingers of doom of the fifth age.
Wow.
The center is the fifth age harbinger of doom.
We'll post a picture of it in the group.
Which is now the 2012. That is the Skull asteroid coming in, showing you that Uri and Atu and the Salamander asteroid group and all of that is now in the 180-day cycle. And guess what? This is the year of the dragon.
Yeah.
Which is Chinese lore, all culmination, and this is the year. We are in deep shit, Skippy. Period. We're going to heat up. We're going to blow away. We're going to get shit. Everybody's going to be suffering across the world, around the world. This is the year. Mark my word. And I have no way to tell you people this. Nobody listens to me. I've been screaming about the shadowing that goes in front of the planets for years. And did anyone comment back? No, because it's above them. They all is like, okay, Sam, and yet they don't. If you don't understand this, damn it, come on, get in with the science. Use your eyes. Science is easy. I don't know what the hell your problem is. I don't. I do not understand why you do not see the passing planets. I have no clue. I see them every day.
Yeah.
And my drawings show that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how to express this in any other way. Thank you, Joyce.
Yeah.
Hey, Sam.
Yes.
Here's Thunda was asking about the Pope announcing aliens are real. Have you heard about that? I have a clip.
Duh.
Yeah, I know. What do you think about that?
The Pope from the Vatican?
It's real. It's legit now. The Pope. Yeah, he's going to announce.
Okay. All right. I'm going to be arrogant here for a minute.
Okay.
Let's you and me, Pope. Let's stand in the same room.
Okay.
We will walk up to the nearest electronic equipment and we'll put one finger on it and see which one of us blows the around.
It's cutting out.
Just cut out.
What?
Pope is not necessarily powerful. Oh, yeah. Look what happened. I said something I wasn't supposed to.
I know. Right, Thunder.
I'm kidding you.
Okay.
Let's talk about. Let us talk about
I don't think
power.
Well, okay. You want to roll that clip, Rebecca?
Let's talk about.
Let me. Trying to.
All that beautiful bean footage.
Yes, let's try to get it back. Let's see if this one was.
No.
This is not well. This is one of them.
Is going to talk about extraterrestrial aliens and the supernatural in a press conference.
I'm not people freak out and stop paying your taxes or any of that, or spend
ghosts, spirits, maybe skinwalkers. Heck, maybe people wearing cheese heads. I kind of have an opinion why this might be going on, but let me fill you into the story a little more first. So this Pope guy said, hey, we gotta talk about aliens and the supernatural, because this is starting to affect the people who follow us. Yeah, our customers. And they're holding that press conference to assure people that even if aliens are real, which I think they are, even if ghosts and spirits are real, which I think they are, it doesn't change or affect anything that the church has been saying for like 2,000 years. That you can believe in UFOs, which might or might not be alien. And you can believe in the supernatural too, like ghosts, like this thing that just popped up in the sky. And it doesn't mean you're against the church or the Bible. No. Now, this is just my opinion, but if God created the earth and all the life on earth, he also created the universe and all the other planets that are there. And if they have life, he created that too. And I think that's what the Pope is going to say in the press conference. Tell me what you think, Fushkis. Let me know in the comments section. Shabadoo!
I guess who's been telling you this shit for the last couple of years? Who's been telling you the exact same thing that everything he just said? Me.
Sam Hofman.
I got information from off-world. I know about the religion of man. I know about the coming future of man. I know what original sin is. I know about the bloodline. I know about IQ and intelligence and all sorts of many things that I'm not even allowed to talk about here. Because the moment I do, I have a black screen in front of me. How interesting. The moment I talk about something, somebody's going to kick in my door and take me away, and you won't hear from me again. What I can tell you publicly here is completely different than I can tell you across the Montana campfire over coffee. We've talked about this story. There's a lot more going on than I'm allowed to tell you publicly. Because if I do, I will vanish. I won't be here anymore. Baby Blue, you are new. Hey, that rhymed. Aloha, what about magnetic north? Earth is tipped. Even my car sensor is telling me I'm driving a direction that is different from what I'm used to within
Is
even
anybody
a
else
few
experiencing
years.
that?
Earth is
chat?
tipped. The planets are very close to us. We're in the middle of other planets. So we are laid over on our stomach and our directions have changed. And this is why military satellites are having to reboot to the new changing magnetosphere. This is why we know that the magnetic North Pole is literally in the middle of Siberia right now. And all of that's going to change. This is why our weather has changed. This is why our sun comes up in an entirely different place than we used to see, which used to be due east. This is why we don't have high noon at noon. We have southern noon. It's all evidence. It's all proven. We've watched, it all fits. We've watched it for over a decade. And the only way we could share this information is by trying to do a weekly show or a bi-weekly show, which is what we've been doing, to share this information with people. And the only way anyone's going to get this is if you listen and share it.
That's right. Word of mouth and sharing this information. I mean, it's growing, but it could be faster. It could be. We'll get there. I mean, we're just waiting for that right viral situation. I think. Yes. Hi, Wendy. Stepped away. Yes. Well, we're still here. Good to see you back.
I'm getting to that point where I'm getting irritated again. I'm getting short-tempered, and I'm getting tired of having to say. I mean, my God, I've been saying this since literally 2014 and 15 that we knew that the planets. Hi, Gillian. We knew the planets were here.
Okay.
After we watched Atu come in, Purple Planet Atu, and it matched the information that I was given many in the 80s. And it matched the information that I looked up in 2008 and 2009, which is one of the videos that most of you have not seen, because there's no way for us to share all of the background information that we've gathered over the last 14 years. It comes down to a point where you either dive into the pool and you can't dip your tippy toes into this and understand it. And Christoper is a really good example of that. You have to just sort of accept that what got you here is for the right reasons, not scoff and go, oh, what's it going to do for me? And you can't look at it like this, because what it's going to do for you is if you know what the hell's going on around you and everybody else panics and they're a loss of control because they have no clue what the frick the hell's going on around them, why they just lost everything they own, they don't have anything to eat, they don't know where to go, who to talk to, whatever, then if you know what's going on, you are going to be volumes ahead of everyone around you. And this is part of, I have a very, very high, I'm Sheldon Cooper. I have a high government rated IQ, which is why they sought me out. And I have very good psychic skills, which is why I was recruited for the Far Seeing Remote Viewing Project, which was initially, and it's now declassified. That's why I can mention this to you. The point with it is that I can see things. I know things. My friend's Gillian, and she can stand here and tell you, and my friend Rebecca, and everyone that's here right before you. I can look into Gillian's world, and I know things, and she'll tell you yes, no. I saw things in your world that prove to you that I'm correct.
Yeah.
And I've taught because the remote viewing and the far seeing skills, they do work. It works. And I didn't have any way to prove that when I was during my short visit with the government while they were asking me to do this. Because the information only went up. We never got to compare whether or not we were accurate, but only through the internet. Once I started doing the internet, roughly 2009, 8, 10, and people would talk to me and they'd go, well, how do you do what you do? You answered my question ahead of time. Or how do you know what I'm doing this because this? Or I was talking to our friend, Afan, and I haven't talked to him since, actually. Maybe I've scared him. I hope I haven't. Afan, if you're out there, talk to me. I was talking to Afan, and I spent, maybe 5 minutes, 7, 8, 10 minutes talking to him. And I had this overwhelming smell of coffee. And the way remote viewing and far seeing works is you just know things. You don't quest for that. I'm looking into you. I'm attacking you with my mind. I'm not Pinky in the brain here. But you get these sensations and this knowledge that comes and speaks to you, and it's sort of like when you put your hand on the counter and there's a drop of water there, but you didn't know it was there, and all of a sudden the palm of your hand says it's wet. It's just a certain knowing, and that's how remote viewing and far seeing works. And I have traveled along with the passing planets since childhood. I was along with the asteroids all my life, and I'm here sharing this information with you people. And if you don't listen, time's running out. I'm not going to be here forever. I cannot do this for you forever. I expect you to get up and get on, and Rebecca's going to do that with Jesus. They're going to do a weekly show without me, and I expect that, and it's a good thing. You guys have to grow beyond this, beyond me.
Yeah.
You all have to become who you are, because you're
doing something too.
You're here because you're supposed to be here. I am not the fully purveyor. I am the informer. I am the hierophant. I am the guy that is telling you. I kick you off, which is my job. I am the early indigo. I start you on this process. I don't finish it for you. Each of you are independent, intelligent, magnificent, powerful, intelligent beings that are supposed to be exactly where you are in your time, not mine. In your time, you are here to hear this at your time. You're going to grow. You're going to move. You're going to go forward, do your thing. And this is my one thing. So what is your one thing? What are you going to do with the cosmic, beautiful, connective exuberance that you've been handed? I don't claim it as mine. I'm a member of Source. I don't own Source. Source owns me. The Source talks through me. I don't have choice over it for many, many, many years now. Ever since I left the government, ever since I was brought back in handcuffs, I'm not me. Old Soul is talking to me, telling me what to tell you. That's why I do. I wouldn't do this. I would not spend the time that I kill myself over and don't sleep trying to talk to you unless it was that damn important. And I'm trying my ass. Ask Rebecca. We spend all of our week trying to share with you this information. And what are you going to do with it? Nickelback, if today was your last day.
Yeah, you can hear the song playing in your head.
Yes, ma'am.
One of the songs since it was in South Africa when we started with this song thing.
Wait till your manifesto. Think different. From Gandhi. We are We have children in our planet that are starving, while corporations have billions of dollars and don't even have anyone actually that's running them. They're this entity that's become omnipotent, too big to fail. We have to take that. We've forgotten monopoly. The people are starving. The water rights are being bought up. We don't have water. We can't drink. We can't eat. There's a Sargasso Sea island between California and highway. Hawaii. God, I can almost talk. There's this giant island of plastic between California and Hawaii, and it has killed us a long time ago. We died and didn't know it.
Yeah.
That toxic environment is inside all of us, and our birds, and our seals, and our whales, and our fish, and our plankton, and the future. We have to change now. How do I tell you that? I see it. I know it. I feel it.
Right.
How do I tell you that? Who the hell's going to listen? Who am I? I'm Samuel Hofman in Montana. Who am I?
Right.
Yeah, that's how you feel sometimes, eh? People don't listen.
Yeah, where's the government?
When was the last time you found me wrong?
Demanding
when was I wrong?
What are they using just like Sam said, these companies that are, multi-billion-dollar corporations, why aren't they demanding that they use this money for something good? Like, there's like a few like nonprofit organizations that are trying to clean up this garbage patch in the oceans. That money only goes so far. These drug companies, they make a few $100 billion a year. They get sued because of faulty drug or something, and they have to kick in $100 million to a few patients that got sick from their product. Okay,
and look where the money goes. It doesn't go to the people. It goes to the state, and then they don't even spend it.
Right, it doesn't even go to the people. It's crazy.
Right. So, you know the movie Elysium?
Mm-hmm.
Have we seen it? Yes. Maybe.
Matt Damon, Elysium.
Okay, yeah.
Watch it again.
Elysium. No,
Are you aware that humans can self-heal? I know how. Are they letting me tell you? Do you know that I'm run by overlords above me? I am directly programmed as well as you are. But I've been enlightened to a higher state of actually being allowed to speak something that I know. And I have rules and limitations on what I can share with you here today. And let's talk about Samuel Hofman. Let's talk about the guy that my friends knew in 1973, 1980. I am no longer that same person. I sat and I was abducted with several of my friends in a culmination scenario because I had been approached when I was a child as well. But in the 80s, I met and was abducted by a Star Destroyer that flew over the top of us that was chasing moose, very large moose with very large horns, through the forest at 40 to 50 miles an hour, through the trees, which they don't normally do at night. It stumbles through the ditch, runs over past the campfire in front of us. Okay. A moose runs in the middle of the night through our camp and runs past, and then the entire forest drops off into absolute silence. Wow. Dead. We look up above us, and there is a Star Wars movie, Star Destroyer, flying above us.
Can you just imagine it?
We walk away from the campfire to see better because we have my friend Victor is a pyro, and he was like making this 3-foot pile of fresh wood on top of this 8-foot fire, which is why they saw us.
Oh,
yeah. Okay, so we walk away from the fire. We walk over there, and we're looking at it, and we see the outline, and I am not kidding you, the bottom of a triangular Star Destroyer from the movie Star Wars. Little openings in the bottom of these little tiny ships, you know, TIE fighters flying underneath it, all of that shit. And down comes this freaking one dot that's illuminated bright white. And it lands in the forest some 150 yards away from us. So we walk over that direction going, what the fuck is this? You know what Sam said? Oh shit, it's AT, take me with you. Stupid. Yeah. I walked forward ahead of my friends. My other buddies had guns. I walked forward free. I wasn't, I was like, okay, cool. Yeah, we are watching ET. And then I walked into the orange, bright, white circle of light below the 2-decker landing, perfect circular disc, like, ET movies from the 50s talked about. The craft, the disc. And there's just the light. And after you walk in there, you can't do anything. You can't move. You can't speak. You can't open your mouth. Nothing. You can scream in your brain. You're fully aware. And that was the beginning of the whole abduction scenario that me and my 3 other friends went through, which is where, after they abducted us, they found out they could not keep me asleep. And I sat up on their table, which I do also under medication during surgery, because I'm whom I am, because my old soul won't let them do that to me. Okay, I don't have any other way to explain that to you. Okay, so I sat up on the table on ET, and they freaked out. So they took me aside, they handcuffed me, hands through the wrist. You've heard this story, right? Where, they have these really cool things. They put them up under your knees, and it's like this loop that has this shaft pin in the center, and it buckles down to the wrist handcuffs. So your knee and wrist handcuffed while sitting. You follow that? It's like, 4 circles, but with a pin through the middle and the top shaft and a sort of an arch on top where they can unbuckle it on top. Do you follow that?
Oh yeah.
So I'm sitting there, I sit up on the table, they're examining or tagging or sampling or taking biomaterial or whatever it is they do, because there's a treaty with the United States government, I promise you. Long story. So they go, oh, you should, well, who the hell are you? And so they put me aside, and then they drug me outside, and then that's when I started talking to the Pleiadian. That's the background story I don't often talk about.
Right.
And that's when the Pleiadian sat there for anywhere from about an hour, 45 to 2 hours to, whatever, telling me the background story of who the hell I am, and that I would be doing this because whatever story, and this is where I remember, the argument story where I'm arguing with the Pleiadian because he's going, well, you're going to have this audible, quote unquote, glamour world. People will be attracted to you and want to listen to you because you're telling them the truth and blah, blah, blah. And that's the whole spin, crazy, insane, why I can't brag about this routine.
Right.
Because I'm going, no way, dude. How, who the hell am I that I'm, going to tell people that this is happening? And he says, because, and this is where he pulled that line from the 2010 Space Odyssey movie, where he says something wonderful is about to happen. And I went, don't hand me that crap. Who the hell are you? I mean, yeah. And I went on and on, and then he told me the story and the Nibbers and the Illuminati and the Illuminos and all this, the names of the planets and all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then we talked about religion and how man is and who we are and what we really are.
Right.
Versus the Federation versus the planets versus the Anunnaki and all of that. So here we are today, and I'm trying to share that with people. And yet, Gillian, would you honestly say that I get the level of respect that I deserve?
No.
I mean, to a point, I think so, but.
Well, yeah, I'm not asking for that, but my point is, it's called recognition fact. We have taken 14 years to prove this. I don't give a shit about my reputation as me personally. The point is science. That's freaking what counts. I don't give a shit about me. Because how the hell was they ever supposed to do that in the first place? Because I'm arguing with a freaking higher level race of being from the future. On one hand, it's hilarious. It's and it's just insane. It's nuts. It's crazy.
Right.
But
I'm sorry, Gillian.
My question is,
I
when
think
the hell
Sam asked you that question, and I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, that's all right.
Okay.
No, Christoper, you're good at that. Yeah, nice deflection, dude.
Yeah. I'm not deflecting. You
tell me. I don't have that answer either.
I know.
I don't have that answer. I mean, I'm freaking arguing with a higher. Here stands this 7 foot tall guy with a weird head.
Whole story, so I'm just intrigued by it. This is incredible.
I'm just trying to imagine you arguing with a higher being. It's like, where do you get the guts to do that?
Yeah, no shit. I'm standing in the middle of the forest. Alien ETs have just let me walk out of that craft that is right over there.
And something beautiful is about to happen. Like,
they've taken me aside, and this guy who's 7 foot tall, his head is weird. He's wearing all kind of white clothing, and he's standing in the forest, and he's talking to me for about 2 hours. You tell me, how the hell? How do you swallow that? And yet, it freaking happened.
I don't know how you fully absorb that.
In my mind.
I think it just takes you years to go over and over and over.
And I'm not even allowed to tell you half of what I know.
Wow.
I mean, I got a tour of the damn ship. I got to walk through. I got to look at how the Pleiadians walk through time. I don't understand it, but he showed it to me. I got to walk in the damn control room. I got to walk in the lower shift because it was a double decker with 2 sets of windows. And here all these little grays are running around because the grays serve the other higher races. They're from a defunct society and a planet that got destroyed, and they were a saved race. And that's part of what's going on in the future shit that I can't even tell you about here publicly today. I know shit I can't even tell you.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And, welcome to my movie. I mean, come on. I see, you wouldn't, and once a month I put it out on a drawing.
Yeah.
How the hell do I tell you guys? How the hell do I tell every one of you people out there listening to me on YouTube land a story, and every other fourth person or whatever percentage it might be is going to laugh at me and tell me I'm absolutely out of my frickin' mind. And yet, I didn't create this. It was told to me. I know about bloodline. I know about the generations that it took to get where we are today. I know about the plan. I know about man and the ascension. I know about some of us will ascend. I know about others will not. How do I share that? How do I warn you where we are? Rebecca.
I'm back.
I see shit ahead of time. I document it. I write it down. I show you. How do I warn people about that?
You are. I mean, you already are, and you're working through others to pass this along. It's not just, like you kick it off.
I'm not trying to be Claudia Albers either. I am not.
Nah, I know.
I'm not trying to be Zeta Talk. And I will openly, publicly say anyone that fucking, that's 3. Whoa, I'm incited today. It's a rare thing for me to use the F-bomb. I apologize. Anyone who listens to Zeta Talk is wasting your time. I'll leave it at that. I could go for 10 minutes on about what I think about Zeta Talk because I actually did follow her long enough to fact check her. Oh, what, Tony? We good to do? Oh yeah. And then we can talk about Marshall Masters. Oh my God. Or Ed Beagley. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Andy. Andy still sends me Ed Beagley stuff, and I love the man. He's semi-right. Wow. Thank God I do not eat his Wheaties. Christopher, you're learning. You are actually studying intently.
I'm just reading some of these comments here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I saw your intent. Well, so what the comments say?
There's still a lot of people on because my one says 4 people.
I don't even know if
There's
I get that.
about 50 right now altogether on YouTube, and about 5 or 6 on TikTok. Well, it fluctuates all the time, but so decent amount for 4 hours and a half into the show. Really,
I have a message for Thunda.
Right.
Thunda, I have seen the gods above the demigods because they noticed me. And I'm not bragging. I change man. I change man. I change man. I settled down and took what the government handed me in 1978 and 1980. I shut up. I held my breath. I didn't say a damn word until 2010. Excuse me. I changed man. I'm not going to back. Indigos never quit. Indigos never fail. You can't bribe me. I change man. Christopher, you're getting electric. You know where you're about to go, Christopher?
I mean, am I ready for that information?
No, you're not ready for it. You are not ready for it. No one ever is.
In a private
called the clearing
discussion?
of the shelf. You're going to run through some negatives. We don't have to do this publicly. We can do this in private if you'd rather.
Okay. Yeah.
Anytime. I've actually been expecting your call anytime now.
Okay.
I already know.
Okay.
And ask Rebecca.
What's going on?
I already know. Ask Gillian. I already know.
He already knows.
What is it?
I already know what's coming. All of it, all the time. You guys haven't figured that out yet. I have precog that is, I'm not trying to brag here, but I have precog that it's hilarious because I see it twice. You see it coming, and then you see it happen. You already know. I already know, and it's well, I'm wackadoo. I am out of my freaking mind because I see shit that I can't possibly see, and yet I will ask each of you here before me and all of the people, Andrea and Joyce, and I know shit ahead of time, don't I? And I answer your questions, and I'm not trying to brag. I'm not trying to be silly or crazy. This is what happens. It's weird. I mean, I'm in jocularity. I'm in this crazy sci-fi bizarro world, and yet it keeps panning out nonstop. I mean, I'm standing there doing dishes in 2010, and it was like somebody backed up a dump truck with 5 yards of gravel and dumped it over the top of me. And I experienced the rest of my paper that I wrote in 1978 to the point where I actually reached out far enough in the galaxy that I found God. I cannot describe that to you.
Right.
But because of my chemistry mind and how I laid out my paper and what I was telling the government, it wasn't even a paper to the government. They took it. In my paper to my teacher, I was telling how that we had to be of the soft metals group. We had to have a binary solar system. Our planetary count and our planetary mass had to be this or one of three examples. In my paper in 1978. And that's how I viewed everything. And then, over time I was approached by other factions. When I was a child, I met a Draco. Came to my house. Walked up to me, scared the living crap out of me. I'm 9 years old. Reaches up and touches me in the shoulder. They don't require doors. Okay. And walks up to me. I'm looking at a Draco, and he has pink skin, and yet he's a lizard, semi-human. The soft areas, like the elbows and the inside of the arm before the hands, is all pink and human, and the rest of it has scales and is green, including facial features that are, under the cheeks, under the eyes, next to the nose, all pink. Bottom of the, lip, pink. Human / Draco. Walks up to me, scares the living, red eyes in the darkness, and then, because lizards, alligators, crocodiles, if you shine them at night, they have red eyes. Promise. Look it up. Florida, alligators at night. Anyway, red eyes, appears, shows up, walks up to me, touches me in the shoulder. It's called counting coup. Do you know what counting coup is? Early American Indian colonies, 13 colonies. An opposing tribe member would walk up to an opposing tribe member, touch him in the shoulder with a tomahawk, rather than split his head open with said tomahawk. It's called counting coup. I could have killed you, yet rather I come to speak to you, to parley. Oui, n'est-ce pas? You understand that? So he walked up to me and counted coup with me at age 9, and then walked away and then vanished back into the wall where he came from. And that was my first meeting with a Draco. And that's one of the 3 races that I have met face to face. It was real. It happened. I never went back in that room afterwards. I promise you. Problem was I saw it occur. I pulled the blankets over my head, screamed like, the 9-year-old child I was. The problem was when I pulled the blankets down and looked, it was still there.
Oh.
And so I stood up, and that's when he walked across the room and touched me in the shoulder. And I was in my right shoulder. And I met, and I know that I have another meeting with that individual yet to come.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, how do I share this? How do I communicate this? How do I tell people that this is way bigger than anyone even knows? We talked about the factory planet Earth. We talked about our role as this generation of humans, which is not the first version, and all the cycles previous to us, and the binary system passing and crossing paths every just under 4,000 years, and cycle after cycle after cycle after cycle has exhibited, and people don't even barely take it into account. And yet the Egyptians, the Sumerians, and the Nordics, and the Greeks, and the American Indians, and the shamans around the world have all been telling us all of this information over and over again. During the Ice Age, the entire planet did not freeze. Did they discuss that? No. Changing the animals after the Ice Age, the changing the oxygen level, the changing of the planet, all of these, the 4,000, the 8,000, the 12,000, 16,000, 20,000 year cycles. And all of those cycles equal climate change, which is exactly where we are right now. Yeah. This is a transitionary period. They're back. How do you argue with that? I mean, they didn't happen before. It couldn't possibly be real. No, it is real. It's happening. It's happening now.
People just think if they bury their heads in the sand after they hear us tonight, well, we'll go away, go back to work.
Back to normal. Yeah.
Yeah, back to normal. Mm-hmm.
So Baby Blue is asking about RH negative. What do we know about that?
That is part of the plan that was laid in several thousand years ago, too. And that is part of the puzzle pieces, which is why we are where we are. Because if you didn't have that RH factor in your bloodline, which we talk about bloodline, and I believe there's like 7 pieces to it. The more you have, the more you see.
Okay.
It's a different bloodline than what was. It's the new, it's the upgrade. It is part of and the more of the puzzle pieces you have of the upgrade, the better placement in line you have. Let's leave it at that.
See, Christopher and Gillian, do you have RH negative factor in your bloodline?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I do.
I know.
I don't know if I do or not.
Right.
I know my blood type, but yeah,
well,
I don't know if I'm RH negative.
Well, we can talk about the Sumerian bump.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I have that or not, but I do know my mom was RH negative.
Which one was? Do you know which one?
O, is it O positive, RH negative?
Well,
I think.
Okay. I'll throw this out there for something that I know for pretty general rule. Anytime that you are the offspring of or are the receiver or the bearer of O positive or O negative, which is a third bloodline from normal, because there used to be AB only. And I'm not completely accurate on this. I hope to better understand it in the future, but the part of the transition of the future has to do with this third additional bloodline and the genome and the ability to grow other genetic genome helixes, because we all know, if we go back to our biblical, Jesus supposedly had multiple genome helixes, and we generically have 2. So part of the O bloodline is the addition and the raise up. A positive, AB is completely rare. And then there are variations back and forth, and the rarities have stifled and stumped current science. Although, if you have psychic abilities, if you have abilities knowing beyond what you know, you are part of the puzzle pieces and all of these things. This is why I try to teach people that you already have the information inside you. The trick is to open up and let it talk to you to be your number one, to do your one thing. When you know your one thing, when you're comfortable with your one thing, it'll tell you everything. It'll guide your path, and you can do no wrong. And that is to be exceptional.
Right.
You have to believe that you're exceptional, and you live exceptional. You treat the people at the store exceptional, and you drive through traffic exceptional. And if somebody screws up in front of you, you're exceptional and they don't affect you, and you can miraculously, like a Jedi, go around them. Or out of the blue, you expect to step to the left and something lands to you at the right that would have killed you. Or you're going up a mountain trail and you don't slip, but you grab the branch because you're exceptional. That is the source, the force, the thing that will guide you. That is the role and the goal that I live by, because I was shown all of this. I should have been dead 5 times over, been standing here talking today. The exceptional role is the power, the source, truth, the factor, everything. Prem Ruat, you are the power. You are the source. You are the experience of that which you were created. Your energy, your electricity is yours individually. You are in the place that you're supposed to be right now to learn the things that you're supposed to learn, so you can pass that on to your children and your bloodline for that RH transition. This is the source. This is the Jedi. This is the Force. This is the source. This is why you're here. Otherwise, you wouldn't. Everyone you teach, everyone that you walk into the convenience store and say good day to. Look, we talked about this early in the show. The moment you got on the show, what did we talk about? You gave us your I'm cleaning house energy level, and then Sam talked his ass off. So that's what you're giving, and you gave it to me. Thank you, lady, and that's why I love you, Gillian, and you are one of my best friends, aren't we? We are friends, aren't we?
We are friends,
and we talk on the phone all the time, don't we? And you haven't called me lately. Why not? I don't take it. I'm not going to pull up. You me. I know you mean to me. Oh no, I don't take it that way. I love you dearly, sweetheart. I love you dearly. And Chris, you're my friend. Yeah, there you go. And this is how it works, you guys. You have to believe. You have to believe. It's the Force. It's da 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 da. You have to believe in the Jedi. Exceptional. Science is that easy. You see it. It's obvious. You can't argue with it. The bullshit doesn't affect you because you're exceptional. You're here. You are part of this. You are the Jedi. This is why I always talk about the Star Wars thing. Because we live in Star Wars. There's alien races going on around us all the time, every day. There's ghosts. There's all kinds of shit we don't know about. It's real. I've known this since the 80s. Before that, I doubted it, but since the mid-80s, I know ET is real. ET is real, and they're right freaking here right now. And the only reason they're not invading Earth is because they brought their forces in to show the governments of the Earth to gather every drop of the commodities that they want, and we're providing it without question, because they'll blast our asses if we don't. And yet they're handing us a bunch of chicken soup on top of it, trying to tell us it's a lasagna. No. And you got to stop buying into the crap, and it's freaking happening right in front of our damn faces. You see the Texas Cube. You see the Long Box Cube. You see the Star Destroyers and the smaller support craft galore every goddamn day, and I do too. They're freaking here, and what are people knowing about it? We get 500 views. You tell me.
My phone says 4.
That's crazy.
What is it, Jillian?
I just said my phone keeps saying 4.
4 people.
4 people.
Egg, what? Egg, go out on your front porch. Take your shoes off. Take your socks off. Put your bare feet on the ground. Go to your laptop, phone, or whatever, tablet. Type in 528 Om chant. Find the little guy sitting there, a little Buddhist monk sitting in a very square, prominent position. There's a really good series out there where he goes, Om. 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 You match that tone with your voice, your throat, and your head, and your chest, and your body, and your feet. And before you know it, the universe is talking to you. That's the in a nutshell. That's the skinny.
why is A more rare? No, it's AB negative, which is rare. It's
AB is rare.
They say Jesus was AB negative. He was.
Would be Grandpa.
Oh yeah, I know he is. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna tell you what. I mentioned earlier before I was wandering around in circles, about the Sumer bump. Reach to the back of your skull, about an inch above your last vertebrae, and there's a cove in the back of your skull between, it's the bottom part of the back, and if you have a little bump about an inch and a half, 2 inches up where above that in the middle of your skull, then you have what's known as the Sumer bump. And go look that up.
Interesting. I'm a medical professional by trade. Yeah, we don't call that the Sumer bump. And
it's a direct genetic anomaly in the human skull.
I have seen it. I have seen it on some people, and I have seen it not on some people. So what he's talking about is absolutely true. And I've also, I could talk about blood type and all this crap all day long. And what Sam is talking about is 100% correct. I just don't need to say anything because what he's already said is it. I mean, I could talk to you about RH negative and all this. I don't want to get anything wrong. I haven't really.
Right, I agree. I don't want to get it wrong either.
Right. So it's like, I can read the chapter on that tonight in my anatomy book, but that's all. I spent a long time my wife has a medical condition. I spent a long time studying about the human body, and he is absolutely right.
Does she have any amethyst? Does your wife carry any amethyst?
Yes.
Good. And what about copper?
I don't know about
copper.
She might have some copper laying
I told
somewhere.
Jesus to do this too. I tell everybody to do this currently. Right now with the planetary electricity, I think you should get a copper wristband.
Oh yeah.
Or ankle bracelet. Copper. Wear copper right now. It's a soft metals transitory spark, and sources telling me to do it, so I'm sharing that.
Great.
Wear copper right now. Copper bracelet on your ankle, or a copper bracelet, copper on your wrist right now will help you clarify that metal interaction with what we're going through with the Schumann resonance and the electrical electrical trans in the ground and the vibration in the sound, and copper will help right now. That was why I was recommending it to Jesus, because of his he's got a leg condition going on, and this is why I talked to Rebecca about that, because her other significant other also has the foot issues as well. With is it diabetic reaction, or
it is
Rebecca, is it diabetic or is it non? What is he balanced? Right. Is he doing the insulin or not?
No, he's got it.
Have you tried?
Actually, his blood sugar is pretty well controlled.
Well,
believe it or not, without insulin.
Well, and by the way, have you found colloidal silver at your health food store yet?
I haven't. No.
Okay, look for it because the supply is going to. I send you that will run out soon.
I see. Buy more is what you're saying. Okay.
And then maybe go to a pawn shop, because people sell shit all the time, and look for copper bracelets. There's usually shitloads of them. It doesn't matter what they look like. It's cleaner the better, but get a copper wristband or a copper ankle bracelet right about now. If you add copper, which is another part of the soft metal group, which is along with silver, gold, and copper, and that is the three that I talked about in my paper. If you wear copper right now, it will change your electrolyte cosmic circle of your personal magnetosphere, and it will block some of the crap coming in.
Awesome.
Let's see if they had marketplace.
You know, yes, you may get a green wrist or whatever, but wash it regularly. But wear the copper, because that copper will balance you between the triplane rather than the singularity that's nailing us right now.
What about like using like a copper pitcher or something?
Well, yeah, you could pour your water out of a copper infused pitcher. Yeah, that would help you. Then you would be getting, and this is why colloidal silver or monatomic gold. If you have the money to go to the health food store and buy monatomic gold, I mean, I've been avoiding that because I can't afford it. But if you take monatomic gold right now, you will self-heal, because the secondary star is here. We have the connective. It's sort of like a specter ghost connection to our 24th chromosome. It is because this is what the ascension is all about. Once in 2010, that second star joined in our immediate sphere of solar system. The connection to our 24th chromosome, that is a spiritual or phantasmal connection of what used to be. That is the power of the ascension. We are now kicked forward because we are moving. Okay, it has been 300,000 years since we have been under the dominance of the governing faction. And every 300,000 years, we transfer from the bottom to the top, or the top to the bottom of our galaxy. This is the breakout ascension. Our power level is now. The higher races have sought through the Federation to rise some of us up to Federation level because they deem humans worthwhile. The rest will go on. And Factory Planet Earth and the commodities for the other binary system will continue. That's the skinny of it. That's the harsh, true facts of it. Without, pour this or pour that. It's not. That's the middle. That is the generic. Some of us will evolve, others will not. The question is, are you going to evolve? Are your offspring, are your children going to evolve, or are they not? And that's where we are right now.
That's a hard one.
It's way, this is why I keep telling everybody, it's way bigger than you imagine. We're talking galactic occurrence, ascension. This is why that I met with other races beyond the Pleiadian who are even higher above him to get that clarification that this is my job. This is my role. And I argued with it for years, going, nah. And look where I am. Look what I'm doing. I have my soapbox. Rotten tomatoes, cabbages included. But yet I'm standing above the crowd trying to, speak my message. And am I going to give in? Am I going to quit? Am I going to not tell this message? No. I've been doing it for 14 years, and damn it, there's only one damn way I can get out here, because I'm stifled. I can't open my emails. I can't go on Skype. I can't do this. I can't go onto YouTube. I can't do. So here we are. This is my only avenue, and the only way that we can express and share with you and Chris and Gillian, and Rebecca and everybody, and Joyce and Ash and Andrea and everybody watching tonight is one word at a time, to reach out to everybody up here from my hermit cave in Montana and try to tell you guys this. This shit is real, and it's happening, and I see it, and I know it. And I would then again resort back to check my track record. When was the last time I was inaccurate? When was the last time? I mean, just the other day I give you a drawing, here's the drawing, and then the next day it's true. I have no other way to do this except try to scream and go, F this and F that. Damn it, why are you waking up? I don't know what to do. I have no other way to do than what I'm doing. And the damn planets are here. Shit. Look up. God. Okay, I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I didn't even say little scientist.
I know. I'm sitting here thinking, like, okay, what else can we do? What else can we say? Or, what other video can I make? Or, I don't know, another Facebook group. I don't.
Right.
But, I mean, okay. I know Alan wants me to write a book, and I'm like, I'm not much. I mean, one of these days.
It would be a.
I'll be looking for my copper bangle. Hang on.
Sorry,
it would
Chris.
fill your entire. It would fill. I think your book would fill someone's entire shelf. Like it would be like
my God, right?
Like
right.
the whole encyclopedia would be
That's nice.
through Z. Yeah, I could see it now, right? If you put this into a book, if you put all of the pictures and information into a book, it would be huge.
Especially the pictures.
It would be a 50-pound.
Yes,
it would be
so good.
60-pound, atlas. Yeah, it would be pretty awesome.
A chapter on each planet. Okay.
Yeah, you could probably stop you could probably put it underneath a bus and stop it, going downhill.
Like a speed bump. Yeah.
Right?
That's funny.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I was also going to say too, a lot of people are asking, let me see here. A lot of people are asking about, well, is my area going to get, is there going to be bad weather in my area?
Where?
Somebody asked, what's going to happen? How did they put it? How are we supposed to trust, certain types of, service providers like pilots and cruise ship captains?
Oh boy.
I think it was Thunda who wrote that one.
Frankly,
down.
I wouldn't travel anywhere right now.
Here's my take on all this. So basically, okay, I'm a medical professional by trade. Okay, I haven't worked in a couple of years, but that's my issue. And
not worried.
Okay,
not worried.
So but I've been in this thing for a long time, and the way I see it is this. Okay, we all want to know, well, is this type of weather events coming our way? Well, I look at it like this.
Hey, I'd have you in my squad any day.
Right. When we're in the operating room, right, I don't need to look at a patient's chart. I have to look at every single patient as they have a communicable disease. God, I can't talk today.
I hit that about about an hour ago. I couldn't even talk anymore. Go ahead. You're fine. Christoper, go.
Yeah, so you need to just, if weather is coming your way, don't sit here and be like, well, is it coming my way next week? You need to think about all of these things. The possibility is there that this can happen where you're at. Can you trust people?
It's happening everywhere.
Right. Can you trust these people to do what you need them to do for you? That's your decision. But you need to know this is all happening now, right? Just like when I walk into an operating room and we go to operate on somebody, this is just how I'm seeing it. I don't look to see.
Right, it's happening. You have no choice. It's coming down. Here it is.
That's right. There it is. So
when you're standing in the middle of a disaster and the other people around you are panicking, and you know
crazy,
and you know why it's happening. If you know why it's happening, then you have a level of calm and answering that they do not. And each of you that are here today and have the knowledge and are gaining the knowledge and growing above this knowledge are here for a reason. We talk about always being within your time. You are within your time. If the shit hits the fan around you and you know why, you are going to be light years ahead of those around you who are panicking. And if you are pre-planned and pre-prepared, then you will be able to have a discernment and gather people around you to protect those around you as well, or even gather a level of being able to pass through those limitations that are stopping you. because that will also exist. There's going to be a level of chaos with the Mad Max syndrome, etc. What you would call feudalistic behavior. So you have to remember that, and this is why I talk about to people that you have to be aware of your surroundings and the mass populace that you live in. And if you live at the coastline right now, I don't recommend it as safe. I don't. Because, we take into account Nostradamus, we take into account Edgar Cayce, we take into account all the real attributions of the past and listen to some of that legend. Because right now we know that the ocean levels are rising. We know that Antarctica is melting. We know that some of this information is scientifically correct. But if you go beyond what they're telling you, because they're completely limiting your information on what is really happening around the planet, from Europe to China to Russia to you name it, because everywhere is flooding right now. Everywhere is drying out and blowing away in ways that has never been done before. We're seeing storms and passing planets. We talked about earlier in the program, we talked about that video where Rebecca put up that picture that I started swearing over because it's Atu's moon, and you can't argue with it anymore. Oh my God, people, the shit. I mean, if you care about your children and your cousins, your nephews, your aunts, your uncles, your grandfather, your farm, your business, your car, you got to pay attention to this shit, because everything around us right now is going to dynamically, drastically we're headed for the worst summer we've ever seen. It's happening already. We talked about this shows ago, months ago, talking about the 180 day onset of the passing planets, and it's happening right now. It's going to happen tomorrow. It's going to happen Monday. It's going to happen Tuesday. It's going to happen Wednesday. Watch what happens. It's coming. It's here. It's now. And you have to wake up. You have to change everything. You have to be aware now. Plan. Buy extra rice. Buy extra oatmeal. Buy extra potatoes. You name it. Whatever. But have a little. Don't go crazy. Don't charge up your credit cards.
Is there anybody here watching that lives in Kansas or knows somebody that lives in Kansas?
Kansas is in trouble this week.
Yeah, Sam has been talking about Kansas all day today. If you live there or know somebody there, say something to them, or do your own. Do whatever you have to do.
Take a vacation. Take 3 days
we
off.
Watch what happened in Houston.
Go for a drive to Wyoming. Go for a drive to New Mexico. Whatever. Just get the hell out of. People should stay by their home and save it. But if you have a basement, or I hope
don't
you
get in your car.
Yeah, well, you go fly down the road now. Bye-bye.
From the videos we watched earlier. That's
yeah,
definitely.
This is not anything. We are not in Kansas anymore. Toto. I've said that a million times. Guys, this is a they will say Project Bluebeam. Yeah, Andrea, Project Bluebeam is so old and so long ago closed. They have many names beyond Project Bluebeam. And this is a problem. Everybody keeps buying into the old internet gossip, and we've got to let go of the internet gossip. I mean, how many times, Rebecca, have you said, and you're on mute, by the way, where you have said, forget everything you ever learned on the internet?
Oh, my goodness. You do. You got to wipe the slate clean and start building a new foundation. It doesn't mix. You can't mix the two because it doesn't work.
And if they were going to do something like that, Andrea, they would have done it already. They're not going to talk about this on the mainstream, faking it or the truth. It's not going to happen.
You think they're going to tell us the truth? Like they'll
tell us after it passes, or
No.
And they'll give us their narrative on how it went down.
It's all a distraction.
And they'll get you to believe it.
They want us to keep paying. We got to keep paying taxes. We want to go to work every day. When the shit hits the fan, they're going to crawl down in their deep military holes that they paid billions and trillions of dollars to make. It's all loaded. I've been in one of them. They're real, and they're going to go hide because they're special. And then the rest of us are going to be up here. And then when they decide to come pop their little freaking heads back up, and because they've got all the food in the world, and they're going to pop back up and go, oh, here, we'll feed you if you do this. So this is coming. We're not going to volunteer. I'm not going to volunteer for feudalistic behavior. I'm going to be the shining light around my friends and take care of the people around me, because I cannot grow a crop of wheat by myself. I can't grow oats by myself. I can't grow tomatoes by myself. I can't grow garlic or onions or potatoes or you name it. None of it. I need my friends. I need my village. I need my people. And if, and God, I pray I'm wrong. This is the one time I want to be wrong.
Right.
I pray I am wrong.
Yeah.
But
Definitely.
I was told people would want to be around me during this conversation, which is hopefully why you're here today. And in the future, if the shit hits the fan, I'm going to be a little. I'm going to be a little old guy walking around with a cane for all I know, and a long beard. Right. Who knows? And I hope my friends show up and here in beautiful, wonderful Montana, where we're going to have water when other people do not. Oh my God! Did I say that out loud? Oh yeah.
No, maybe.
Yeah, it's all about water, people.
I bet. Yeah.
Go back to 1650 to 1750 BC. Let's look at climate change.
Yeah, you think gold's expensive?
Oh well, right now, currently, gold is almost 250 times what normal value through the entire history of Earth has ever been. You know why?
How much percent did you say?
It's over 200%. It is $2,500 or $2,300 or $2,100 an ounce right now.
Yeah.
And it is, it used to be $800 and $500 and $300.
Right. Gosh,
and the reason that it is
$7 in 2000, so
called false economy, and they are selling it up because that way everybody pulls every little gold clasp out of their jewelry box with that gold little bit, a necklace that didn't mean jack shit to them, and they sell it, and then that commodity goes to paying off the overlords, the commodity, or what they call the tribute to the gods. And if you want to learn more about that, contact me personally and we'll discuss it. I mean, in our group and our, I'm going to tease you out there, because if you guys don't know the story by right now, I mean, I've been telling you for 14 years. Go back and view my videos. I'm trying to tell you guys who we are and what we are, and you're not ready. You are not ready.
Hey, Sam, there is a listener on TikTok asking about the solar flash. Beyond the rabbit hole. Hi there. But
which one?
I don't know.
What, currently or regularly or generally? The continuing illumination refraction changes are because there's a cutoff of usually one planet on the left and one planet on the right, and sometimes over the top, and they have atmospheres around them. And as they rotate, the light goes through their atmosphere, refracts and changes and flashes, because it goes thick, thin, thick, thin, thick, thin. And we are watching these bodies directly in front of us and between us and our sun, which is why the flaring and the changing and the squaring and the diamonding and the hourglass and the rainbow bell and all of that. Illuminations of our star, or plural stars, too, are showing us. And we're seeing the flashing and the illumination changes because there are bodies between us and our sun. That's simple. Oh, Philly Pam, you say I am ready. Okay.
A lot of people are saying it here.
Oh, what? When you're standing in front of ET and you reach out and you put your finger on them and you touch them, and they're from off-world and they're from another race and they're from another planet, then tell me that. Because you wouldn't believe how long it takes to deal with that alone. I mean, it takes you years. You think you're ready. Oh, ET, take me with you. No, it's not that easy. It is a F-bomb, mind F-bomb from hell. that you're not even ready for. Because I was given a vacation that I didn't want. We'll put it that way. That way I'm not getting myself in trouble. I was given a vacation, and I was done with a psych eval with a little guy, which Rebecca now uses for the Nibber Followers Anonymous logo.
Yes, I found him. We got his picture.
My psych evaluation in a DUMB was done by a little 4.5, 5 foot, 5.5 foot tall gray in a white science lab coat, and I am not kidding you. And if you think you're ready,
the girl one.
if you think you're ready, do not forget the decade it's going to take you to swallow the bread you just put in your mouth. None of us, no one is ready. No one is ready for what is right here, right now, and has been going on since 1947. No one is ready for the shit they sold us down the river long ago over that you're not even prepared, that I can't even talk about.
Yeah, every time you say something like that,
I know. Yeah, I know shit. I can't talk about it, and you're not ready for what's really happening and what's going on right in front of you. I mean, I got face planted into my keyboard for talking, and I had blood all over my house running away from what grabbed me. You're not ready for what's happening, and the trick is you've got to become at peace. You've got to start loving everybody around you and forgiving all of the crap and the me hating white guy versus brown guy versus yellow guy or any of that shit. The trick is the whole thing is beyond Earth. We have to look to the space. We have to look that there's other factions, other races here. We can't be prejudiced against Earth people. We got to let all that crap go. We got to grow. And if you're not ready and you meet ET, you're not going to live long if you're a prejudiced SOB. If you're a loving, caring individual that's worth living, you will live. If you're not, you won't. Or you will be cast back to the system. You will be cast back. And only those who are going to ascend are caring, loving, tolerant, growing individuals. And that is the trick to the ascension that's happening right before us. You have to change everything you've ever known and start loving everything around you. Because guess what? The important damn thing is now. Not yesterday, not tomorrow, but now. It's that simple. Philly, Philly, there's no way. There is no way for you to fathom. And I'm not trying to put you down or disconnect you or shut you down in any way. There's no way you are ready. But when you're standing there staring at an extraterrestrial, it's so euphorically disconnected until you're away from them, and then you have to deal with what you don't have any idea how hard that is to swallow later, knowing it happened, and yet it happened right before you. It's like I didn't just see a ghost, did I really? And yet you did. And then you got to spend a lifetime trying to swallow that. And I have met 3 separate races in numerous occasions, including with the government and without. And that's why it's a underrated reality, but they're quite damn real, and there's so much more going on. And unfortunately, most people are in YouTube land or Facebook land, and living their normal lives. And sorry, I've never had a normal life for many, many years now. Christopher, your turn.
Oh, I'm just sitting here listening to you, and this is just incredible. I think everybody that's here watching the show, I think, knows at least what's happening. Is there anybody new here that is watching the show for the first time. Do you guys have any questions, or
Right. There's a good amount of people that are watching right now. Really.
Oh yeah.
There really is.
And many are watching that because mine just keeps saying 4.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't get a number.
I don't understand that. Yeah.
I see, like, most of the people writing is, most of the people that are usually here, yeah.
I see that Wendy Williams is here. Hi, Wendy. Thank you.
Hi, Wendy.
Wendy, I'm going to take this moment to talk to you and thank you for the science submissions you have given this week on Montana Skywatcher 2. Very wonderful. You've captured some. You're doing a great job. Were your ears ringing? Because Rebecca and I were talking about you today. Thank you for your submissions. Absolutely. Guys, there's no way for me to express to you the discomfort of meeting an extraterrestrial. Even you could say it's the coolest. Oh, I want this to happen. No, I pray to God you never have the experience of ever coming and confronting the realization of what that puts you through. You think you're ready for it. You can handle it. And what happens is you undermine everything you've ever known, including, I have, since I was a child, I'm a seer. I see spirits. I hear the whisperers. I have traveled along with these asteroids since I was a child. I'm showing you these asteroids that I have known about. I'm in my 60s now. I have known about these asteroids my entire life. There is no way I can express to you the emotional value or the texture. It's like feeling the difference between silk and flannel. Left hand silk, right hand flannel. Left hand silk, right. It's so different of the vibe that you go through trying to process, knowing that everything we've ever been taught and told is inaccurate, including religion. And I could tomorrow I could break Rome, and I don't want to do that, but I know the difference. And that, I'm instantly soup. I'm sick to my stomach. I know it's a bad, it's called rock soup, where people come in and they all add their turnips and their ketchup and their tomatoes and their Worcestershire sauce and garlic and a couple of, some celery and whatever. Yeah. In order to tell you the truth of what I know, it sickens me to try to reach out to you beyond my expressions so far. And I could say more, but I can't because the rules. I get ill trying to communicate to people, and I don't know how to express that. I don't know, my cave in Montana. And I don't know how to tell you guys that there's so much more going on. You can't freaking believe it. And you've just got to reach into each and every one of you. You're here, you're doing your thing, you're here on the path. You're on the path. So many of us know the dark side of Rome and religion. Well, I hope so, Wendy. But I can tell you more than you ever dreamt of. And the vast crimes of humanity that has led forward since the Spanish Inquisition of 1444 and everything, and the loss of everything that was the people that would have fathomed the shit that we have been stuck into beyond the truth.
It's sad.
Would make you walk over to the nearest corner and throw up.
Yeah, it's not good.
And I can't share that with you, but the Pleiadians shared that with me, and I even know. I knew about my children before they were ever here. I know about things I can't even talk to you about. Sorry, dry throat.
Well, I have to go to bed because I have to go to work tomorrow.
Okay, I knew it was getting
good night.
Getting late for you, yes, Gillian.
Yep.
Yeah. Right.
Fisherman's friend.
Well, thanks for being here. I don't think we'll be
But,
on too much longer.
and we talk about the planet. Good night, Gillian.
Good night, Gillian.
I'm sneezing.
Yeah. We'll see
Good
you
night,
next
buddy.
Just
And
looking
God
at
rest.
something.
Godspeed.
I know. I'm getting ready to
007,
share it. I'll share it.
Stop. Meanwhile,
Share it quickly and then I'll go to bed.
Hey.
Okay.
Hey, Gillian, you're going to dream of roses.
I'm going to dream of roses.
Yes.
Good.
Bear with me.
I hope so, because
The
I've got a
rose.
rose growing in my garden. Mm-hmm.
The rose.
Too.
What we've talked, we've
Why
talked about
roses?
Rosicrucian and all that.
Why roses?
Oh,
She'll figure it out. She'll let you know.
Oh, okay. I'm just
Yeah, well,
curious.
Yeah.
Can't wait to find out.
I know stuff.
Yes.
Good
Yeah,
night,
some
Gillian. Hit
weird
the
dreams
button.
this week. Weird dreams this week.
Yeah.
Just like
I was telling you
Christopher.
about that earlier.
Why, you were in
Gillian.
mine last night. You were in my dreams last night as well as Rebecca. So that, which was, I thought, because I don't dream about you guys, but I did last night.
Dude, I go and look at what me and Gillian were talking about earlier. I swear, before you got, I didn't say anything about dreams or anything on the show, but I mentioned it before we were on the show, and I just can't believe it. I really can't.
Yeah, I'm telling you guys, this is Jedi shit. Christopher, this is Jedi shit. I am not kidding you. This is a really good example.
Like this now.
Well, yeah, exactly. Let me talk to you about the 12, because the 12 are forming.
Yeah, the 12. I seen that table. I seen that table in Montana. I seen that table.
Yeah.
In a dream long ago already.
There you go. There you go. Now you know. This is all really, it's really true. It's really powerful. It's beyond your wildest dreams. And all this shit is happening.
Yes.
Look at that.
Great.
There you go.
That's making us
That's us.
alcoholics.
That's us. We're there, but yes. So come join my new group. You're all invited.
Nibiru-holic.
Yeah.
So where did this come from? One member.
That's me. That's me. I just made it.
Nibiru-holics.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
I just made a group. Another group.
You're the one member.
I lost count. I know.
There you go.
Guys.
There you go. I'll have to join.
It's a lonely group. Yes,
I'm going to find it quickly.
Yeah, for those of you that need to break yourself away from the fantasy that Nibiru really exists. We have how many thousands of pictures
We
of it?
can certainly give you a new narrative and give you the blue pill to take to go back into the,
Oh
sleep
God,
mode.
yeah. Let's talk about the power. Let's talk about Neo. Let's talk about, oh my God, Om chant. Let's talk about the power of shamanism. Let's talk about the power of magic. Oh boy, there is so much, you guys, you wouldn't believe, and it's all real. It is. All of that lore that you ever thought of or read about has a connection to a level of reality, although it is usually exaggerated and changed. Ash, Ash, what country are you in?
I can't find it.
Ash Puddin.
I'll
A
send
green
you an
A.
invite.
Yeah.
He says, "Is there any way?" Or he or she says, "Is there any way I can speak to Sam privately?" And I can give out my phone number. I'm in the United States phone book in Lolo, Montana. Samuel Hofman, 1F Hofman. I publicly talk to people. I do give out my phone number, and I'm publicly listed, and I give you my real name, and that was part of a very large part of me wanting to come forward in the early years was actually give my name and my real face. Otherwise, I would have been some, character like Steve Olson turned out to be. Whoops, did I say his name out loud? Oh, boy. Or the Money Boys or all the other people that went cuckoo with Nibiru, and they had no clue what the hell they were talking about because they didn't write a paper 20 years earlier, 30 years, 40 years earlier. Just Money Boys jumping on the bandwagon. Okay, we are at 5 hours, 30 minutes. Do you have any more material for us, Rebecca?
Oh, I mean, there's odds and ends, but we can save it for the next show or whatever you want to do, Sam. I mean, it's whatever you want to do.
Whatever you'd like to do. I was just, trying to get back on the topic, and even though I've been talking for the last 45 minutes about abilities and knowledge and seeing and all the crazy shit that goes on around what's going on right now.
Right.
And we are not wrong. We are accurate. We've been doing this for a very long time. We're informed. We're credible. We are like the Ryan Hall y'all of what's going on overhead, not what's going on in weather. And we know where the planets are. We watch them. We watch what they do when they go. There they go. There they go. And we've known this for a decade plus. So if you want to know this shit, pardon the expression, if you want to know this information, we're trying to give you a monthly diagram. I just got done, and you can throw that up again if you want to, Rebecca, of the current orbital placement of the Nibiru group around over the top of us. And take a screen capture of it, save the information, save the monthly drawing.
Do you prefer that Ash calls you, or do you want to call her? What's your preference? Ash,
it's a her.
I'm assuming I'm.
Yeah, well, we can publicly give my phone number out if people want to call me, and I can hang up on trolls anytime. I'll publicly announce it. My phone number. I live in 406 Montana. You're shaking your head no, Rebecca.
I don't know if I would do that. I'm having a panic attack over here.
Yeah.
It's up to you, Sam.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I'd be scared.
I'm in the phone book.
Okay, well.
I really am in the phone book. I mean, Ash.
You should dole it out privately on Messenger or something like that. And if you can't message people through Messenger, Sam, then we.
Rebecca, are you able to talk to Ash in a private message?
I can on TikTok. We can communicate. I can send it to
her.
Well,
then do so. I can't. I apologize. I cannot.
Yeah.
My computer.
Okay,
I'm really shadow banned. But go ahead and give her my phone number.
That's,
if she's willing to talk to me privately,
Right.
Well, you have my number, correct? Rebecca.
Yes, I do. I have your number.
Okay. Well, go ahead, give her my phone number, and I'm always happy to talk to you. Even if you're a troll, I'll talk to you. I don't care. I know what I know, where I know. I have no doubt in what I know.
If you are if you are calling Sam to, naysay or whatever, which I highly doubt people are going to do that. But if you do, just be prepared for what he has to tell you. And you never know.
By the way, there are ramifications in karma. I am far more. I am far more than you know. And if you dare, I joke. Right. I'm not a bad guy, but you wouldn't believe how many people have accused me of attacking them with far-seeing. He attacked me. No. Yeah, it's happened. Yeah.
Right.
And I know things, and I don't use it for malice, but I do see farther than anyone you've ever known. And I go ahead. I'd love to debate it. I've had numerous people call me out over the years going, I'll debate you anytime. I was like, okay, when?
Okay.
Never heard from him again,
Okay. I'm sending it right now, Ash, so I don't forget. So you'll have it in a second.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Like secretary here. 316. All right.
And I would love, frankly, I would really love if I had everything the way I wanted it. And I could buy a piece of land, and I could invite all of you, my dear friends, to come up here and live together in Montana in a off-grid scenario. We could work together and learn about, solar lighting and how to heat our homes. And I've studied architecture for many, many years, all the way from Stone Age roundhouses all the way to Gothic architecture, et cetera, in modern day. And Hobbit houses, you name it, and geodesic domes, you name it. We could all get together and put this information together and live a very comfortable life. And I would teach how each of you could reach source and achievement in magic, because magic is who we are. We are all magic, and unfortunately, society has taught us away from that. And those of you who are here now had a calling for that magic in your lives. That's why you have sought out that information that is a little bit out of the box, out of the side, that thing that society told you was bad, you couldn't look up. But that's why you have found your way here today. And I've studied in the ashram when I was a child.
Sorry.
Yeah, don't.
Yeah, I was wondering.
You like sleep.
Good night,
Gillian.
You gotta get some rest. Yeah,
watch the show you get tomorrow. We're gonna talk mean about you behind your back. I'm kidding. Night.
I'll keep it on while I'm watching and while I'm going. Night,
okay,
night.
Thank you, Gillian. I'll restart.
Bye.
There she goes.
And again, Christopher, I'm waiting for you to come back. But if I had my way to teach touching source, once you find source and you let the earth electricity, the 235 volts that earth puts off in hum cycles that Tesla talked about, it's real. And that electrical, the birds run off it, the animals run off it, everyone feeds off it, everyone feels it. It's like a breath, which is why the human heart beats the way it does. It's that electrical on, off, on, off, on, off. That's part of all that we are, including us here today and out into the universe tomorrow and in the past. It's all connected. So what you do is and this is part of, like what the Japanese and the samurai and all of that teaches, and the force. If you focus on ground and the earth and the air and the wind and the moisture and the trees and the grass, and you touch the ground with your bare feet. If you focus on all of that, it teaches you to be part of a bigger whole. But unfortunately, we're working. We're going to school. We're driving on highways in our car. And we're separated. We're wearing shoes. And we don't connect to that. When you wear shoes, you get zero. If you wear barefoot on the ground, you're getting 235 volts from earth electricity. And Tesla knew this. In wave hum cycles. We talk about the earth sounds. We talk about the other planetary sounds. And that's the connection to who we used to be. And unfortunately, we've had to bend over to grow that crop of wheat since the early parts of mankind to stop listening. You have to, and the farmers know it. The farmers knew it. When you're connected to the land speaks to you. It breathes, it hums. It's a mother. It's a connection. We've lost that. We've lost who we were. And we have to grow back to that. And we're going to have no choice, because everything that we take for granted right now is about to be ripped away from us, because eventually we cannot prolong rebuilding the destruction level that's going on right before us. around the world right now. We are at that threshold. We have already gone Kansas, point of no return. We have already gone past that stage of climatary Earth tip, planetary close passing, 180-day cycle, climate change embedded. Here we are now. We are in it. The same reason those guys in Cappadocia, Turkey, centuries, couple thousand years ago, dug holes to live in villages underground. You don't do that shit because you want to. You do that shit because you have to.
Right.
This year we are going to fry. We're going to flood. We're going to freak. We're going to lightning out. We're going to storm out. And it's happening already. And I've been warning against it since December. Correct?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
At least, yeah.
Yep, at least. At least since I've been watching you guys.
I don't have any other way to express it.
You know. Yeah.
I was concerned because the
I don't know what to tell you.
180-day cycle didn't end. You know what I mean? The last 180-day cycle.
Yeah, it ran all the way. It all ran all the way into October, right?
It ran to.
And I knew that then too because I just knew. Source told me it was going to be extended until October rather than September, and it did. And then we had November. We had a calm period from November to December, and I said, "Okay, it's coming." And the same reason I drew in the blue line and the cross pattern over the top of the sun on the 15th. 3 days ago, because I just know this is happening,
right?
And I don't have any other way to scream this or freak out about it.
I'm telling you, I really did think it was like, just a cross that you put there to mark the middle of your page, so you could make your drawing. And then I look back at your other drawings and I'm like, wait, he doesn't do that. It's like that he intentionally put that there for a reason. And then when I looked at that picture and I looked back at the drawing and then I looked at the picture again, I thought that the dot on the left of the picture that you guys showed earlier was, possibly an asteroid.
I did understate
like
it.
A lens flare, and then, I'm like, he put that there intentionally. Look at this. This is incredible. Yeah.
And I don't draw this intentionally.
Yeah. No.
I draw it as I'm led to draw. And every time I do this on the 15th,
shout, this was a post from long ago. No, this came after Sam drew his drawing this month, a day after. It's incredible.
And Rebecca did go in and look and research the background of that to find that out and prove it.
Right. And you can go on the group and you can find the post yourself and see that it was posted the day after.
Yep, the next morning.
Right.
And I have to date never drawn a line over the sun before.
Later or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I was drawing it. It was an after effect. I was sitting there staring at it going, if I got everything right. And then I knew that cross flare was coming. And I drew it over.
Wow.
Pretty cool.
It's the cross.
Yeah. I've never seen you draw a line.
I cannot art.
I looked.
Yeah.
Right. And this is why we're trying to, document this and give reason behind it. And I knew, and it's, look at the front of the red, we got the little 3 dots, and I drew all the other little micro asteroids that I know are there, trying to express to you that I'm aware of this going on. It's not hypothetical, it's not random. This is intentional. It's coming. It's here. This is where we are. I share this. I have no other way to do that. I don't, yes, I am a typical neurosis. I'm very high IQ. Almost you could call me Asperger's, you can call me autistic, you can call me ADHD or whatever. This is my one thing. This is what I see. This is how I know. I'm sharing it with you. I don't have any other way to express this. The only way that any of you are ever going to grow from this in a mass is to share it with the people around you. And I'm not talking out my nose. Look at my accuracy for 14 years. I'm walking away. I'll be right back. Empty Coke.
Okay, Sam. I was seeing this by Audrey. Sam, when they come back, do they collect animals to repopulate? That's a good question.
Yeah.
I would think they would repopulate, like people and animals.
I know there was some governments that have like seed banks, and they keep animal DNA in these banks and everything in their countries. Like, yeah, you can look it up.
Right. They're usually like out in the, brutal conditions,
They're
just
like,
out.
they're like literal vaults, and
Yes.
I mean, I'm not an engineer. I don't know how they work, but yeah, they do keep like many species of plant life and animals in these vaults. It's pretty interesting.
Right.
Why would they do something like that?
Well, not only that, I'm back. Not only that, they have the code that they can create it in a level that we don't even perceive. Let's talk about, CRISPR technology.
Oh yeah.
Okay, currently on the planet Earth, CRISPR technology is banned. We humans have 24 chromosomes in a dual helix GNA or D. I can't even talk. Or 5 hours 47 minutes. DNA, diribonucleic acid, DNA. Di meaning two, ribo meaning two columns, nucleic meaning biotechnic structure, acid meaning an acid compound having to do with pH level. And that's pH level 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 or 12. Anyway, it's all chemistry. We have a clipped in the lab, in the petri dish, 24th chromosome. That is why modern science talks to you about 23 and me, because they are now omitting that 24th chromosome that they cannot account for why it is half of a chromosome, which is not possible in nature. That clipped 24th chromosome is why we do not live for 2,000 years and can self-heal and do much magic beyond our wildest dreams, which is part of the combination of 12 races that were to replace this genome in the current version of humans. Go to YouTube, Never Followers Anonymous, and look up the Pleiadian message. We are a compound structure. We are placed here to provide a commodity for a larger race beyond ours. We are not made by God. I'm terribly sorry. I am not here to hurt your religious value. But the facts are the facts. And I can prove it. Come join the Montana Ashram.
Yeah, like how do you prove that? I'm not asking for what it is. I'm just curious. How do you prove?
I see what Sam's saying.
You want to do it? Let's do it. Hey, come up to Montana and I will do forest magic. I dare you.
In person.
I remember that thing all my friends asked me not to do anymore. Well, my friends,
I think if you look further down the line,
5 or 6.
Sam is saying that humans aren't created by God, but if you go all the way down to what Sam is talking about, which is source, then it's like, yeah, we were created by God, but not in the sense that we're told that we were created by God. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but
okay, God created creatures that found the ability to create creatures through their technological advancements. Okay, now this is also why I talk about going to that video on YouTube, Rebecca Sniver, Followers Anonymous, the Pleiadian message that I begged her to put up for me, because the truth, now granted, there's a little political bias in that video. Generically, that is one of the most truthful, factional reoccurrences of the entire story that you could adopt as a human on Earth today. Although there are other truths out there. It all depends on factional point of view. But go watch that video. Is the wife throwing things at you again, Christoper?
Yeah.
I thought so. She's always back there hiding, isn't she? Why didn't she sit next to you and say hi?
I don't know. She's afraid of the camera, I guess.
Yeah. I totally feel
Well,
it.
tell her we want her, we want her cameo role every once in a while.
I do. I like
Don't
that.
make promises you can't keep.
I will handshake on it.
I know. Tell her.
Matt,
Okay,
give
next week.
Rebecca the handshake. You don't have
Next
to handshake
week.
me.
I promise I will. It looks like
Okay, Jackie. I understand.
Hey, you are also allowed just to put your hand in front of the camera once in a while and wave.
Do like the hand model thing.
Yeah, you just, be a hand model. Just, hi guys, I'm here. We know you're back there. I know.
They could be.
You're the one knocking the shit all over in the garage all the time.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, no problem.
today.
No problem. We love her dearly. Anyway.
They make a good team.
The point with it is, go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
when you get done, I was going to say, would you touch on Audrey's question if you haven't yet?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't read it. I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's okay.
When they come back.
Uh-huh.
They never left. They, which they are you talking about? They never left. They're here now. Holy crap! You wouldn't believe the factions and the shit that's going on right in front of our noses. For what? Oh God! What? 219 on? Hello, Christ! There's legions of stormtroopers. We haven't seen them, but a generic Star Wars term. There's legions here right now. Animals. We were in the middle of our sixth extinction, and they can always the higher races, even above the Anunnaki, can implant life forms of various degrees, from the whales to you name it, anytime they choose, because they have the knowledge of genetic material from the subatomic chemistry to the astroatomic chemistry. It's beyond your wildest dreams what they can do. They can step between time. They can collect everything they want.
Right.
Humans become so smart that they fear what they can control. That's why they want us to join them. We have alternate realities, and always the right one moves forward. And time is a circle. We go forward into the future, and then we go back to the past and start over again. And time won't progress until the proper non-paradoxal function, because it's front and back. And if it can't go front, it can't go back. So therefore, it loops and works. It's hard to describe. But the Pleiadians showed me time, and they can walk in between time. And, okay, we're going to go back here, we're going to do that, and then they go back to where they were, or back to where they weren't, and they can visit anywhere. There are races even beyond them.
Wow.
Because the thing that people forget is everybody thinks, the Big Bang and everything's the same age. No, there are universes that are far older than ours. There are races that are billions of years beyond us. And we're looking at what, 6.5 billion years for the entire construction to 8 to 10 billion years with the entire construction of our binary solar system.
Wow.
And man is looking at a future of what we assume is our history of 50 to 150 to 250,000 years ago in this version of Homo sapiens versus Homo erectus and Homo whatever. And we are not the first version. And that's blatantly evident in the stonework that's all around our planet, showing us architecture that we can't even build today that is seemingly 9,000 years old when it's probably 25, 35, 45, 55, 150,000 years old. It's just so well built. We have no understanding of what we're looking at because modern empirical British science won't let us go there. That's why we still revere Einstein. And his shit is from the 1880s through, 1920. I mean, no, where are we now? And who do we look at? We don't even listen to anybody beyond Einstein. Wrong. Wrong. Tesla was newer. Tesla's shit disappeared. They didn't want people to know this. Egypt doesn't want you to know what they know. Science doesn't want you to. NASA doesn't want you to know we have 2 stars. NASA doesn't want you to know there's freaking close passing planets. Weather doesn't. We're seeing it. We are seeing it, and they're not telling us. That should be a really serious, important thing to you. I mean, we are being lied to, and it's right in front of our noses.
And they do it on a daily, 24-hour-a-day basis. They're constantly putting crap in our faces. They're constantly trying to distract you from all these truths. It's like Sam said. Once you realize how awful this is, and you realize what they've actually given to us, you want to go throw up. You want to go somewhere and throw up. It's not.
We a few years ago, there was an ISS cam footage, and this bee flies in, and it's buzzing around on the array on the left-hand side, just above the solar panel array, and then it lands on the solar panel array. It's a bee. So, excuse me, would you explain to me how a bee is flying in space at the ISS cam?
Yeah, that's not good.
Okay, what that is a mock-up in the camera view and a very large screen showing you old footage on a very large mock-up screen showing you what is above the ISS because they can't show you the real footage because the frickin' planets are right frickin' in front of you. And Rebecca, how many screen captures did you get over the years where you caught something and then the damn ISS turned off?
No, I don't understand it even. It's so bizarre. Okay, remember last week I told you about my UFO video?
Yeah.
And everything I capture gets saved into my Google Photos. Like I have to go into Google Photos and delete something.
Don't say.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, okay. It's not there. It says image not available, and there was. I know, Chris. I couldn't believe. You have to go into Google Photos and purposefully delete something out of Google Photos. It does not. It saves everything. Well, everything is there, but that video and the snapshots I took that day, I don't understand.
Well, it's like when I try to log into Skype and it just scrolls and I can't even open it and talk to anybody.
That's scary because I don't know if you have one account for all your stuff or just one account for all of your space stuff, or not space stuff. Excuse me. All of your followers anonymous stuff. But
Let's talk about Mexico Skycam.
It's not good.
John.
Do you remember all the links that we had with Mexico webcams that we used to use every day?
Gone.
Yeah.
Gone. Let's talk about the satellite links that we could get. That we could get direct satellite links in the year in 2010 and 11 that were like 5 to 15 minutes later, real time satellite links that we can't get today. Let's talk about radar. Just even seeing the normal planetary radar, NEXRAD and everything, that where you could see the states and the clouds actually passing over that were not a computer generated model. And everybody somehow softly went into this darkness of night, accepting that as real. We've been spoon-fed this entire narrative that has led us to modern computer diagramming rather than what the old-fashioned real science that we all started on has been manipulated into, including all the way up to Windows 11. And they're we lose our links and we can't get back to this and we can't get back to that and we can't, I can't even open Skype and on and on and on and on. And we've been conditioned into not being able to do what we used to do 5 years ago. It's scary what's happening. I got this new toolbar on the side of my right hand side of my screen. I didn't want any of that. I didn't want to be more confused, and yet I tried to go with my monthly site drawing this month and do it the way I normally did, and I could not open it with Paint. I have to actually reserve and save the pictures and then go into them in another program in order to open them with photoshopping so I could tag the names on them. So they're changing everything all the time. They're changing the names of the planets. The old NASA information that did talk about the binary solar system and the old information that came from Russia and Holland and Sweden, where they actually exposed that Planet X and the other bodies were here in the early years. Gone. You can't type in this and get that, and you can't get this and that in the UK, and you can't get it in Canada, you can't get it in Australia, you can't get it here. There's all these things going on and these things happening where we're being limited slowly, one little thing at a time, and they're constantly taking things away from us. And I've tried to, I don't want to scream, oh my God, it's a conspiracy, they're out to get us. No, but it has been happening. And it is up to all of us to do the science and grab the information while we can, record it. What if we, what if we lose our internet? What if we lose this way to talk to each other? How are you going to spread the message? Ash or Andrea or anyone else above in the comments section that people are watching today, write this shit down. Record this. Do you be your event taker? You are part of the future narrative. And remember, usually if we talk about Rome, only the victors record the history. So we don't want them to be victors. So we are going to record this history now and not let them get away with the narrative. We have proven this is real. This is real. And we have only 500 views. This is the lowest view count I've ever seen in any of my, my Radio Wasteland shows have 20, 30, 40, 50,000 views. I have millions of references to my name. What the hell's going on? Well, why is this not getting out? Are we being limited? Are we being told a lie that we only have 500 viewers when we have 10,000? We don't know. I have no way to judge that.
And the weird thing is that there's sometimes there'll be an odd ball post on the group, and it'll have a whole ton of comments on it, likes,
and I'll see 5 out of the 30. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I can't. everybody's been in our group. You know what you've seen like certain posts that have been made that we're taking pictures. Those are the posts that aren't getting likes, and then there's comments. Sometimes somebody just posts something silly, and that gets like
I used to have
likes.
I used to have 2,000 likes. I would make a post 5 years ago, and I would have 2,000, 3,000 likes. Now I'm getting 12.
Yeah, that's weird.
Something's wrong.
Right, like I'm getting my feelings hurt over here, like but that's not the point.
WTF, man.
Yeah,
WTF.
It's like something's going on. It's weird.
Well, I'm shit. Rebecca, bring up bring up Jesus's video again.
Right. Let's see how many people actually looked at it, and then
the one
it's at the Yellow Moon. It's at the Yellow Moon.
Okay. Yes.
The famous finger is always right. He's very good. He gets his cameras are excellent. I mean, shit. Argue with this.
You can't.
This isn't fake, and I have drawn it coming forward to us since 2019, and before that, I drew where it went from 2015 all the way over the top of the sun, did the trail thing, and the sun thing. 2018 was the winged planet, where nobody listened to me then, and then went back into it in 2019, then came forward, and I've been drawing it on the site drawings ever since. And is anybody listening? Are we going viral? We talk about the long box cube and the Texas cube. We've cited it, the space tube, the Empire orb, all of that. We documented all of that, from crop circles to you name it. Have we gone viral? What, WTH. Look. Argue with that.
You can't. You just can't. That is incredible footage.
And I drew it.
Yep.
Before it happened. That is the Samuel Moon, and it is going over the top of us right now in ways we don't even know what's coming. This summer, it's going to be even closer.
Yeah, I was loving Ice Adam's Yellow Moon, and now I'm not liking it so much.
I am actually fearful of what's coming. I am fearful of what's coming.
Yeah, it's just freaking
out.
Please
turn that up, Rebecca. Good.
Yes.
Okay.
Here's my one picture from that wonderful day.
That's it.
This is it.
Okay, everybody take a picture.
I know. Right.
They can't get all of our Google
today,
photos.
right? But I know that this was only there for a split second. This little rainbow. Whatever.
You had video footage too, didn't you?
It was on video, yes, and it.
Okay, all right. Everybody, stop. Stop looking at the sun. Stop looking at the dot above the sun and the dot below. Look at the dark areas first.
Yeah.
Start there, then move to the sun.
Yes, hugging the sun on both sides.
Oh yeah, that's evident. I'm just still wondering what Rebecca saw here with this rainbow thing.
I know. I mean, I just know Google Photos. I have things that were there for years and years and years, and all the pictures and videos before this clip are still there, and the ones after are still there. It's just these four. There's 4 different pictures and videos that are, it says item no longer available. Like, why? How?
Does anybody see the rainbow on the left-hand side?
Yeah.
You see those wispy little straight lines?
Yep.
Yes.
That is the big three.
Wow.
Yeah.
Rebecca, go to the site drawing.
Okay. Here it is. Oh boy, there it is.
Wow.
You see the little orange drawing, little lines of orange around the big three.
Right there.
Now go back to that photograph.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Those lines. See?
Wow. Look at that. Oh,
it's always
wow.
like that. Those tiny details, and it's always there. It's true. That's pretty cool.
Argue with me. I hate to go here,
Right.
but I am getting so frustrated.
Why would that be there? There's no
I am
other
so
explanation
frustrated
for how that could
because
happen.
I
in this
tried to
photograph.
point out to you in drawing. I try to point it out to you in drawing that this area is going to illuminate, and what is happening right before your very eyes? You're seeing the big three coming in. Okay, the refraction, the halo, the crown of thorns, whatever you want to call it, showing you that there's light cutoff in this photo. You keep it on pause right here.
Yeah.
If you look at the dark areas first, and you would completely ignore the white areas, just wipe white out of your brain. Look at the dark blue first, and then work into the variation in the light shining, spreading circular refraction.
Yep.
And the clouds and the white clouds. It shows you the shape of what is in front of you. And then you go to the center, and then you'll see that the circle is not round. There's a refraction on the upper right-hand side. And it has this little thing going off to the upper right-hand side. And look what that is. That's just Saturn's yellow moon. And then on the left, way in the background behind in the dark blue, below the rainbow of what's going on in the upper left-hand corner, but below that area is the side of Uri.
Wow.
Do you see it now?
Oh, yeah.
Just as drawn. Because source speaks.
Wow.
I am not wrong. I draw it ahead of time. Here it is. Bury your head in the sand, or don't. Believe it or not, Ripley's Believe It or Not. Listen, and the rainbow in the upper left corner is really prominent.
Yeah.
It's important. The big three are going to be crossing the sun in a couple of weeks. And you want to see funky sun then, because right now, as we speak, we are in a refractive, weird, dulled. Remember, what was it, about 3 months ago, we were in a really weird light thing. It's coming yet again. It's going to be worse this time. It'll be shaded. You won't know why. I'm telling you guys, this shit's happening right before your very eyes. Wake up or don't. And I'm getting irritated. I'm getting cocky. I'm getting arrogant, whatever you want to call it. But I can't express this to you guys without you realizing that I know what I'm talking about. It's coming. We're in deep shit, Alice. It's happening every day over the top of us. How else do storms go from normal 25,000 feet to 58,000 feet? Unless something is passing close by to drag them up that high. Normal is not normal anymore. We're tipped, we're odd, we're weird. The sun, I'm driving down the road. I'm headed south. My car's telling me I'm headed west. Hello? It's wrong. Everything's wrong. Get ready. We're in deep shit. It's coming. It's now. It's coming. I'm trying to warn people. And, okay, remember last year, Rebecca? Radio Wasteland? I remember 2022. Remember 2021. Remember 2020. All of those Radio Wasteland programs.
Yeah.
Well, was I wrong?
Oh, right. No, that's like a whole library of accurate information that can.
I'm not trying to sit here and brag and over promote, but the reality is that people have got to damn well listen, because I work at this. I study. I know. I see the patterns. I know what's coming. And if you don't listen, I don't know what to tell you. Sorry, I'm a little bit, I'm fervent. I'm overzealous. I'm concerned. I care about people. I'm here to warn you. Damn, that's why we do this show every, couple of days. Hello.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm at a loss. I really am. I do not know what more to say. I'm freaking out watching this shit happen. And after Houston the other day, I just went, holy shit, God.
Yeah.
2 weeks of hell. And it's not done yet.
That was unexpected, yet he's been telling us the whole time.
We talked about the close pass of the 180-day cycle. Here we go. And there it was. And it was like, oh, my God. And before, one time it was San Francisco. One time it was South Dakota. One time it was Ohio. One time it was Canada. And now it's entire regions.
Houston, Texas.
Yeah.
Houston, Texas. That is not.
I mean, it's devastated. And the angle, the pattern of what comes in above the radar at higher elevations, that meteorologists are going, oh my God, we've never seen this before. It's anti-rotational. Excuse me, if the weather is normally rotational in one cylindrical pattern according to the northern hemisphere and centrifuge laws of physics, you follow me, Christopher?
Yep.
Okay, and all of a sudden we have an anti-rotational occurrence over the top and mixed into. What does that tell you?
There's something big.
It's exterior of the reality. Yep. There is an interposing effect that is anti-rotational coming into the normal weather pattern of, clockwise versus anti-clockwise rotational patterns that are dumping into and dragging these supercells to 58,000 feet.
Wow.
Twice normal ever recorded height of any supercell. Did that happen last year? No. We saw the South Dakota and the Canadian storms last year, and they weren't this. This is unheard of. And it's happening in France, it's happening in Europe, it's happening in China, it's happening in Russia, it's happening in Hawaii's flooding, all of every South America is doing whatever it's doing. We think that the Amazon is on fire and no one's telling us.
I have a question about the clockwise, counterclockwise rotation. So when the storms are moving clockwise, it's pulling air from up downwards. Right?
Generically counterclockwise.
Okay, so when it's the opposite, when the planets are passing, is it pulling the air up or?
Rebecca, do you remember that video you showed of the Aurora Borealis going from east to west?
Yes.
Can you play that again?
Yes.
Okay, if you have a normal rotation storm pattern that it goes from west to east, right? And you add what she is showing, what government told us there. If you have something going from east to west, which is anti the jet stream, and you take a anti-clockwise rotation and suddenly make it go clockwise, would that not meet with this passing over? because it would drag it to the upward, because it passed by, into a clockwise rotation. Dead center over the middle of the United States.
Wow. Wow. Okay, I see it.
Close asteroid pass. We've documented it over and over and over again, and now it's going the opposite direction. Because we are no longer on the left-hand side of Attu and Uri, and we are on the right-hand side of Attu and Uri, and they're passing in the opposite direction, and they're under the planet's rotation orbit that we watch regularly, including the spiral asteroid in the bank turn. You see the drag-off eddy and how it affects the Northwest and the Midwest and Florida and everything in the back eddy. It's upper level winds. It is shearing against our normal jet flow. And because of the upper level winds, they run into each other, hot, cold, and everything, and then drag off, stall, and back rotate. Dead center over Kansas, Missouri, Nebraska. That is where the rotation, the cyclonic out of the blue rotation in the freak, that is the base core illumination of Nepenthe. Close pass right there. That's the open core. See the base of Nepenthe? 1, 2, 3. See the core?
Yep.
Yeah.
That is the base cloud. It is below the planet. That is the southern electrical pole, because it's a smaller planet very close to us, passing over the top of Earth and beyond Earth. And they too are illuminated by that CME, not just Earth. What's going on the planets next to us is also happening to us.
Of course.
That's why we are seeing the red we never saw before, because those are planets and very close objects. And NASA is lying their ass off.
Wow.
They bring it up because there's no way not to notice it. So they're killing the story before it happens. That too is necessity right there. 1, 2, 3. Open core at the bottom, it tipped axis, etc. The white dots are not necessarily planets or stars. They can be material. If you look, they all move and jump. Stars don't move and jump.
No.
That is debris and material that is in close passing.
What
asteroids
is that
illuminate.
The green is that you see that
right there. It could be one of the planets shining through, or it could be one of the big three, because we know that beside Nepenthe on the left-hand side is the big three.
Okay, but you see how it's like a slant going across the sky, and above the slant
Yeah,
is
and
that
look at the axis dip. Axis dip. Normal space is horizontal. Planets are axis tipped. If they're on the left-hand side, they're on the left axis tip. If they're in the middle, they have a straight horizontal axis tip. If they're on the right-hand side of the planet, then they have a right-hand sided axis tip. We have documented that as well.
Yep.
This is a close pass of Nepenthe at night during the solar storm, and we're seeing the red and the bottom of the planet and everything, and the base cloud is below the actual planet. It's separate of it, but that is the polar. We talk about all the, Earth and all the other planets have these polar illuminations, and these are also exactly what's going on with the planets that are passing. All of the planets have polar illuminations because they're magnets. They're little They're putting up. They're showing you their strong wave and short wave magnetosphere poles. So it's all electric universe. It's right before our eyes. It's happening. And they're lying their butts off, trying to cover it up. Go, it's this, it's that, it's the other thing. That right there. Can you go back 2 frames or 3 frames? Right there. That is the Saturn's yellow moon. The green is the side of a Saturn, and Nibiru behind it in the far on the bottom left. Right, that green line in the middle in the red area is Saturn's yellow moon in front of his Saturn and in front of Nibiru, showing you at night. There it is.
Wow.
Ion tail, circular Saturn's yellow moon. Green first edge in the middle is a Saturn. The middle, the green edge toward illumination at the bottom left corner is where Nibiru is. Again and again and again and again. Wow. Same pattern over and over and over. And we see it in the day. We see it at night. Ion tail bleeding up dead center. It's almost going vertical because it's night. And the placement has transcended. And this is part of, it keeps moving. And I can, I try to draw it according to what our eye is during the day. But at nighttime, the pattern changes. It's over and over again. And, you're seeing it right here again. Nibiru, Saturn's yellow moon. Over and over and over again. And I don't know, I don't know any other way to express this to you except they are there. And you cannot have a repetitive, never-ending sky pattern around the world unless it's real. It is. It's real. It's happening. There it is. There it is. There it is. And hi, I'm Samuel Hofman in my cave in Montana. And how's your day going? What do I do? How do I express that?
Right.
I got it. Okay, and I'm still scrolling. Wow, I didn't read a lot of the comments down the page. Hi, Joyce. Hi, Katie Jo and Rodney and Ash again, and Egg, and God, I keep scrolling. Oh my God, lots of people talking, and I missed you, and I apologize. My computer was not keeping up with me. I saw my name. Okay. I was afraid to mention some of the stuff. I know BC, you guys would have thought I was crazy until I heard Sam talking about a little about it. Yeah. Oh boy. Ash, I could tell you stories that would turn your hair white. I have seen, since I was a small child, I've been able to see ghosts and spirits and you name it. And my mother used to refer to me as Mr. Know-It-All. It was a loving statement. It was also a hate statement at the same time because she hated the fact that I quoted them, what they taught me, and they hated that. Okay. Hi, Andrea. You're at the bottom of the list. You wouldn't wonder long. There's Rebecca. We talked about the puffing volcanic activity on Nepacity. And I don't think you could breathe. I don't think you could breathe on Nepacity. We got some captures recently, again showing the puffing atmosphere.
Let me get it. I'm pretty sure I have it ready to go.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you couldn't breathe on Nepacity, so you wouldn't do well. You'd be going and you'd die because it's all sulfur and gases and weird shit. It has, and Nepacity has a thin, weird atmosphere, and we don't, we know it's not habited or inhabited. Yeah, okay, inhabited.
Okay, I'm gonna have to flip through here because I didn't mark it. Oh, are you okay, Chris?
Yeah. Are you guys reading? I'm sorry to interrupt. Are you guys reading Karen's post here? Yeah, this is not good.
What's the matter?
She says, my husband just fell. I think he broke his neck going to the hospital. Have to sign off. Karen, be safe. And
Oh
let
yeah,
us know what's going on. We're really sorry to hear that.
Karen.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm very sorry.
It's going to be okay. Everything's okay. Calm down. Exhale. Wait for the people to get there. Stabilize. Make sure that the collar around his neck is loose so he can breathe comfortably. Lay him flat out. Don't move him unless he's comfortable with it. Check breath, blood pressure, breathing. Christoper, you're better qualified than I.
Yeah, just do what Sam's telling you to do. Check his airway and make sure he's breathing. Keep checking his pulse until the ambulance get there, and just let them do their job once they get there. And
reopen your door, turn your front porch light on, whatever it takes.
If you have family to drive you to the hospital,
well, don't worry about that
better
yet.
Than driving there yourself.
I'll worry about that in a minute. But get paramedics on the scene now. Never hesitate to call 911 when you need it. Ever. No matter, it doesn't matter. The cost doesn't matter.
That's right.
Leaves all our water behind and takes off and goes back to our normal orbit. No, Russell, how you doing tonight? So when necessary, leaves all of our water behind when it takes off and goes back to its normal orbit. No, I believe, frankly, over time, the interaction of the passings of planets, the group, the binary system, I believe that actually this is where our water comes from, is the passing of the systems, where, including Noah's flood, we can debate about that. I think a good portion of the interaction between the electrical events of the passing planets does create water and adds to our overall earthly cover of water, which we could call space water. And I want you to ponder that, and do go to Thunderbolt's project or even Suspicious Observer and look up space water. They're far more formidable about the explanation. And it is chemistry. It's electrical. We talk about the superhighways that bleed off between the planets and the electrical discharging between the bodies when they push each other away. And we can talk about ozone layer. We can talk about arcing and the transference of the electrical energy between bodies. There you go. This is the bottom of planet Nepesity. We talked about this. Rebecca and I were talking about it, and we looked at it, and we looked at it, and we looked at it. Now, a few years ago, there was a sighting from Dead Gotchall in North Carolina, and this very much matches the bottom of planet Nepesity in a close pass, where we saw its volcanic activity so close to the surface that it affected, because of the blasts on the volcanoes of the green, we believe, copper-type metallic planet, with its volcanic activity that was actually bursting through its personal atmosphere in close pass. And look again, it's over the ocean.
Wow.
These are the burping volcanoes on planet Nepesity in a close pass. They're cloud punches, but they're cloud punches from atmospheric, not cloud punches from asteroids. There may be an asteroid or two involved in this, including the big three, because we know the big three is on the left-hand side of Nepesity. That's volcanic activity burping into the upper atmosphere of close passing planet Nepesity.
Wow.
Which is why for years I used to draw dots on the face of Nepesity. And we talked about this for, about an hour, Rebecca? You're muted.
How can you tell the difference between? No.
You're back.
Well, because there's no pathway. There's no pathway to lead in.
Between this and
number, first of all, the number. Well, they are cloud punches. They're all cloud punches. But that right over there left is Attu's moon. That is Nepesi. And we know that Nepesi on close passes over the ocean has these volcanic upheavals. And that was cited in 2021, I believe, maybe 22, from Deb Godshall off the North Carolina coast. And we watched it and we saw other evidence of that in the 2018 passings as well. And we culminate this information, and it is the same time period. And I looked at this and I thought, it doesn't match any of the asteroid patterns other than on the left-hand side right there, which could account for an asteroid pass because you see a pathway to the left. But these rest of this numerous cloud punches did not make sense with asteroid patterns. And then I looked at it, and I went, wait a minute. We know that Nepesi does that. We've seen it before where Nepesi has these volcanic upheavals on the face of Nepesi that punch into the upper or their lower or upper atmosphere to make these holes. It didn't match, but then I was watching and I thought, oh, I know what it is. It is Nepesi and volcanic punch clouds from its atmosphere and asteroid punch clouds.
It's three.
Like the one on the right where the TikTok is. That is an asteroid. The other ones are volcanic puffings that go so high in their atmosphere. They do a punch cloud in the upper atmosphere and the cloud pattern of planet Nepesi.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense when you talk about it, like, because you always talk about how
we didn't have any functional asteroid groups that were doing that at the time. It was like, no way. I mean, is there a bunch of shit going on that I don't know about? Well, which was, like part of that thing that we went through the other day where we're talking about what the hell is that to the south, because it doesn't fit in anything we've seen. And you and I, as far as I'm concerned, pretty much know everything that's going on up there because we've watched it for so long that if it doesn't fit the pattern, it's like, what? And that's how the science works. Irene, I hope your weather in Florida is okay. I know you're a little more south than most of the severe shit going on, and I'm glad you are. But Georgia and Florida, northern Florida from Tallahassee all the way to the coast, are going to suffer tonight and tomorrow.
Here's some more things to look at if you want.
Attu's moon. That's what I was swearing about. Was Attu's moon, people. Nepesi, open base core. Asteroids under Uri. And the cloud reach on the side is the warming up of the side of planet Uri from the sun, which is to the right of it. Those are the clouds that develop off the side of the planet once it starts to warm up. Seems we lost everybody. Where'd Christoper go? Where did
Oh, sure enough. Where is he? Let me check it, make sure he's not. I was curious about that one there. Come back. What do you think of that, Sam? Let me go back. Can't.
The entire.
My bad. Sorry. There it goes.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I don't see Chris. He'll be back.
Yeah, as needed.
What do you think?
The funny thing is, you and I. Oh God, look at that.
What is that? Wait. Okay, let's try it again now.
Yeah, let's go back.
All right.
That isn't some sort of energy transfer going off of the red asteroid up into Atu's moon. That could even be a bleak because we know right behind that is the Texas cube. That is illumination of the red asteroid. That's a transference of energy going up to the higher bodies, which is in the upper area. This is electrical. Yeah. That is ion bleed off leaping off the static charge of the red asteroid and the spiral asteroid behind it to the left. If you look at the pattern over and over again, that is bleeding off to Atu's moon. You're seeing a discharge pattern, which is why we saw the object cluster group coming in years ago, all the way back to 2010, 2011. We saw this illuminating thing in space. We talked about the discharging off to the planets. The group of asteroids below Atu and Atu's moon are like a diode, and they gather all this static and they discharge it to the planets nearby. We watched it coming in from space. That's the highest fabrication I've ever seen, but I'm not sure this isn't, electrical disbursement. But yeah, 2013, 2014, we realized the planets weren't going to crash into each other. We realized by the close passing asteroids that we watched regularly that they were discharging off the bodies and pushing everybody away. We know that it's an electrical universe. It is not a gravitational. These discharges from one body very close, it could be hundreds of thousands of miles away. But when they get too close electrically with their electrical magnetosphere of that planet versus ours, they either pull away ion bleed off towers going up to the light, where the lights from the cities bleed up to the above us, to discharging where they push each other away. We are not paradoxical. We are not going to crash into each other. Look at that. Yeah. That's a planet above us. You see the line, the difference? The rainbow illumination is asteroids, debris, breaking down in space into a pyramid effect, or not pyramid,
prism?
A prism, excuse me, I said pyramid. It's a prism effect, sorry.
Works.
Yeah, we're at 6 hours.
Right? Yeah. That works.
I have a brain, really. I swear. I think I left it in the other drawer. But anyway, yeah. Some of these illuminate, where'd that light come from? It's like, do we have someone else here I don't know about?
It's Jackie.
Okay, thank you, Jackie. Yeah, look, this came from the eye candy series. Your shorts.
Yeah, yes.
Planets. These are planets, people. You tell me what the hell else is going to do that in the sky? That's the red asteroid little sister underneath Uri.
I love Rebecca's video where she's like playing this meteorologist. His whole idea of lenticular clouds and how it's coming off a mountain, and they always come off mountains. It's a great video. That one's awesome.
Yeah, the Weather Channel explains these swirls as wind pushing clouds on the side of a mountain. The mountain is causing the wind to swirl.
That's why they've happened for exactly like that for the last decade. Over and over again for the last decade. Yeah, that's the red asteroid. It's the spiral asteroid. It's Atu's moon, which is right there's another example of it. Smaller asteroid in front of the big red asteroid. Little sister in front of red, and and those the little blobs in the front on the right are the three in the front.
Wow,
we talk about those, and the base that reaches out from, which is the snail foot that reaches up from Atu's moon, which is above this, and Atu, which is behind it. Over and 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 over again, we do this, and this is a rolling cloud. I mean, look at the cold. That is cold. It's like if you take a block of dry ice out of the box and you put it on your countertop, that's what you're going to see. So what you're seeing is something that is horrendously cold coming in from above. Create that. We talk about the close pass. In deep space, everything above us is 440 degrees below zero. When they come in close, they affect our atmosphere. That is higher than our normal weather. If you see a darkened underneath, it is a normal supercell. If you see an illuminated underneath, then it is a planet way higher being illuminated from below the planet. It's all about the light. Supercell, red asteroid, and little sister. Again. See the round? Over and over around the world. These cloud patterns cannot happen over and over again unless it's real. There it is again. Red asteroid, little sister in front of it. In front of Atu's moon. Which is the camera roll that we've been seeing for about a year now? Over and over again. And we know the shape of the red asteroid. We know the shape of the little sister. Oh, look, it's E.T. face.
It is. But what is making that eye, I wonder? You see the eye, it's like...
that could easily be... Wow. Do we have a date on that?
No. I don't.
It says 2022.
Okay.
It says 2022. I'm going to call that lead asteroid.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You can see there's a big, we see the eye, whatever, but the whole thing is a big circle,
Right.
Wow.
That's why I'm saying lead asteroid 2022. Really close to the horizon, and it's moved on, and it's elsewhere now, where the red asteroid is doing the centralized cameo.
There's a new major storm moving in. That is nuts. Look at that.
That is the bottom of Nepesity.
That is so cool.
See the core? See the illumination? See, look how the light is lighter underneath in the core. That is a planet over the top of us. Illuminated southern core. That is Nepesity. Again, Nepesity. Again, Nepesity. 1, 2, 3. Close, pass. See the core? She's illuminated underneath. A supercell is dark underneath. That's the illuminated base core of Nepesity right there as well. Axis tipped. Base core illumination of the planet Nepesity. That is something else. Okay. Asteroid. Or the bottom of the Satsum Shallow Moon. I'm not sure yet. We talked about this before.
Right.
There's smaller shit. That is asteroid material for sure. It's why it's illuminating. It's why it's rainbowing. Because it's in space. It's not in our atmosphere. The refractive material is prism effect, rainbow illuminated in the sky. That's an asteroid. Lots of shit going on over our heads, ladies and gentlemen. God, why am I hungry?
Oh, yeah.
It's like clouds like these are captured, almost daily. You see it surfacing on the Facebook and TikTok. But I lived how many decades, and never saw anything like this, and now it's every day somewhere,
Right. I've lived in the desert my whole life, and I've seen pink skies and red skies, but not like this. This is different. Never, did we see it like this. I've said it before on the show. My grandmother used to tell me, when the sky's, pink or red out, it's going to be warm the next day. That's what she used to say. So that's why I remember.
Well, this is basically
when I was a kid.
The blue cloud in the front is the drop tail snorkel of the bottom of Nepacity core. It is sucking up higher atmospheric moisture, and then when it reaches and it goes beyond, that is again the snorkel core of passing planet Nepacity, which is going to do the rain bomb. When it translutes and away from it, pulls and then goes across to whatever, France, Russia, United States, whatever. When it starts to pull away, all of that atmosphere, it doesn't pull it up to it. It just pulls it up higher because the Nepacity is smaller and it's rotating faster, and it creates that centrifuge of the snorkel. When it gets close to it, it develops that snorkel. We've watched it for years, and it sucks up this moisture level. This is why we're looking at grapefruit-sized hail rather than pea-sized hail or the size of a dime. And it goes so high up in the atmosphere, it's pulling all this moisture and all this atmosphere up because it's a smaller planet that's doing a close path. It's been doing it a lot for quite a few years now. And it comes by and pulls all this shit up, and the moisture, and it gets way, way up in the sky, freezes, collects, and it's like it's got to have this power to hold, a 2-pound ball of ice up above. And then all of a sudden, as it leaves, it just dumps. And that's what we refer to as the rain bomb. And we've talked about these super storms where we've documented them over 5 years now. And here we are again, Montana Skywatcher Nibiru Followers Anonymous, trying to reach out to the masses and tell you the story of what we've documented. And yet, we're doing it again and trying to share this information. And I frankly, I don't think people fathom the reality. I don't think I even fathom the reality of how close these close passes during the 180-day cycle. And I have drawings and everything. I'm not even sure I understand the level and the magnitude of what is going on right before our very eyes in the northern hemisphere with the close pass of very close, smaller planet Nepacity. I think it's volatile. It's unbelievable, and I think that is what we're seeing going on, as well as the asteroids in front of us right now, underneath Uri, etc., in the 180-day cycle. I'm not sure we're ready for what's going to happen this year. I don't even think I know what's going to happen this year. See the 1, 2, 3 band?
Yep. Wow.
I just dropped out at work, and I was like, what in the world? I didn't know what was going on.
It'll dump, a year's worth of rain in 20 minutes.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, it happened here in Vegas last year. I just didn't know what it was,
And it's going over every day, still.
Yep.
As we
got a
speak.
year's worth of rain, and
it's causing these lows and the twists and the weird.
Bad.
So that was morning.
I think there's a cycle to it where it's close and then a couple of days away and then it gets back again close. I don't know for sure. I mean, I looked today. I didn't see any real planets today at all. And I had a great drive from Missoula back, and I didn't really see much at all. I was minorly disappointed. But look at the sky. Look at that color.
Yeah.
That is Nepenthe green.
Yeah, it's just an odd green out today. No.
Oh, I saw it. As the sun came up this morning, I watched Nepenthe in my north sky. I saw the base cloud. I saw the green.
This is your video, Rebecca?
Yes.
Well, what did you think when you saw all this green light?
Oh, well,
I know about the planets already.
This was still early on in my studies, like 2018. But I knew enough that I knew what Nepenthe was.
Wow.
But still, I've been in two rain bombs before this that was blinding. This was not so bad. This wasn't so bad.
This wasn't so bad.
I have been in a couple that were just severe.
Yeah, the rain bomb will actually push your car down.
Oh, sure.
It's so heavy. The rain is so unbelievably immense. You'll see mass flooding right on the spot, which is what Texas is going to go through this week.
Wow.
Both times, of course, I was in my car when it happened, of course. But.
Well, you're not driving through the core of it either, though, right? Oh, God.
Yeah. One time we were.
Oh. No.
Definitely. We were on the expressway, too.
Oh, that's right.
We had to come to a complete stop. Yeah, we came to a complete stop. You couldn't see 2 inches in front of you. You couldn't drive at all. It was so bad rain. Like the whole car was just shaking from all directions too.
Yeah, the weight of the water falling on you is so immense you can't believe it. It is,
right.
It is literally like it's like somebody's pouring it out of a bucket on top of you.
And that happened before I knew about rain bombs. That was like 2014 time frame. So I did not know.
Look at the spelling. It's just
wow, look at that. That is something else.
What does that mean, Sam?
We saw Nepenthe coming in years before any of this even happened. And then look, that's gruesome right there. It's like nasty. And once we learned that this repetitive pattern occurred over and over and over again and caused these unbelievable storms, this was over like a 4 or 5 year period of time. We learned what the Nepenthe thing, and then the U.S. government comes up with the cyclone rain bomb story, and we just laughed our asses off, going, "Yeah, right, dude. We know what this is. It's a passing planet. I mean, come on. I mean, you can see it over and over again, and people only look at the bottom. They don't look at what's above in the upper part of the picture. Don't look at the bottom. Look at the upper part.
Look at that, guys. Look at that."
It's gone on for years now, and nobody goes, okay, all right, it's repetitive right there. That is the shape of the base core. Once you learn that shape, you'll see it over and over again. Small, big, small, big, small, big. See the illumination? Supercells don't do that.
Right.
They're dark.
If you're skeptical, look for a photo like that before, 2009, right?
Oh, God, yeah. 2012 even.
I see Jesus is here to
awesome.
To visit.
Nepenthe didn't even start close passing. Nepenthe first close pass was like 2017, 18.
Okay.
So we never even saw that before then.
Hi, guys.
Hey,
Jesus. What's up?
Hi,
how's everybody doing?
In the car getting a suntan.
What a surprise this is. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I'd pop in. Give me a second, guys. My volume is not, I don't know, it's kind of not very loud. See if I can connect to my car.
I hear you fine.
Yeah, I just can't hear you guys very well. Hey, Rebecca, I just sent, I'm on my break time. I don't have a whole lot of time, but I heard Sam earlier a little frustrated, so I sent you a call. I ran into an article on Google today that I want Sam to see. I have not read it yet, but I sent you a few screenshots of it, and I just want Sam to see. I want everybody to see, because it kind of gave me a big smile on my face when I saw it, because nobody dares question Einstein, but it seems like things might be changing here soon.
All right. Okay. Well, I'll get it pulled up here.
Oh, absolutely. We know things are changing. We walk past the sixth seal, and this is an absolute yes. Things are changing, and my problem is I do get frustrated. I'm at the point where I
don't blame you, Sam. I get frustrated myself.
I've watched for the last week people, argue with us, and then AI is handing us like bullshit. Like, God, how unbelievably biased that AI was. Like, we're trying to get over this. No, we're not. We are not trying to get over this. We are Nibiru-aholics, and we love it. Thank you. Here's the 12-step program: how to see the passing planets, not go the other way, or tell yourself you're full of shit. No, we are here to express the fact that Nibiru is quite real. Aholics. And we lost him. Bummer.
He'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true. I have no worries.
Okay.
I'm glad he was here, and thank you for.
I know. I heard the little beep. I'm like, who could this be? You never know anymore.
Hey, did you notice it got dark behind you?
I know. I have. It's dark.
No bugs. Cool.
Here. 9:03.
Have you guys got any of the cicadas yet?
No, I'm getting grasshoppers.
No.
It's invasion of the grasshoppers again, which, yeah, it's not fun. It's actually really gross.
Yeah, I as a child, I liked grasshoppers. I don't now. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll get about, I haven't seen it since high school, but usually when they show up, they'll show up about as far as you can walk, wherever, in every direction, for about 2 feet deep. Yeah, it's gross.
I've done mayflies before where you couldn't help but walking and crunching thousands of them. Hi, you're back.
Okay. I'm doing this on my phone. I don't know what I'm doing, but yeah.
It works. Okay.
So check this out, Sam. Again, I have not had time to read this article, but it seems like Einstein's theory of relativity might be in question, which is which is great. We've all been waiting for that to be questioned. Everybody seems to be running off of Einstein's theory of relativity, and finally it seems like it's being questioned. And I feel that's huge for what we're trying to do. And I got excited, and I thought you would be interested in seeing this, Sam.
That's cool, Jesus.
I am. Live science, you found a glitch in Einstein's gravity could rewrite the rules of the universe. Yes. Not only that, but the James Webb is also debunking it with the Big Bang and all of that, because our universe, or excuse me, our solar system is not as old as other stuff around us, and they're finding the discrepancies in the light equation, because they're looking back and they're seeing more than they ever did before, and the multiple universes, including a dead zone of no light that they're wondering about, and all of these equations that we've been running off of the standard UK empirical science and Einstein and dark matter and all of that are wrong. And that's why that is why their equations don't turn out.
Yeah,
they're wrong.
Yeah, I heard you a little frustrated. I was like, I think maybe this will cheer him up because it put a smile on my face. Because look, we have been running off of Einstein's information for so long, and it hasn't dared to be questioned. And I think James Webb is making some big steps there. So I do feel there is progress in what we're doing. Even though I get it, I get frustrated too. It feels like we're talking, like we're hearing, listening to our own echo sometimes. But I do feel I'm with. I try to be like Rebecca, be a little bit more, hopeful and optimistic, and the things that are changing. But I think this is huge. I really think this is huge that we're questioning.
Let's talk about the video you put out this week. Your video of a Saturn's yellow moon is so absolutely you can't freaking argue with it for no matter what, no way, And the famous Jesus index finger pointing out the planets. I mean, shit, come on. I mean, they're right here. Oh, did we crash into each other? Did we die? No. Did Nibiru, Planet X is going to hit Earth and destroy us all? No. I mean, Christ, come on. We know that what everything they said is wrong is wrong.
Not to say that not to know that that we're disaffected by it. We're absolutely being affected, but it's more than it's a gradual change, guys, that we're seeing in weather. I mean, look at this 180-day cycle. It's going absolutely bonkers. I mean, it's been so bad. I spoke with somebody yesterday who told me, well, wouldn't this affect us? It was on what was it? One of the TikToks. It might have been earlier. I got on TikTok and somebody was saying, wouldn't this affect us? I'm like, man, are you not paying attention to our everyday happenings on the earth, on the world, in the world? There is
look what happened.
There is freak weather happening on the daily. Of course, it's affecting us. Absolutely.
Yeah. Houston just got freaking pegged, and it's going to happen all for the next week. More is coming. It's not ended yet. It's coming.
Not at all. We're just getting started, actually. The 180-day cycle is just getting started. We haven't even entered hurricane season yet. We barely entered tornado season, So, yeah.
Watch what happens to Kansas this Sunday, Monday. Oh my God! And you'll watch it happen. It's going to reach from Wisconsin all the way down to Texas again. Although Oklahoma is a little safer than it was, even a week ago. But Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, Missouri, Indiana, Illinois, all of that. And then later on in the week, it'll probably reach over to Ohio, Iowa. Ohio. I'm right in the first place. Ohio, Pennsylvania, Kentucky, Tennessee, beyond. And what's coming is spooky. I hope I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong. Right. I love the soundtrack.
I'd rather you be wrong. Yeah. Oh, we lost Jesus again.
Yeah, I saw that. That's why I clipped the end of what I was saying. This is horrible what is happening, and yet we know the transition of the planets. We know that they're above us. We know they're very close past. We know the one. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I get the talk.
Yeah, I noticed earlier they didn't like you talking about the Pope. I guess the Pope is off limits, Sam.
Apparently I'm not allowed to change. Yeah.
No, that's kind of a touchy subject, so.
What's making it echo?
I don't know, Rebecca. I'm in my car. I disconnected from my car. Let me do it again.
All right. I thought that was because of something else.
No, is it still going on? I don't hear it anymore.
Yeah.
The source.
Well, I'm gonna have to go here soon, guys. I'm just on my lunch break, but I did hear earlier that you told the audience that we will be dropping Tuesday and then picking up Saturday. Yes. I do feel that we need to pick the right time on Saturday. I think Saturday is a great time. If we just it's a great day, but we should pick our time correctly that way, because Saturday is a day when people go out and do their stuff. But starting like in the afternoon is when people are home and people are ready to kind of wind down and maybe put something on TV, something like that. So I think picking the time, I think 2 p.m. might be a little early. I don't know. What do you guys think? I was thinking more like 3, maybe 4 p.m. where people have already come home from their day and kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could do something. But not too late.
Not too late.
Not too, no, not too late. But I think 3 or 4 would be perfect. You know, I think 3 or 4, whichever you guys think would be right. But I think 3 or 4. You know, start at 3 or 4. You know, and work through the afternoon, and then we can. I'll start gathering stuff for our best of. You know, that'd be great. It'd be a little bit of a shorter show, but a best of would be really cool to do. I would really love that. I'll start putting things together as well. I haven't had a whole lot happening in my area, guys. As I've said before, it's just nothing really photogenic happening. But you know, there is a lot of stuff happening around the world that would be really cool to talk about once a week. So, but yeah. You know, Einstein's theory is finally being questioned. I think that's great. I just wanted to put that out there for today. So,
pretty cool.
But sorry, I'm just popping in for real quick, guys. I gotta go. It's been
Sorry about that.
It's been a busy day, but I am listening to you guys. So I'm listening to you guys. So you know, it was really nice to say hi to everybody. And we'll see you next Saturday for sure. 3 or 4, whatever we agree with. Whichever one is fine with me. Whichever one is fine with me. But
people are sad about we were talking about doing like an occasional show.
Yeah, that'll work too. That'll work too.
Try for that.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
I mean, we can do whatever we want. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. So, all right, guys, I'm gonna go, but you know, just a little pop in, and thanks all for being here and supporting. I've been seeing a lot of new names, new faces. That's awesome. I've been seeing Irene share. I've been seeing Audrey share. I've been seeing everybody sharing more of this stuff. Great work, guys. Just want to say that's awesome. Your support is very much appreciated. And thank you for being here. You know, we put in a lot of work and love into this stuff, and I'm glad to see, you know, some kind of response out there. You know, hopefully, you know, it'll get into bigger numbers, but you know, we're still kind of in the infantile, you know, beginning of all this. So I think it is going. So that's great. So we'll see you guys Saturday, and.
Damn it,
you know, Einstein is being questioned, guys. That's exciting. That's great. That's big news. You know, that's awesome. You know, I think we're turning the corner here. So.
1978.
Yes, exactly. But all right, guys, we'll see you next week for sure. Nice to see you guys.
Please drive careful.
Absolutely. I am parked I'm parked right here. I'm parked, so no worries. No worries on that one, but definitely for sure, man. But all right, guys, we'll see you guys.
Okay.
We'll see you guys next week.
Bye,
guys.
Yes.
I love the echo.
Can we help you?
Hey, anything for Jesus,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
You know, okay, so I found.
Oh, crazy! If you guys have any idea the magic behind Om Chant and oracle relations to vibrations of Bodhisattva, of connecting to Source, of when every damn hair on your body is standing up and you're like rushing out, including your wife behind the scenes talking to you there, Christoper. When you connect and every damn hair on your body is standing up and you're ready to pee your pants and you would defecate if you had anything in which to poo because you're connecting, and then like Source is talking to you and showing you that there are 5,000 races near you and you see them and you're like undulating in a vibrating hop because you've connected to Source, and that is that simple. It will come to everyone that decides to reach out and touch Earth and everything Tesla was talking about, and the Egyptians are talking about, and the Sumerians are talking about, and the shamans, where they're about the connection to Mother Earth and all of the vibration and the harmonics and everything. And this is all part of what we're going through with the ascension. Rebecca, would you turn up the music in the background, please? Because I'm hearing something that was almost harmonic. We lost Christoper.
It's kind of pulsating. Hang on. Tara is back. Hi,
You
Tara.
learn the double tone in Om chant. I have studied Buddhism all my life since I was like 9. And you learn the power of harmony and intention, and that white blob behind you right now and gone. There was a white blob behind you just a second ago,
Oh no! Don't say that,
Rebecca.
No.
There was.
What?
Okay, we are write it down.
A white
7 hours. Write it down. 7 hours, 15 and 40.
Okay. 7:15:40.
7 hours, 15:40. There was a white blob behind you.
A blob. Okay.
You just had a ghost pass you by.
I bet they're around all the time. I just don't.
But yes, ma'am, they are. That's what I keep trying to tell everybody. Ghosts are real. ET is real. There's so much more shit going on than any of you guys know. And I have spent a lifetime learning this shit to share with you guys. And I don't know what it's going to take to get you to listen to me, but I do try. Welcome to Montana Skywatcher 1, All right,
Okay,
Tara.
Tara. We might be here. Who knows, right? You know us. I was going to show you.
No, we never know. We can't shut up. We are Nibiru-aholics.
Oh, yes. In case you haven't noticed or found us yet, we have a new group. You can join now. There's others like us, Nibiru-aholics Anonymous. So we're here to support each other. But
you can't do anything else except get your Nibiru fix.
I did a search on that Bing web photo generator. I typed in Nibiru-aholics. I can't even say it. Nibiru-aholics Anonymous. And here are some of the options it gave me.
Cool. Hey, nobody told me we had options.
I mean, we had options. Right.
Oh, yeah. Okay, the tinfoil hats. Okay, Nibiru's tinfoil hats.
According to what
Hey, they almost look like food. Hey, they kind of look like food hats.
I thought that was pretty clever. Yes.
Yep, that's hey, look, Attitude Moon.
Yeah, it does look like
We
that.
have pictures that are close. We have pictures that are close to
I
that,
went ahead.
We do.
I passed on those and went for the support group theme instead. So that's that.
Would you like me to send you one of the earliest Attitude Moon up close Facebook pictures we have?
Oh.
I have bunches of them. We can waste 5 minutes, can't we?
Too. While you do that, there was
My
one
Facebook
I
is
took
not opening quickly.
years ago. Maybe, hopefully I have it. That's me.
Okay.
It was so weird.
My face. Okay, finally, my Facebook opened very slowly. I will go to the pictures column, and I will go to the A file section for Atu. We have thousands of pictures going back. The hard problem is we don't have any way to express this to our listeners, viewers, whatever. We have so much documentation going back that it's almost impossible to share with everybody. Okay. Which one do I share? Okay. I'm torn. Okay, there's this shot. 2 different. Oh wow, I got that one right off the bat. Okay, there you go, Rebecca. Let us show our viewers some of the information that we go back. Oh God, this is like, that's a good one.
But you can see the weird texture. Like the texture was just, this was the middle of the afternoon.
Right,
you know,
right.
why would the sky look wrinkled and, you know, brown? It was weird.
In 2017, Saturn was headed up over to the side of the moon. Oh, look at, wow. 2017, this would be and Saturn was working its way up towards the sun on the left-hand side, over the sun in 2018.
I just thought that was a weird capture. I mean, you know, kind of strange.
Yeah, it was really strange back then. It's an ion drop tail right there, but it is not at 2. So it's probably Saturn's yellow moon.
Oh, all right. Awesome. Okay.
In 2017, it was on the left-hand side. And then it went up over the top of the sun in 2018 and did that weird wing thing that we've made many pictures of.
Right.
See right there? That is probably the Saturn. That, basketball, softball, it's anywhere from, large grapefruit to basketball size on the left-hand side of the sun in 2017 and then 2018 went over the top and then went away from to the right-hand side as of 2019 and then started working its way back towards us as of 2020 along with Nibiru, which was higher above and we couldn't see it because of how dark it was.
Okay.
Because it's on a different orbit, higher plane than the other planets are. What?
Did you send me the picture? Did you send it yet? Yes,
Yeah.
you did. Okay,
Yeah,
got it.
right,
Oh,
yeah.
I
On
figured.
Facebook PM. 2 of them.
Yeah, okay.
And that goes back to the early days when we were looking directly at Atu and Atu's moon. And then following that is 2017, 2018 when Jesus got his videos in New Mexico and I saw it here in Montana. And Nibiru was so close and so directly above us, you could not argue with it. And I thought I'd throw back, a couple of pictures from the early days to prove to people that we know what we're talking. We've watched them come in. We watched them go over the top of us. 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021. And documented all this information, knowing exactly what we were looking at. And the background information so people can fall in line with the reality that we know what the hell we're talking about in the first place. Documented fact. Not theory.
Okay.
Love the soundtrack. You can turn it up even more. I don't care.
Okay.
All right, good.
Jam out.
Oh, I try to keep my volume low. That way I don't backpedal into the microphone. Because once Jesus increased the volume in his cell phone, that's why we heard the back echo.
That's when it started. Okay, it is.
Oh, you know, echoes are fun. We can play with them.
That's fun, like a ball game. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Well, intermittent reports are always good.
It's round.
That is not a dirty lens. That is directly straight up looking at Attu and Attu's moon. Attu's moon is gray. Attu is purple, blue. Beyond it, above us. Look at the date, 2018 of February. We watched it. It came in, and then we have. Go ahead, if you can go to the next picture. 2018. You can see that there is all the little craters in the speckles of Attu's moon. We watched this for years. We're not guessing. We're not kidding. We're not joking. We know what we see. We watched it. We gathered all this information from around the world. These are my personal captures. So, hello. Hello, Egbert. Earth the Palmer.
Hey, Dennis.
Where's Waldo? Hi, Dennis. Do you really think it's a great show tonight, Dennis? I think I've been meandering and crazy and silly. I do apologize. I actually minorly lost. Well, I kind of sort of lost my temper minutely. I dropped 3 F-bombs in a row. I don't usually lose my temper, but damn it, Gumby. Right. God, when the hell are 500 views? Come on.
Right.
Why are we doing this, Rebecca? What are we doing? Why are we here?
I remember the other day I was saying maybe we're just doing it for ourselves.
That would be very true. We are. You're right. You are correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I am doing this for me because I have to talk about what I see. Thank you, Michelle. God, where do we go? What do we do? How I have no way to express this other than, God, guys, this shit is real. It's happening. It's now.
I don't know if Irene is still watching, but she had sent me this and asked to get your take on what you see in this picture. She was just kind of curious what was going on.
That's why we're here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Irene. By the way, Ricola number 2.
Oh, wow.
I'm getting hoarse. Damn it! I'm talking trying to scream out to you people here, and I'm going hoarse doing it. Damn it, Gumby, listen to me. Is this one I read?
Let's see. Yeah, it is. Let me see what she said. Now, it's not one that she took. I know that. Let me.
Wow. Well, of course, in the upper right-hand corner is the Saturn's yellow moon. And most of the white in front of us is normal clouds, with probably an exception of, some asteroids in the upper blue background. But generically, Saturn's yellow moon is in the upper right-hand corner.
I think what she's wanting
excuse me. Lead asteroid is dead center, just right of center. Is lead asteroid crossing in front of the Saturn's yellow moon.
Okay, because she's specifically asking about the skull asteroid. She's wondering if we are
not in this. No, not in this shot. There's a blue flare next to the sun in the upper left corner. That is because the blue asteroid is crossing in the far extreme upper left corner. You can see a blue thing with a circular dot on the far right, far left of the sun. No, the skull asteroid is not in this shot.
Okay. That's
that rounded object dead center, just slightly right of center above center, that circular area, that lead asteroid currently. Which I find a little odd that lead asteroid is actually there lately. But it has been for a couple of months now.
Yeah, what's with, like Egg is talking about there being a blue hue or blue glow?
Right, yeah, that blue hue, that is because of the blue asteroid, depending on where you are on the planet. It's either in the upper left of the sun or below on the other right-hand side of the sun. If you're in the southern hemisphere, Italy or South America or whatever, it'll be lower in the out view because it's very close to us. But the blue refraction does come from the blue asteroid, and we've documented that for about 4 months now. I love the background tune. I do. The techno beat keeps me going, you know. Yeah, here we go.
I do a lot of searches under techno and electronic music.
Hi, welcome all you Nibberaholics on our great program, coming down to you the top sounds of everything that's going on above you in the skies.
It's true. It's perfect. Yeah, we need our own radio shows, yeah.
Hey, somebody put it. Yeah, well, somebody put a quarter in me tonight, so.
Okay, so
I'm gonna blame Gillian.
You're gonna.
The old heel tapper.
I'll send it over here. We can look at it. But yeah, it's got the blue glow and pinch and all that.
Yeah, the blue asteroid is crossing over and near the sun right now, and we've seen it for a couple months.
Oh, there's Irene. Yeah,
and that also is in the it's in the drawing. I did a drawing at the 15th showing actually two drawings, and that's in the drawings this month. So please resort to a screen capture of the monthly site drawing. The blue asteroid is right next to the sun on the upper left-hand side in the northern hemisphere. If you're in the, in Italy or whatever, it'll be on the lower right-hand side. Christopher, well, looks like I can't get back in, everyone.
Oh, wow.
Why?
Okay, Chris. Thank you. Oh, my goodness. Wow. That's very thoughtful and generous of you. Really. Thank you.
And thank you to Christopher's wife.
Okay, and
we want to see her hand in cameos now.
Right,
come on.
Christopher and Jackie. We'll get her on here somehow or another. She's not that shy. I know she's not really. So, but get it on camera.
Technical difficulties.
Yeah, I figured something came up. But yeah, thank you very much.
Have you noticed it's boiled down to you and me?
I have, yeah.
Now here we are. Us old hardcores, us old folks.
I guess.
We
have more.
There's no way.
Lives more than anything else.
There is no. Good night, Christopher. There's no way for us to even show you guys a level of the information that we've gathered over this last 14 years. We couldn't do 200 shows and even tell you about everything we know.
Yeah.
And the prominent information involved is that this is all documented, and you have to, depending on how much you want to believe, you have to actually sort of just, give us credit for the reality that we are talking about, because we did prove all of this stuff. Rebecca's comparatives, my work, all the members out there from Robert in New Zealand all the way up to, Maria in Alaska. And this information comes in. We do this every week. We do it all week long. We've done it for years, a decade and more. So, like Nibberaholics, and yeah, we are, because we are obsessed with this. Because you can't let go of the reality of what we keep seeing around the world. You can't. Cannot. Your turn. I'm going to go and get another drink.
Sam. Okay, yeah. I'm getting that
video.
It's a short
this
video.
Is my fourth Coke already.
I was getting ready to say probably fourth. Wow. Be careful.
Yeah, and I only usually drink 2.
You're wild.
No, I'll pay for it later.
Yeah.
But I will have to go. I'll have to go to the little scientist room more often. But
yeah,
and I don't normally drink pop at all. I'm a coffee, tea guy, and milk. And
yeah, me too.
I drink pop because it has the fizzy, so I can keep talking. Because after 7 hours and 34 minutes and 55 seconds, gotta have a fizzy to keep talking. I'll be right back.
It's true. It's a marathon day, so we'll see if I can get that. It was nothing too elaborately special, but it was a pinch, and it had the blue glow around the sun. Today we didn't have any clouds to speak of. Nothing too exciting. So we'll get that shared up here. I don't know how long we're going to go. Apparently we're going to stick around for a little bit. He's getting set up with another drink. So, and yes, Dubaloo, I can see you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're welcome for sure. And Irene says, no, she can't see you. So I think she's pulling your leg. I think so. Oh boy. Okay. Let's see if it's loaded yet. Okay. I can't wait. Well, I don't want to spoil a big surprise, but it does involve some new music. I'll just say that. And it's really awesome. I mean, wait till y'all hear the new music. That I'll just tell you, there's going to be a new intro. I mean, I've mentioned that before. I've been working on a new intro. I cannot wait to get it finished.
Well, you're always working.
Yeah, I know. You're right. And whether I'm working on this,
I mean, we were, we have back recording talks where we talk behind the scenes, and we work behind the scenes that people don't see what we do. And we're here every day, and we've got thousands. Years ago I talked about 50,000 hours, and I must be 75,000 hours worth of research. And there is no way anyone else out there. I mean, we talk about the Money Boys, we talk about Martial Masters, we talk about the Zeta Talk people and all this other crazy shit, and they don't have anywhere the time that we've got involved in this. Montana Skywalker and Never Followers Anonymous go back longer than anyone else out there. We are number one. We are the number one, the one and only information source of the binary solar system. There is nobody else out there that has brought you the names, descriptions, locations, and placement and orbit model of the binary system. Since we look back, we did look it up, and it goes all the way back to 2016, where I was drawing it at hand drawings on the site, monthly drawings. And prior to that was the Understanding the Sky series, going back all the way to 2014 and 13. And before that, I was doing the best I can to raise up the groups, including reaching out to everyone out there, from Ben of a Suspicious Observer to we can even talk about Dave's Waffle House and all the people in the background. I was here before any of these people were. So you guys really, really have to do your background research, learn this shit, because this is a dire, drastic, extremely large movement that we have documented, and I'm semi-fearful people won't realize the amount of information that we have gathered, and I hope you can collect that for yourself, because it's volume after volume after volume of information that we've gathered. And go back to the Radio Wasteland series. Go back, run through all of Rebecca's YouTube channel and all of her older video that she spent hour after hour after hour after hour producing for you, so you can learn these things.
And
I
was going to
for
Rodney.
her,
I'm having a
and
good
you
job
are.
with web design. Yes.
Well, on one hand, you're making it for yourself. You are trying to help everybody because you're a very caring, loving, wonderful person, and you have really worked for this. And donate to her website. Let's get her view count up on YouTube so she can get that plaque where she can be monetized. Okay, come on, get up those counts. I don't care about me. Get this lady up here on the chart. She deserves her silver YouTube badge. She does. And get your ass up there. Be it, subscribe, get up there, get your friends up there. She worked for this. We're not joking here. We're not playing around.
Yeah, I've just been figuring it out as I go along too. I mean, like web design, but it's not as hard as I thought it would be. It's, as you can see, I've just, piddled around and figured things out as I go. So, but there's still a lot more to go. Like you can see I have all the names of the planets, in that tab.
Well, I expect everybody that's even remotely connected to this to spread the word. I mean, we are not talking out our ass here. This is the most, and Jesus will back me till the sun comes up tomorrow. This is the most important, unbelievable, outrageous, insanely crazy, most awesome celestial occurrence that has ever happened in our entire recorded history, including that flare we're looking at.
Yeah, this
our
was
sun
today,
does not do that.
About an hour before the show.
And you're going to see a light pinch. This is a light pinch. Our sun does not do that. It should be a round, tiny little ball. That is telling you there are things between us and our star. That's why it's refracting. This is why I drew it in on my site drawing. We are in a refraction era. Right now, in the next week, we're going to see really freaky, weird light. I'm driving home south from Missoula to Lolo, due south. And my computer on my car is telling me I'm driving west. Hello. Everything's wrong, guys.
Yeah, that's
wake up.
Concerning.
Wake up, Alice. Wake up, Alice. Wake up, Alice in Wonderland. Come on. I mean, shit. Come on. You guys got to get your asses out there and start promoting this shit because we're only a few people. We're sharing this with you so you can share it with others. Look at the sunrise before sunrise. It's not in the right place. Look at your weather. Look how many people are dying. Look at the homes being wiped out by weather, floods around the world. Go look up the weather around the world. Don't listen to what the NBC, ABC, CBS, NS, whatever, PBS, or whatever. They're not telling you any of the information. See that flaring? That's why. I love your layovers.
Yes,
that flaring is because it's a pinch between the planets. See the red rosation? We call that rosation flare. That's because it's bursting out between objects that are in front of our sun. These planets are between us and our star. Thank you, Sabrina. Thank you, Irene. I am so glad you guys are all still here. I'm sorry. I do try to work with people every day for year after year. And I lost my temper earlier, and I'm sorry, but damn it, I'm ready to do it again. I really am. I am so sick and tired of trying to warn people, save people, and get them to, change their behavior now and group up and talk and join and become. And yet we are getting X amount of views, and we're being stifled or limited. Love you dearly, Irene. Thank you. You've always been a very kind person, and I appreciate your mail over the years. Holler if I hope I sent you a couple of gold cards by now. Holler if I have not. I'll mail you one and give you your address later.
Yeah.
Sabrina, I don't normally lose my temper anymore because I have evolved. I have grown. I happen to be happy and tranquil in what I've learned of Bodhisattva. I don't publicly swear often. The F-bomb was not a thing, and we do that once in a while with Carol Ann. She'll do donations when Sam drops the F-bomb. And every once in a while I get in what my crew boss would always call overzealous. And I do get occasionally incensed and fervent or heated. And when I'm mad, I swear. My children know that. I apologize. I don't know how any other way to tell you that we've been watching this for over a decade. And I have said the same story to so many thousands of people over this entire decade. And I am almost appalled, which is where the aggravation comes from. And I am amazed and in awe that the rest of the world does not know that these are not the skies we ever grew up on. And I have no way other to communicate that to you. What do you want me to say? I'm lost. I'm lost. I'm mad. I'm irritated. I'm annoyed. I'm scared. I'm happy. I'm joyous. I'm elated. I'm watching this show of a lifetime. Look at the shaft. Look at the lighting. It's telling you that's not normal. Good soundtrack.
Cool. I'll turn it up. Irene says that yes, she has been initiated into the Golden Card Club. So good.
Yay. Good.
Yeah.
Good. I'm thankful.
The Golden Card sister.
Excuse me. Thankfully I was not remiss. I'm glad. And if you mail me a letter or card, I will write you back generically. I have one on the way here for a dear friend. Thank you for the birthday presents for Shiloh. Shiloh's birthday is in 10 days. So, yeah, we got a very nice present for Shiloh. She will be very happy. Thank you. And I will write that person a letter. Thank you. The funny thing is, when we started doing these shows, my mail dropped off. What's wrong with you guys? What, you don't want to talk to me anymore? Should I be, should I feel disfavored? What, what are we going to do here? P.O. Box 625, Lolo, Montana, 59847. I'm that crazy Hebrew guy, look at the flaring. Guys, the sun is wrong. When I grew up, the sun was the size of a quarter to a 50-cent piece in the sky. Not what you're staring at here. Hello? Wake up. Yeah, drop me a letter. Mail me $2. Shit, I don't care. Let me know, you heard our program. You want to say hi, this is my story, whatever. I don't care how crazy it is or be anonymous. I do prefer a return address. Please write it on the outside of your envelope and on the inside of your envelope on the letterhead. And that way I can return a letter to you and thank you card. With a gold card. Not that they're much, but people apparently like them.
They're
I
collectibles. They are. They're collectible.
Yeah, they're almost gone now. I think I have maybe 50 of them left. If I'm lucky, I'm looking at them right now. I'm going to order more gold cards, but we are going to get new business cards, all of us, because we've been working at this for a long time, and I'm on my third box. I've actually gone through about 3,000 of them. And
I was looking at last night at ordering some, and they're
not cheap either. They are not cheap. I spend anywhere from about around.
How much?
I spend about $80 for about 500 of them.
Oh, 500, yeah.
And so,
It's 20 for 100
Yeah,
for
yeah,
really solid cards like you use, like they're really,
oh, well, I'm going to, I'm going to try to. I'll get a copy of this and try to get this on the bottom of it as well. And I'm going to include you in the lower text and including YouTube and Radio Wasteland and Understanding the Sky series, and Nibiru is here. And I'm wondering, if I go, the Planet X thing or the binary, or actually I should do Binary Solar System. Planet X is here. Nibiru is here. So, that's more money.
I'm putting it in the comments here that Egg is asking the name of your other daughter, and it's Nova. Nova. So
Yeah, my oldest daughter is Nova, and Shiloh is Hilo, not Shiloh in the Jewish text. The Shiloh is a resting alcove for a holy artifact. So where you place a statue or a very holy artifact in a Shiloh, according to the Jewish. And my daughter Shiloh is a holy artifact. She is one of the most blessed, beautiful souls I've ever met in my life. And I love my daughter. Nova is exactly what her name is. She is an exploding sun. And that child has more energy than any child I've ever seen. She's brilliant. She has Asperger's syndrome. And she's a genius, and she's an intellect, and she's powerful, and I would not debate her any day of the week.
I hear that.
Because no matter what, I'm wrong. And Nova is now 17, and you know what? Remember what we were when we were 17 and 18 years old. They knew everything.
Right.
But I cherish Nova. Nova is an unusually intelligent young woman, and I do respect her, although she's a pain in the ass to have to argue with.
I know. I totally get that. Especially when they really think they're right and you can't change their mind or get them to see. I know.
Right, yeah. No matter what you
have
okay, I'm not even going there.
You have decades of experience and whatever it is. Yeah.
And Shiloh is very happy because she's going to be 15 now. And so she's grown up now, and Shiloh is one of the most emotionally, beautifully loving, careful, she'll when you make something that bothers you, she'll reach over and put her hand on your shoulder. She's caring and emotional and yet logical. And I could never have taught that. And she does it automatically. She's beautiful. She's fresh. She's innocent. And she's also intelligent and magnanimous and wise. And she's been that since she was 3 years old. And I just recognize her spirit as wise and comfortable and emotional and female. And I can't describe it any other way. And I'm not allowed to talk about them beyond that. But anyway.
Yeah.
They'll be mad at me if I talk about them too much.
Right.
Perfect music. Perfect music. Perfect music to go along with that. Exactly what I'm saying. It's been raising my children. It's been an education, and I see these beautiful young women around me that are teaching me the art of love in ways that I've never experienced before because I have my children alone. I raised them, but I didn't expect what they have become. I knew about them. Oh my God. You guys, wait till you see what these guys are going to become. And that goes back to It's a Kind of Magic. I knew about them a long time before they were even born. And the alien told me about my children. And I can't, I can't express that to you in an understanding that you'd be able to deal with. The fact is, I already know that, wow, you wouldn't believe what's coming before us. Good and bad. There's two sides of the story. There really is. And it's both good and bad. And we are at a stage that I'm sorry, I wish we weren't. I want to be wrong.
No, I don't want things to go terrible. It's like
Look,
it's like discouraging.
Rebecca,
a little. Yeah.
what have we done for the last 5 years? Look what has happened to China in the last 2 years. Look what happened 2 years ago. All the rivers on the planet dried up. Yangtze, the Danube, the Mississippi, you name it. We're in it. We can't go back. No. We are in catastrophic climate change right before our very eyes. Yeah. They're trying. The moment they mention climate change, that's the end of the story. Everybody goes, "Oh, climate change, whatever." And then, then this climate change is because all the planets are heating up, not just Earth. It's not just us. The whole solar system is heating up. And how do you heat up a solar system? You add another star. We are passing through the Nibiru system, not the Nibiru system passing through us, because they are bigger, we are smaller, we are going through them. We're all heating up. All our planets are tipped. We're electrically affected. We're going to be screwed over. Our volcanoes are going to go volcano. Our earthquakes are going to go earthquake. Our shit's going to get broken up. Our weather's going to be 300 miles an hour. We're all going to be hiding for frickin' whatever we can dig a hole to. Just like they did in Cappadocia, modern day Turkey, 2,000, 3,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago. You're on mute.
Sure enough. How long do you think, though, it took them to make those underground cities?
A lifetime.
You think it stayed hot for decades?
I think those tunnels go back 7, 8, 9,000 years. I think that, okay, who's to say that people didn't know about this ahead of time from the last time it happened prior to that? Okay. Who's to say that the entire Noah flood was the entire world? Where did that water come from? We have a rendition. It's a story. We have Doggerland. We have all of these other previous civilizations. Look at the Malaysian temples that are at least 9,000 years old. And they're saying they're 3,000 years old, showing depictions of technology of extraterrestrial craft. Go look into India. They're constantly talking about a spacecraft from above. Look into the Sumerians. They do the same thing. Your light faded.
I saw that.
There's many cultural.
Go fix it. We have a sorry, Sam.
There's many cultural. There's multiple cultural documentations of extraterrestrials, and from the Colburn Bible to you name it. The Chinese tablets, the dragon, all of this is related, and all of those legend lore, all of that cult knowledge has a level and a basis of truth. And if you mix it all together with the binary solar system coming by in a cyclic reoccurrence, it explains everything, including David Talbot and the symbols in the alien sky, all the way to Immanuel Velikovsky and the Sumerian tablets, and all of that mixes. If you chalk all of that time period in together, and stone manufacture and movement of larger obelisks than we were able to do so today, and the giants and all of that, and Marduk, and you name it. If you mix all of that together, it explains itself in a cyclic behavior. You can't argue with it. We're seeing it happen right now. Including the Federation and all the ships and all the shit that's going on over our heads right now. There's way more going on. And the fact is, we haven't seen evidence of it beyond what us scientists see. And who else is talking? Nobody else is talking about it, because we're going to laugh our asses out of the room. Yeah.
I know.
I watched the long box cube all week. They are here. The funny thing is, nobody ever even comments back about when we talk about the long box cube or the Texas cube or the Star Destroyers or the support craft. No one comments on them. Nobody texts us back. Nobody calls us. Nobody writes us a letter about it. Now, Christoper, he points out the Texas cube all the time. It's in this shot too, by the way.
Okay, I bet.
It's in the upper left, and that's right there is where the long box cube is, in the middle right.
It's usually like there.
I see, because I know where it is.
10 o'clock.
Yeah, right there. And okay.
Yeah.
Keep this right here. Now, on the upper left middle of the sun, dead center, you go up to the left into that first blob that's dark. That's the Texas cube. And if you go over to the right just a little bit, down of center to the far right, you see a square that looks kind of like a whale with a wing down. That's the long box cube. With the side orb is the flipper in front of the long box cube. They're always there. I don't always talk about it. I don't tell everybody what I see all the time, but they're always there. They've been there since 2019, when they came out of hiding in front of the sun and moved close to Earth. And we watched it around the world for God, how many years now? It's there. Texas cube on the left. Long box, it's right there, just next to the sun. See that square? And the upper sun and the upper left, right there. That square, 2 inches to the left. That's the Texas cube. And the side orb. Been there for years. I don't know how you don't see it. I do. That is the Southern Yellow Moon. Yep.
Surely.
And in front of it is the long box.
Percentage of people that do notice the square cutouts. Surely.
Well, I hope to God people start to see this shit. I really do. I don't know any other way to try to, over and over and over again. We talk about it. Rodney.
Rodney has a question.
I don't know anything about a second Dyson sphere. I don't know anything about a first Dyson sphere. I know what a Dyson sphere is. I understand the concept. I was not aware of anyone discovering it or a second one. Generically, a Dyson sphere would be so large that it would be unbelievable. So depending on which, there's 3 different sizes, this is generic basic. But, you have a celestial Dyson sphere, and you have a solar systematic Dyson sphere, and then you have a smaller, more local Dyson sphere, all the way back down to quite a few sci-fi movies we saw in the 80s. Anyway, try to answer that, I hope. Yeah, I love the concept of a Dyson sphere, but I'm not going to go there.
In May 2024, astronomers found 60 potential Dyson sphere candidates among millions of stars, including two red dwarf Dyson spheres.
I absolutely apologize. I had not read that. Thank you for that information.
It's current, right?
I absolutely would believe it. You bet.
3 days ago.
You would, I actually met a Pleiadian, and I got the tour of the deck of their ship, and he showed me how they go in and out and back and forward through time, literally like pushing the buttons on a damn old-fashioned jukebox and selecting the 45 you wanted to hear of Loretta Lynn or whatever to Johnny Cash. I absolutely wholeheartedly believe in Dyson spheres and the possibility therein, including the placement of planets. And I would reiterate the fact that we are the backwater, secondary, smaller solar system attached to a larger one, which the Anunnaki live on 2 planets. And there, I'm told there are 3 races there. I can't define that beyond that. And we are the backwater providers of commodities on this planet Earth that were placed here in the current regime of management that has been going on for 300,000 years. And I would encourage you to watch the Pleiadian video on Rebecca's YouTube channel, Nibber Followers Anonymous, called The Pleiadian Message. Most of that message is true and factual, and with a small percentage of political divergence from fact. So therefore, when it comes to political behavior, please take it with a grain of salt, but take the overall message as highly correct. Thank you. Did I cover that, Rebecca?
You hadn't up until now, so now you did. Yeah.
I hope so.
Right.
I mean, I didn't even breathe in between that, so I was running out of air.
Oh, you're doing great for 8 hours. I mean, that's a full work
Involuntary
day.
compliance with this station.
Overtime.
This does not. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. Involuntary compliance of this station. We are conducting a test.
This is only a test,
Yeah.
right?
Woo. Yeah. Hi, and welcome to live radio. Just you and me, babe. Don't you?
I know. Yeah, we do have to figure out how
I'm
to
getting silly.
take calls. That's going to be our part of the new
Yeah, we do.
We're going to get that. We will make it
Yeah,
happen.
and we do want your input, and we're a bunch of bozos talking to each other, going, "Hi, nice to talk to you across the world. Thank you for being here today." But
That would be so
we
fun.
do want, I'm okay. That Dan guy that put out that video about us, that where we were like out of our minds and talking conspiracy
Sci-fi.
theories beyond. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't you for the next show pull out an excerpt of him mocking us?
I could do that. Yeah.
I mean, we can face the challenge. We're not beyond reproach, and we can invite his scorn and his scoff against our scientific facility that we have spent a decade doing, and he spent 25 minutes talking about. Or however long his video. I don't expect you to gather the whole video, but we could take the first 3 minutes of what he has to say about us. Okay, I've actually been missing. I am suffering from the lack of trolls. Oh my God, what's going on?
I'm telling you, they gave up. They really
don't.
have. They really have. I mean,
I can't believe that I'm standing here talking about that, where I have not been dogged in weeks, and it's weird. I kind of miss it. What the hell's going on? You guys are giving me a hard time here. What? It's weird. It's weird. I enjoy it. Oh shit. 12, 13, 14 years of people harassing me every day, and I actually ended up liking it, which is weird.
I know.
Okay, Irene, I have to go now. Okay.
Good night, Irene.
Thank you. Irene, watch out for your, depending if you're middle state, you're okay. But if you're in northern Florida and Georgia in the next few days, do be careful because there's going to be extreme weather coming in. So speaketh Sam and his crazy mystical what's happening, boy? I can go into my,
She wants to know, could the Dyson sphere be
Oh, no. Oh, okay. Oh, no. Okay. Experimental. All right. Now, guess what's experimental? You are one of our friends and you're here all the time. So, oh God, Rebecca, I have to explain the tool star.
Yes.
Oh, shit. I'm going to get in trouble. I'm going to get in trouble.
Yeah. And then
the Nibiru do not want me to explain their tool star. Okay, let's examine the word. Paraphrase. Tool, as in something that you use. Star. Okay. Let's also talk about the Ark of the Covenant and the power of what is inside of the Ark of the Covenant. Okay, when you have a celestial star, no matter how big, how small, you are creating a connective wave point to these things that I talk about with the magic of the source and connective and the ghost connection to our 24th chromosome and the continuation of an elongation of our species and growing into the connective properties of our astral soul, not our earthly soul. We talk about that occasionally. Okay, in May 2024, astronomers found 60 potential Dyson Sphere candidates. Okay, anyway. The tool star on the face of Nibiru is a close orbitoid, mini, tiny blue star. It's sort of like a nuclear reaction going off in space that is contained. It's a tiny micro star. It is used in technology for the planet Nibiru, which is massively advanced beyond us. And it keeps them in facial refraction, direct connective, adjoined to Imru and the secondary star, and keeping everything in place so they don't fall into an ice age like planet Earth does. And it is part of their ecological, they talk about in a lot of the videos on the internet, they talk about how they need gold to affect their atmosphere. That is what the tool star is. It's part of their technology. Now, these creatures, these beings, these people, they live thousands of years and they take monatomic gold. And that's part of what Earth is all about. And if I talk too much into depth with that, I will start warbling out. Because if I tell too much of the stuff that people around us and governmental and above don't want you to know about. It's all about what the commodities that Earth provides to them. And the tool star is a micro, very bright blue, facial, orbital Nibiru planet star that is always on the side of the nearest between it and its star, and it keeps it there, which I do believe scientifically has a great deal to do with the close proximity and the orbitational rotation of all the other planets in the spiral. It's sort of the connective extra. I can't describe it other than that, but that is sort of the information I have from A, my science, and B, sort of the Pleiadian explanation. And I hope you take that because I'm not going to talk about it very often.
Okay. Can you tell us?
Rebecca, do you have a question? Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just reading her experimental comment about do they get energy from the tool star, like the people on Nibiru?
I don't see that as the connective force. I think that I talked about the Ark of the Covenant. I believe the Ark of the Covenant may have actually held within it a mini star or a celestial, between fission and fusion, sort of there's that connective power because when you have, it is said that the carriers, the people that actually lifted and carried the Ark of the Covenant, they lived for 120 some odd years. There is part of this life force connection thing going on here, including monatomic gold. And I don't have all the information behind it, but it has to do with, if you look back in the Bible, they talk about so-and-so lived 800 years, 700 years, 500 years, 300 years. Now, if we didn't discount the reality of that, then maybe there was some legend and truth to it. The connectivity to the Ark of the Covenant, etc., where that same tool star effect mimics and masks and reconnects that same 24th completion chromosome. We talked about the phantom connection, which is what happened to all of us in 2010 when the second star got into our locality. That phantom connection started for us all, and that's why some of us are going forward and other ones are completely ignoring it. That connection of what we are, this new embarkment into the future that some of us through the RH and all that stuff we talked about throughout this show tonight.
Yeah.
All of that has to do with that, and the same thing has to do with their connection to their star for them, as well as keeping their civilization running and not dumping into an ice age. That was generic information, and that's the best I can describe it. It's theoretical. I mean, there are areas about this that I'm not fully expert on, and I am somewhat occasionally opinionated on, and I'm trying to give that. I am trying to share, and I'm not comfortable with it, but I want to be as honest as I can.
Right, without jeopardizing your safety and.
Oh, it's not a question of safety; it's a question of misleading someone. Moreover, because I don't want to, I don't want to put too much peanut butter on the bread. I'm really not trying to do that. I'm giving you the bread with a little bit of peanut butter and going, this is what I know. I don't know it for a fact. This is what I was kind of told. This is what I assume. This is my opinion. And I worry about going too far. And this is why I don't usually talk about the dual star. I know it's there. I know it's real. I've seen it. I have pictures of it, but I have no way to prove that to you, either than a handful, like 5 pictures of it. And this is why we talk about, we think this is, the two suns are separating. We're like up to 6 pictures of it now. We don't have a year's worth of culminating evidence proving it. So therefore, I'm uncomfortable sharing information I'm not sure of. And that's why I don't talk about the tool star that I know exists, but I can't give you a higher level of fact than my opinion, including ghosts and all that crap that I know are freaking real. Right. Oh God, don't even get me started. There's so much more going on. And I went into hiding for 25 years, so nobody could find me anymore because I didn't want to deal with this. And finally, years later, I finally I was having really bad migraines, and I finally had to just come out and talk about it. And once I started talking about it, my migraines dropped off. And I'm in a different world now that I actually started communicating with people. And it's important. And then we go back to my track record, my accuracy ratio. And had I not been as accurate as I have been, I would have quit years ago. except that I see now that we are the formula number one in the market, and we are here to inform people. And believe me, I'm not seeking, authority or power or any of that crap or whatever, or minor recognition would be nice, because the point is we have to get this out. This information has to go to everyone. We do not live in what Einstein told us we live in, this little, dinner plate, and we go around in our solar system, and we're all alone, and there's nobody here, and we're alone, and, we're in the middle of nothing. No, that's not what's going on. We're at the edge of a very large, huge, unbelievable, vast empire times a billion. And there's so much more going on. And we have to wake up. It's time. I mean, look at our, there's a Sargasso Sea of plastic between California and Hawaii that is bigger than half of the country. We are killing ourselves. We got to quit. We have to change. It's time. No matter what the hell happens, no matter what the weather is, no matter whether ET is here or not. And we have all of that on top of each other. Damn it, when the hell are people going to listen? Good timing on the music.
Yeah, I know. I mean, some people are listening, but it takes me back
God,
to
I hope so.
It feels like it's just,
And I get irritated. It's like we've been saying this for a decade. I've been screaming to people, we have to change how we are. What's happening? We get 500 views.
Yeah.
Little, Phantom of the Opera in the background here.
I know. Dramatic.
Shit, come on, We're talking, Mozart Requiem here, folks. And, I post this shit all the time about, do you see the asteroids coming over the top of us? And here we are in the middle of the 180-day cycle. How many people listen? I don't know. Nobody talks to me. They listen, maybe, I hope. And we get 500. Welcome to me being irritated. I am irritated. We work for this shit. Share this shit. God, tell people this is crazy. Look what's freaking happening. Watch what happens to Kansas tomorrow and next week. Watch what happens to Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois, Pennsylvania, Kentucky, Tennessee, Missouri. Next week, this week. Watch. It's coming. Yeah. And, watch what's going on around the world. And, Europe is going to have a hell of a week. And everybody going, oh, it's normal. No. When you have sideways winds and your car is washing down to the street into the ocean, let me know.
Yes. I feel like every time we have storms here in Oklahoma, and a lot of times.
Oh, you have dodged the bullet. Oh, man.
I know. It happens so often, really. It's like heading right towards Tulsa, and it moves. Yeah.
You can think that pile of hills right around in your northwest corner of Tulsa.
I see. Okay.
And I watched those. I sat there at the end of last month watching over the top of you in your storm. I was going to call you if it was coming in, because I watched it all night long, and I've been watching it ever since. I'm almost sleeping. But I'm watching the weather. I see what around the world. I see what's happening in the world. I'm doing the steady background. I don't want to be talking out my backside. Look, this is not normal, people. Sideways winds that are 80, 90, 100 miles an hour. High winds used to be 35 miles an hour. Hello, Earth, are you listening? Well, shit, if these planets were this close, wouldn't we know it by now?
They're not convinced. This doesn't do it, I guess.
I love Gregorian chant, thank you. I'm turning it up again.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, you could actually, wiggle the knob again as well.
I can. We can do that.
People.
After hours now. It's after hours. We're going to party.
People.
So.
Oh, hey, we made it to 8 hours and 24 already. Wow, I didn't notice.
Wow.
People, you got to connect to the reality of what's going on in front of us. There are close passing planets. We're in the middle of the 180-day cycle. This weather is part of that. It's not independently of it, but it is part of what's going on over the top, which is dragging it up, which is causing the major storms, which is causing the unbelievably large, flattened out jet stream from the North Pole to the South Pole, including the empty equatorial non-weather and the siphoning off and high winds and all this low pressure, high pressure, all of that cold, hot, ramming into each other around the planet. You're looking at it now. If them planets were close to us, wouldn't we notice by now? We are noticing by now.
Like the gargantuan hail, I mean, that should be a sign.
Yeah.
Itself. That's not.
Yeah, gorilla hail.
Yeah.
No, nor. Hey, nor is 28 mile an hour winds.
Okay. Wow.
Look how many towns got wiped out in the last 2 weeks. Type in, let me see, I got a note here somewhere. I lost it already. Let's see. Okay, it is poweroutage.us. It'll show you how many places in the United States are out of power.
I see. Oh, June bugs are finding their way here.
Ryan Hall, y'all, NextRad, all of that. Start checking your weather around the world. No school, Jetstream, all of it. They're not going to show you what's happening. You have to look it up for yourself. You have to go and learn this. That's 2011 tsunami.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's older, right?
Yeah, way older. I hate it when they do that.
Yeah, don't throw that in there.
Actually, I did not check SOT weather, SOTT. Okay, Iran, there's Saudi Arabia, Belize, you name it. There is flooding around the world, people. This is total climate change. The climate change is coming from the second star and the extra planets. It is not CO2 sequestration. This is coming from the passing planets. And again, Phantom of the Opera in the background.
Yes. This is something that, I think back all the years and I've experienced, and that was never something I recall as seeing cars wash down the streets. That was just not something that was happening.
Italy, France, all in the closer to equatorial regions, the drastic flooding around the world. From, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, you name it, all over. Russia, China, etc. Even Hawaii, this week Hawaii is flooding. Oh, and by the way, Kilauea is rumbling like crazy again. And she's getting ready to blow. Or erupt. Probably not a blow, probably just in more. She has a caldera, a surface caldera, so she'll probably just burp up more lava. It'll hit the ocean like Iceland has been doing. But this Houston storm was unusual. It had a bow shock wave pattern that came in at 50 to 60 miles an hour, and then it hit with high level winds of 128 miles an hour, which is why all the upper level windows broke out. That was not a normal storm by any level. So, 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Okay, Sam. I was just thinking about that lady pushing that water. I mean, it's like, oh my gosh. She's trying desperately to keep her house from being flooded. But she was doing a good job, too. It's like, oh, it worked. Snow in Egypt, okay. Goodness sakes. It's like the hail does way more damage than a lot of things.
I'll remind everybody that right, in front of my house last year, I had a wildfire. And we're already seeing the wildfires that are going on in Canada right now. And the extremes of everything that's about to happen this summer are you're going to be shaking your head in the power grids, and you're going to be trying to stay cool in the extreme heat. And earlier we had this person that was asking about, well, what's Mexico going to be like? It's going to be hotter than hell. It's going to be volcanic ash all over the place. There's going to be lightning storms from hell. We're going to see storms like we've never seen. Everything is going to be way more volatile. And, we in Montana always say, if you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes, it'll change. But, this whole thing that's about to happen, look, that's a tornado. There's volatile weather that we've never, ever seen before. And everyone needs to prepare for this. Get a bug out kit, get batteries together, get, wind up radios so that if your power does go off, or get a charging unit where you can run and power your phone so you can pull in the internet, whatever it takes, whatever you feel comfortable with. You've got to have a safe zone. You got to get ready for high level winds, extreme storms, lightning, all kinds of things. We don't know what's coming. Let's talk about the food crops. We know that this year that our food production around the world is going to be very limited by what we're already seeing is happening. This is the springtime right now, and our seed crops around the planet are being destroyed with hail and floods and sun. So, they're not going to produce the food crops that we expect next year. We are in deep shit, Sally. I don't know any other way to warn people. We've been watching. China's getting the shit blasted out of it since December of last year. And they flood after flood and failing dams and you name it, blam, 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 blam. And they haven't recovered yet. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to beg the world for every damn seed corn that we have. And they're going to buy up the market of everything we grow. And what we don't have here in the U.S., they're going to sell to China. And then we're going to be short. Because money, the dollar, outweighs everything. So you guys, we're already paying. Look at bread prices. Look at butter. Look at eggs. Guys, we're already in trouble.
Yeah, eggs are so pricey. If you want a decent egg,
Look, Christ! Look at the price of beef. Gone up $4 a pound in the last year. The New York steak that was about $6.75 is now literally $10 or $11 a pound. So we're looking at $4 plus per pound for a decent piece of meat or a hamburger. Although hamburger, of course, has not gone up that much. But look at the gallon of milk. That gallon of milk is over $5. Those eggs are, anywhere from $3 to $7. And they used to be 99 cents. Let's talk about pork prices. Let's talk about chicken. Let's talk about the bird flu. Let's talk about all the plagues that are going on around the planet right now. Loss of birds. God, guys, wake THFU. Wake up. Because, damn it. It's right here. It's going on right now in front of our faces. And, I go through this all the time, and I'm studying, and I'm going, why don't people see this? Why isn't everybody aware of this? I'm aware of it. Why aren't you aware of it? Weird. Frustrating. Crazy.
Yeah. They're not. Like.
Yeah. Yeah, I try
say, what do you think would be like not even 1%, of the population? We're like a fraction of 1% that actually know.
I try to look up politics. I try to look up the economics. I try to look up geology. I try to, volcanology, the weather, you name it. And I try to stay on top of this for everybody because that's my job. That's, Montana Skywatchers, I report. And for years, I tried to beat everybody, 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm typing away, posting away, trying to get you guys all this information right away. And when you click it on, you want to be at Montana Skywatcher and get the news. And I try to beat everyone. I still do a little bit. Point is like our news has changed. ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, PBS. I wouldn't recommend anything other than that generically. Al Jazeera is fantastic. Our news has let us down, and they're not showing us really what's going on. We're getting a false narrative, and we have to wake up to what's really happening right now. Because our kids having dinner next month or the year after. Count on it. And damn, guys, we got to wake up. We're in trouble. And watch what happens in Kansas tomorrow and Tuesday and Wednesday. It's coming. I try to warn. I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong.
Right. I do too. I wish it wasn't like this. It's like I'd rather it not be. But
well, there's no level of
at least
easy.
we know about it. Right.
There's no level of one day it's semi okay, and the next day it gets worse, and the next day it gets worse, and then we get used to it. We can run into the situation where today it's okay and tomorrow it's not. There, and I weigh that all the time. I weigh like what happens when all of a sudden we go across that threshold of, oh shit, we really are in trouble, or that breaks down, or this breaks down, or whatever. I'm not gonna do the doomsday shit, but what where do we draw the line, and how do we weigh it? It just happens right in front of our eyes. Look how far we've already come in the last 4 years.
Yeah.
Look at the storms. Look at the loss. The cars and the homes and the flooding and loss of crops and people starving. And look at the failure to be able to pay mortgages and people losing their cars and the pandemic and all of that. All connected. We're looking at the breakdown of everything we know. Politics, business, weather, geologic, astrophysics, all right before our very eyes. We're watching a breakdown in the things that we know and we trust and we believe in, and we're going, what? And people are behaving like nutballs around the planet, doing shit that, well, nobody ever expected them to do that. And it's the moons, it's the planets, where all the animals and everything's going in this chaotic path, and it's like, wow. And I'm in awe that people don't see why, and that's why I want to be wrong.
Hey,
I want to be wrong.
I do too. I wish it would, but like you said, you got to go forward. You can't go back. We got to press forward.
So how do we do that? We become aware. We prepare. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. So you gotta get your bug out kit, get your soup or your ramen and your bottle of water. Well, try to avoid bad plastic. Go with the 5-gallon bigger bottles because they break down less. The Culligan people put 25, 30, 40, 50 gallons of water aside from Culligan. Get some food, get some rice, get some potatoes, whatever, breakfast foods, powdered eggs, powdered milk, whatever. Olive oil, cooking supplies, whatever. Beans, tuna fish. Remember, tuna doesn't last long. MREs, whatever. Have a small amount available in case you have to, live for 3 weeks or whatever. Because look at the people in Texas this week. Look what, guess what? The people in Houston are going to go a couple of weeks without power in certain areas. People are going to go without homes. There are people out there that no longer have a place to live. There are people out there that are no longer living. And it's coming. It's coming. It's coming. And we've been, last 2.5 weeks has gone on in the entire country from Minnesota to Texas. Did you see that on the news? I did. Guys, I want to be wrong. And I do my drawings. Check my background. Check my accuracy rate. I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong. And, the stress, Rebecca, you go through the stress, don't you? You weigh, we're doing our show.
Yeah.
We tell people, we show stuff. We make statements like we believe this is this, and then tomorrow you wake up and you go, oh, was I right? Was I wrong? And you weigh it. You go through this. We regularly go through what we're talking to you about. We're constantly trying to be accurate, to make sure we're not handing you something that's wrong. So, my God, do it for yourself too, in your house and your people around you, because we're looking at a transition in the, like I keep saying, this summer is going to be insane. That's it.
Right. I mean, all the weather people have already came out. They came out a few weeks ago saying just that this summer the models were showing it's going to be, setting records, heat records.
Oh, hot storm, electrical, this, that, water, the jet stream, barometric pressure lows. We're, hell, shit, up here in Montana, we're going to probably get snow again. And, we're going from, the teenagers are playing with the thermostat here again. We're going from freeze your ass off to very warm to freeze your ass off. And we're going to do it again. And that cold that's about to come in through Montana again this week, probably, I think Monday to Tuesday, is going to go down and meet in the middle over the top of Kansas and Parole, Kansas, and everybody beyond that. And watch what happens. It's freaky weird. This is not normal. I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong. How many times, I'm going to laugh how many times I have to say this. I want to be wrong, but oh my God, what's coming?
If only, if only you could change
it.
Yeah,
everybody lives there, we're talking about the major dense population of the United States of America. And here we're talking Carrington events and the Madrid fault line and all this crap, and California, there's a cluster thing going on in California and a cluster thing going on in Hawaii, and Cuba, Puerto Rico, you name it. There's all kinds of earthquakes going on, South America, you name it, and everything's way, way, way heightened, and it's not making the news. Gosh, how interesting. Thank you for not telling everyone. And I want to be wrong, but I'm watching it. Here it is. We're there. We are in trouble this summer. We're going to get hotter than hell, and a whole bunch of people are not going to do well because they won't even have power. How do you, people in Texas this week?
Limited, yeah.
They're very moist. Yeah, there's flooding everywhere. It's going to be in the 90s, and they don't have any power. There's no air conditioning. They're going to be living in what's left of their home with no windows. The bugs and flies, and you name it. We are, these folks from the middle of the country or all the way east are going to be suffering. And there were storms in Tennessee, there were storms in Kentucky, there were storms in Georgia, there were storms in Florida, Tallahassee, Louisiana. Did that make the news? No, it didn't. And there's damage along all of those areas this week. Did it make the news? No, it didn't. Guys, they're bucking the whole story. And this is why I study as hard as I do, because we're in trouble. We are in trouble. Yeah, how do you back that up? Yeah, okay, Sam.
What do you do? What do you say? It's just like bummer.
I want to be wrong, but oh my God,
prepare the best you can.
Yeah, right. Kansas all the way literally to Wisconsin to Texas, you name it. And then after Wednesday, it's going to go eastward. I think we don't know. Well, let's hope and pray that it doesn't. But then we're going to go back again more. And we got the cold fronts coming in from Canada, which is odd, and going down over Montana, Wyoming, Idaho, and Colorado, etc., down into Nebraska and Kansas, and then there it starts all over again. Yeah. So, and then the uplift of what's going over the Mexican Rockies, which did never ever exist before. So we've got this mixture that's just barren and destined to blow up when the two, the cold front and the hot front and the moisture front bump into each other, and then they go eastward, and it's going to be a nightmare. And if you look at, Gordon Michael Scallion's future map, or the Navy future map, gosh, I wonder how that matches. Interesting. Homework. I want to be wrong.
Do you think that particular map is accurate?
I think we are looking at a drastic change. Well, when two maps, we don't know the origin of the future Navy map. That was supposedly created by somebody from the future. We don't have the background behind that. And then there's Gordon Michael Scallion's map that came out in the 90s, and I did buy actually, one of his copies from him, through the mail, and they are very similar. And if we take into account that what's going on with the Antarctic and the melt off right now, the huge amount, nobody's paying any attention to that either. The Antarctic is melting like crazy right now, and our ocean levels are rising everywhere. They don't even talk about that. And so we don't know what's coming. It could happen very quickly, because everything we know, including mid-ocean bulge, has been freaking out back and forth, and that doesn't get public. The crazy island waves that have been occurring in Hawaii all last week. Did you hear about that? No. And all around the world, there's big freak waves. South Africa, you name it. And it doesn't make the news. But you have to go looking for this information. So this is where we are. It's like, if you don't go look it up, you won't find it.
That's true.
We in trouble, Skippy.
Of course, I don't watch the news. I really don't. So I don't really know what they talk about. But
I search out all the world news. I watch PBS, I watch NBC, CBS, ABC, occasionally CNN. I watch Al Jazeera, Gravitas India News. I watch NHK, which is Japanese news. I used to watch RT, but since the war started, RT has sort of vanished, which is Russian television. And they were accurate up to a point. You have to weigh the political values that they're trying to throw at you in the middle of the doctrine in all news channels. I watch as much as I can get my hands on. and I do watch all the politics and everything else as well. So I do my homework. But if you don't, and you take face value what they're handing you, you're not going to see what's going on. And that's why a lot of people have not seen the planets for the last decade.
I mean, I can understand that. I mean, they just don't expect anything like
the music in the background. There, I love you. Okay, and it was perfect crescendo at point.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah.
Source
but
provide. Yeah, and we're at a point where people
are out there.
I know. We're talking out in sci-fi land right now at 8 hours 50 minutes. And I am a zombie, so yeah.
Yeah.
Talking. Well, yeah. Really. If you try to think for this many hours straight, your brain goes into oatmeal, and I'm there. I am oatmeal. I want to be wrong. I'm oatmeal. Yeah.
Oh boy, that's bad. I was gonna say it's not our longest show ever, but maybe our second or third longest. Probably this third.
Yeah. We've done 10 hours.
The longest is 10. I don't think we'll beat that. But and then the second was, what was it? 8:20, 9:20 maybe. I forgot. But this is up there for us.
Yeah, but I'm working pig.
I feel like we covered a lot today, for sure.
Looney Tunes, yeah.
Yes.
I have a really expensive vest I used to wear years ago in the hotel industry with the Looney Tunes on it. I should go put it on now. I am Looney Tunes.
Okay.
I get irritated because I'm trying to communicate to people stuff that I've spent a great deal of time studying, and then it goes off as discounted. And this is where I lose my patience and my tolerance, is because I'm trying desperately to share information with people that was shared with me that you're not going to find anywhere else. And yes, it's completely divergent of reality, and it's completely nut job and batshit crazy. But I am not here to lie to you. I have no reason to lie to you. I'm not trying to create an inflammatory scenario. I am trying to share information that you and I have both documented for a decade plus. So how do we do that?
Yeah.
We talk.
We talk for days.
Pink Floyd. Just keep talking.
Yeah.
Type into YouTube Pink Floyd, just keep talking. And that's what we do. We are doing it. We are just keeping on talking. Wake up, Alice.
This is our third longest show tonight. This is our third longest show from what I'm seeing.
Maybe I should probably go.
Yeah, we'll get like the bronze medal.
Okay, I maybe I need to go play Star Wars and talk to the
Star
TV.
Wars time, right?
Yeah. After all, we lost everybody else. Where'd they go? They quit on us. What is this?
Well,
hey, guys.
It is getting up there. It's like 11 o'clock my time.
Yeah, I've been chewing on my own lips for about 4 hours now. Yeah.
Right.
Thank you, Laura, for still being here. Mount Joy, definitely a mountain of joy for all of you. On me on Radio Wasteland years ago. If you follow you all the way to tonight, well, I am glad you're here. Thank you.
Yeah.
We do try. We exhaust ourselves trying. Rebecca and I have been. This is why we're gonna move down to one show a week, because we can get a lot more work done if we don't have to do the show in the middle of it.
Right.
And our sites will do better, and our videos on the side will do better. And please remember,
makes the heart grow fonder. It does.
Yeah, send donations too, and hope and pray for all of us as we do you. That we are doing this to further our world, not make it worse. And we're not trying to scare you, but we are trying to inform you. Facts, not fear. And I'm gonna, okay. Wow, look what time it is. Hello, come on, computer. I got the thing. Okay, all right. The thing, a message about Carol Ann. I couldn't get my scroll up. So are we going to do Tuesday show, or are we going to do just Saturday next week?
Do you want? Okay, I hadn't decided whether we were going to do one last Tuesday show.
You are such a softie. You want to do. You don't want to short anybody.
Okay, I was prepared to not do a Tuesday show, but then was like, I was thinking, should we do that one last hurrah, or just make it as effective immediately? I'm okay either way.
Rebecca, you're such a good person. You always try to, to make everybody happy, and I thank you for it. So if you want to do a Tuesday show, we can do a Tuesday. If you don't want to do it, we don't have to do it.
Right. But, I'm looking at my list of work, and I'm like, I could definitely not do one and be okay. But
I think the vote is that we're going to do a Saturday show.
I think so.
I guess and we can do it later. The later we do it, I'm not sure how that will affect Europe. And the whole idea is we're trying to plan this around getting everybody included, and yet just do a once a week show. That way we can do a better show with more time to plan and prepare, and not be rushed and not playing catch up. And then we can also devote more time to our sites and talk to our people, so we can get our around the world sightings in better and have more time to prepare. That's why we want to go to 1 day a week.
You are right, Sam. I mean, you point out all the reasons why, and it's true.
Well, yeah, I find myself now, when we're doing 2 shows a week, I'm trying to play catch up all the time and make sure I have the information, make sure I'm caught up, and make sure I'm caught up. Yes. And if we do it once a week, well, then it'll settle in. I'll see it. There it'll be. I'll save this for the show. I'll save that for the show. I'll remind you. I'll remind you. And then I got all this in my mind from the last week. And that way we can play a 1 week current event catch up. And that would be easier rather than talking about what we talked about 3 days ago.
Right. And if we did, 3:00 Central, if we push it back an hour, that would be like 9 for Gillian, and that's not too late.
Works for me.
And Germany.
That way I have an extra hour on that day to get ready. Yeah.
It'd be like 8 to 10 for most of the people in Europe. So that's doable. So
right. Well, and that's the idea, that that way we serve everybody, and we can do once a week, and then less is more, and yet at the same time, that way we're not redundant and talking about the same thing twice, and we can share the events and the changes within the week, and we're more prepared.
And it frees up time and energy for something new and different, which
right.
Like Jesus and I, we want to do a pre-recorded show.
Right, that way you can do your editing and everything.
That's something we haven't done, and so we'd like to.
Right, you have more video time to promote more shorts. Oh, by the way, how are you on the one we recorded this weekend?
It's in process. It's in process. But it's like if it wasn't for this show, I could have been, what I'm saying. So yeah.
No, I'm trying to tease everybody that's listening to us right now.
I know.
To know that we have things in the works right now that we're doing behind what you don't know about, and our listener will have to find out later, because we have pre-recorded things we've been working on, and I want
we've been working.
Tease, hint. Yeah.
We do have. I guess. Yeah. I think I'm ready to branch out and let's do some different things.
Well, the point is there's a lot of stuff that we do behind the scenes that people don't know about, which is why we are so busy, and there's a lot going on. And we have our sites and our sister sites. We got we have to talk to everybody, and we do that behind the scenes between the shows every week. So one show a week, it will work.
So I'll say hi to Miss Melissa. my friend here in Tulsa, Melissa. Hi. We've been on here almost 9 hours, Melissa.
Yeah, and maybe people will actually, be willing to mail us an occasional $5, $10 donation so we can keep doing this, because this does cost us a great deal of work and time and money. And only through your donations do we go forward. So, I hate to keep saying that, but, since I started doing this on the live feed program, my normal donations through Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2 and Montana Skywatcher Anonymous and my affiliation with Nibiru followers, and some, when we went forward, all of a sudden nobody even writes me anymore. It's weird. So something's changed. I don't know why. Here's my P.O. box address, Lowell, Montana 59847. And, write me a letter, write Rebecca a letter, send her, information on her Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, whatever, $2, $5, $10, whatever. We do have to pay for all of this. We work. So we need your help. And we can go on from there. But, it is important. Only with your help can we continue. Because it's killing us. We're spending a couple $100 a month on this each.
Yeah.
As I tip off my Coke.
$42. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Website.
Yeah.
And then it's like, but I love
and
it.
If you want
to justify it.
I'm not trying to threaten, but if you want to keep hearing from us, we do need we appreciate and do need your support. We do. I mean, my God, look what all the other sites are getting from all the other people. And you have to share this. You have to forward this. We cannot do this alone. We need I'm sorry. We need a cup of coffee from you. And we need you to also share this information with people around you, because this is real. It is happening. You can scoff all you wish, but it's happening. We couldn't make this crap up for, 14 years in a row and be this accurate. There's no way. You cannot make this up. So anyway, thank you for listening.
What I know. Yes, it's true. And those that know, they know.
Yeah, the Nibiru-holics and the Nibiru family and the Nibiru army and Dr. Crazy Brain here. Anyway.
Right.
I do, I eat my crayons and laugh at myself. That's a joke. We do try. We try to share this information with you guys, and we're glad you were here. And I thank you for listening. My God, if you actually made it to 9 hours and 2 minutes, you're a star.
You're a champ. I was supposed to say you're a champ.
Awesome. Yeah, you're a Nibiru-aholic. I'm sorry. There you go.
I think we have how many? I think there's 10 members already. Of course, I did invite some. Yeah, 10. We have 10 members already, so it's growing quickly.
I just want another taste of Nibiru. Yeah, okay.
Can't get enough.
I'm chuckling at the AI things, like we have to be cured from the reality compared to what, AI was telling us.
That's funny.
The 12-step program. Okay, yeah, 12-step program to learn to see the passing planets. Anyway, so I'm done.
That's true.
Everybody have a great evening, and I'll go off and play Star Wars or something.
Okay, so we'll plan on next Saturday at 3:00 Central. That's what we'll plan on. Boy,
hey, I'll be down to 40 degrees and it's raining. It's 48 degrees and raining in Montana right now. We got wet and cold.
Degrees.
Yeah.
It's 74
yeah,
until
yeah.
It's still nice.
Yeah, we're supposed to have 37 tonight, and there's a new cold front coming down, and it's going to affect the world. Anyway. All right, I'm done. I'm being silly. I'm like in
zombie. Well,
I'm a zombie. I'm a 9-hour babbling idiot.
I can't wait to walk around. I can't wait to move.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And Tuesday. No, Laura. We have decided to go to one show a week. So we're going to be Saturday shows and we'll do an occasional Tuesday night, but maybe once a month, maybe. You know what I'm saying? I haven't decided.
Oh, well, we're going to do extras. There's other shows that want us to interview with them, and we can't fit it all in. And we're trying to do other work with other people behind the scenes that not everybody's going to connect with, and you won't see everything we do. And we work behind the scenes along with our website, our Facebook sites and everything. We have, numerous sister sites. We have to devote time to them as well. And we've all been recently struggling trying to keep up with 2 shows a week. So we have to go down. And not only that, the content is going to be better because we will accumulate an entire week rather than 3 days.
Yeah.
And we're going to improve.
It'll be good. It's
Okay.
for a good reason. So
it's for a good cause.
It's a little bittersweet. How's that? Bittersweet.
Yeah. You can't always get what you want, but you get what you need.
I know, but for the bigger purpose of it behind it all, it's well worth it. So, okay, well, I feel like we've had a great show, Sam. So thank you for everything.
All right, cool. I'm gonna zap out of here, and I'll be the first to hop off. And good night, everybody.
Okay, bye. See you next week. Bye, everybody.